Okay, sorry friends, the computer not only needed a restart, but as soon as it restarted, the software used to stream decided to update itself. Sorry, I'm sitting here relatively in the dark, friends. I've got a lot of eye strain. But welcome back to the stream. We're trying to go 24-hour a day coverage with the crazy amount of wildfires breaking out and affecting especially California, but other places too. We tried to cover Colorado. We had somebody, we try to do as many special requests as possible to look at wildfires elsewhere. And we had somebody who was with us during the Caldor fire, moved to Colorado, come back in yesterday and say, what's going on? There's smoke in my neighborhood. So we connected them with the Office of Emergency Services for Colorado and pointed out that watch duty now functions there too. I don't think watch duty works as well in any other state as it does in California, its original place that it did, but they're trying to set it up, and I admire that. I apologize for being terribly sick. I was already fighting this sinus problem, so don't worry. I don't have COVID or anything. Many people were inquiring. I had a hard choice. Hey, driving Sue, good morning. I had a hard choice. I had a CAT scan of my head in the spring, and they said we can do your nasal passage surgery to correct your chronic sinus infections and vertigo, which causes me a lot of nausea. We could do it in the spring, or we could do it in June, excuse me. But I said no. That'll be when the fires really start going. So I will do it in the autumn. So I rescheduled it for autumn. So we've had an unusually dry summer in Portland. So I've been affected by the wildfire smoke that drifted in from not only Oregon, but the Shelley fire in Northern California, which is doing much better, at least near. Excuse me, I'm out of breath. Oh, Christopher, sorry. I'm sorry. I had to dump the viewers and restart the computer. I hope people come back. I was just going to do an update on things, and we had 32 people in here, but this is what YouTube does. YouTube does not save a video that goes over 12 hours, so we can't just have one stream going on all the time. When I did that in 2020, we lost weeks of footage of wildfire footage and the people in chat interacting, and things that went viral, that would have gone viral, like my lightning striking my house. And so when I finally ended the stream, you had a Costco hot dog. Awesome, Jim. When I finally ended my stream after like a week straight of coverage, we lost a week of the 2020 wildfires, and I didn't have a recording. So thank you for your kind donations, friends. I'm going to put the link here in the chat about how people can donate to keep us live and on the air. We don't want to be advertisement based, which is the way most YouTubers make their money, through advertisements. But what really is bad, excuse me, friends, trying to set this up, is advertisements will play at any moment, and I can't control that. And I just don't want an ad interrupted experience for emergency information. There would also be people coming in constantly saying, oh, an ad just played, what just happened? And I would constantly have to be talking about the past instead of addressing new information and new evacuation information as it came. You know, we've had instances where we have probably helped save lives, at least from what people say, that we've helped save lives. When somebody is trying to get their evacuation info and it's locked behind Facebook or Twitter, and they say they're in their driveway and fire is coming, and the local sheriff's office is updating things on Facebook or Twitter, and they log in and they they mess up their password. It says reset your password and check your email, and they don't have time, and they come to our channel and say, where do I go? Where do I evacuate? And so we have to instantly find that out for them, and we can't have an advertisement playing. Sometimes it gets that crazy. Sometimes we have multiple, as fast as we can say them on the air, multiple neighborhoods evacuated, sometimes from multiple fires. There's just not going to be a way that advertisement would ever work here. So you made it back. Thank you, Lady Bird. I'm sorry. I had to restart the computer and then turning on the new software, the broadcasting software. It wanted to do an update, of course. So my heartfelt thanks for all of my mods. Thank you so much for helping hold down the fort. Especially, I just passed out for 12 hours after being caught in the rainstorm yesterday. I was sick already, and it made me more ill. I feel terribly guilty for missing yesterday, but I could not keep my eyes open. I had streamed for like 22 hours in a row, and had been speaking 22 hours in a row. My voice was shot, and every time I closed my eyes, I like micro sleeped and came back to awareness. I knew I had to just get offline and go to bed. So I'm feeling better. I'm just, bear with me. I've got a critical headache and doing the best I can. It's better to have something up with my angel saint mods for the most part. I'm able to guide people to what's going on than nothing. And for people to hear the radio, it's better for them to hear that than for nothing. Information blackout to happen. But nighttime is the hardest time to get any information about any fires, and if things change at night, that is when we're very important, because the information hotlines and stuff are offline at night, and it can be chaotic. So I want something to go on 24 hours. Yesterday, I thought I could go to sleep after doing the night shift around 4 in the morning and then come back around noon, but no mods were available then because I forgot it was Monday. So I'll try to correct these problems so that we can have good, well-trained mods going. I want to reiterate, yeah, I hate driving, Sue and Chris. Did both of you give me your contact information via email? What I need from each mod in case there's an emergency or something happens, a phone number, general region where somebody lives, and of course, emailing me gives me your email. It might just be it's a super emergency kind of a situation where I would ever call somebody, and I'm not going to share phone numbers with anybody, of course. But I've got to have like a master list of people to call in an emergency, just in case. So, driving Sue says not looking forward to driving in wildfire smoke today. Yeah, you have a driving job, right? Were you a truck driver? I can't remember. I'm so out of it. Yeah. So I know about. I know what you're saying, Jim. People can't afford power anymore. From PG&E, they just posted some extra profit, and it made me sick. I think they cut back on their wildfire mitigation from what I was reading in the articles, and yet posted a larger profit, and their stock went up like 2%. Okay, yeah, driving soup. Could you give me a new email? And did you have a different mod name before? I'm going to make a master list of mod names and then people changing their names, email address, and phone number so I can quickly reach out to people in an emergency situation. And make sure that the same people are the same mods. I've promoted people to mod powers. Let's get caught up on the fires. Let me get myself caught up. Still very active over by the Butte Meadows area. Ooh, it's kind of cold. What was I just saying? Sleep deprivation over the last couple of weeks has caught up to me. Things were just settling down with other fires, like this. The Shelley in Eastern Oregon was finally starting to calm down. People don't realize that before the park fire occurred, I was running 24/7 streams and had like 18-hour and 22-hour shifts where I was nonstop speaking, and there's nonstop crisis in Eastern Oregon, where they had like 4,000 lightning strikes and 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That I was still covering. I was just about to wind down when the park even started on the 24th, so I'm in extreme exhaustion. I've had no real days off. If I'm, quote, offline, I just passed out. I just wake up, stream, pass out, wake up, and stream. I've got a mountain of mail behind me. I've only been outside a couple of times in weeks. I just hope people understand that, why there's been interruptions, so to speak, with the broadcast. Yeah, thank you so much, Big Al, for reminding people to donate. And from the bottom of my heart, guys, thank you for donating. I've been unable to even, after the stream, hit the thank you buttons for the donations like Venmo and PayPal. I haven't been able to keep track of them coming in. So let me first check on the Nixon. That broke out just as my eyes were like slamming shut. I was soaking wet. So I had just come in from the rainstorm yesterday around 2. They had an update 34 minutes ago that there's a wind shift and the fire is moving over the top of Beauty Mountain per radio traffic. That got bad so fast. Fire is visible on the Toro Peak 1 camera. So let's start out with that. I want to say goodnight to Alan. Thank you so much for keeping me informed. I know it's past your bedtime. He's a night shift worker. Yeah, thank you so much for getting me up to speed, Alan, and you mods for holding down the fort. I'll have a talk with some of my mods. Some of them seem to have come back after more than a year of being absent, and they may not remember the rules or the changes we made. Ow. Ow. Oh, okay, I must have chewed my lip in the night. Ow. My tooth just ran over it as I drank water. Maybe it's a canker sore. What's good for a canker sore for a home remedy? I don't have anything. Yeah, thank you so much, Al, and the other mods have gone to bed. Are you able to give me an email real quick, Driving Sue? It's so difficult to search the thousands of emails I have. A lot of it is spam, but when I put my email on the internet, that's what happens. So I'm sorry, let me make it darker mode here. Yes, I've read the privacy policy of using the cameras, thank you. I want to get up to speed. Today's thumbnail is from, it looks like Tehema County and the crazy amount of smoke drifting over. And I thought I was hoping California would get a break from wildfires after the craziness with the Shelley and the lake and all the others. It's Tuesday, isn't it? It's Tuesday morning. Okay. Welcome to Tuesday, friends. I thought maybe I'd be able to watch the Olympics or something. The only thing I really, really love, other than sprint racing for humans, is the equestrian games. So we were live and on the air covering the park, and I missed pretty much everything. Oh man. So this is Cal Fire's photo. We're going to start out with the Nixon, which was that brutal monster. And then we'll go and check all the cams. And of course, check on the park. I want to make sure the radio is functional. So let's see here. California, Butte. Okay. Okay, Butte County Cal Fire is on, and so is Northern California Major Incident. Northern California Major Incident has had vandalism or something happened to its scanner radio broadcast. Every once in a while, somebody breaks in and says, "Good day, have a nice day," and it's like, I'm sorry, what? Um, this is a link, friends, to where you can monitor scanner radio for yourself. Oh, I thought maybe you'd whoa. Okay, I'm gonna delete that real quick so that people don't have your email. Yeah, I was hoping you'd email me with your email. This is my email. It's in the description of the video, but it's down there deep. I want to try and maybe start over with an email address because that's easy for people to misspell my name. And I made that in 2020 when the channel was just called Catherine Davidson. I didn't know what to name it. I just went live in 2020 during the wildfire crisis of Labor Day. Thought it would be over in, well, I thought it would be over in a week or two. I didn't know that, it would be an ongoing crisis and that I would have to go live again in 2021 with as bad as the Dixie fire was. We all thought 2020 would be a bad year and then things would be over, didn't we? Oh, God. Hey, J Cat, good morning, good morning. So, yeah, driving Sue, let me give you an email and then I just need a phone number. And if you mods don't want to give me your real phone number, that's okay. Everybody who has a Gmail, now, if you go into like Gmail on your desktop, like a desktop browser, you'll see a cluster of squares to look at other Google services. One of them is called Google Voice. And you activate it, and every Gmail account comes with a free phone number if you activate it, called Google Voice. And Google Voice on your phone as an app can be used with Wi-Fi. So it's like free Wi-Fi calling. Mostly people do that from home or airports or something where they don't have cell phone service. And if you have very, very good, like 5G cell phone service somewhere in civilization, you can use Google Voice. That way it's hit and miss. But either way, I just need a way to text people for the most part and try to call during an emergency. So I appreciate that. So that's the High Point South camera. Let's look at High Point North. Let's see which. Sorry, friends, I'm a little discombobulated. I'm gonna have to eat a breakfast here in a minute. Bad stream is better than no stream, I guess, for people that need information. Yeah, I'm sorry, friends. I was ill. I feel so damn guilty about that. But it's going to be a long haul with the park fire, and I do need to try to pace myself as much as I possibly can. So I hope J.E. Cat says the rail fire is looking good as night airdrops continue. Okay, we'll look at the Nixon, the Burrell, and then keep going. So let's see where is North Point, High Point North. Let's do a 12-hour of this Nixon fire. It was looking so bad. It was looking so bad. When I just couldn't keep my eyes open. And then as soon as I went into the bedroom and tucked myself in, I looked at the phone and they did a random press conference for the park fire. Boy, the Butte County Sheriff, man, he is really angry. He said, callers, I understand you're stressed out, but do not call 911 and cuss out the dispatchers. Don't call them the B word and the C word. And he walked off stage in a real almost enraged. So we're going to do the Nixon first, and we'll look at the Burrell, and then resume looking at everything with the park. I need to get myself up to speed. The Nixon just had a 38 minutes ago update, and it crossed over a hill. That's why I'm a bit concerned. I want to know what's on the other side of that hill. Are there any people there that are evacuated or need to be? Looks like quite vigorous and active tonight. Hey, CC Cat, welcome. I've been following for a few years. I don't really know for how long or how to find that info. What information do you want to know about? You mean about the like where to find the radios? Yeah, it's in the description of my video. I have a lot of links that tell people where to get some of the info. So broadcastify.com is where you can hear scanner radio, and that is best viewed on a desktop browser. Now, if you have Android or an iPhone, I know at least for Android, go to Scanner Radio, and that app, for example, like if you're evacuated and you're evacuated. Let's see, this looks to the northeast. Wait, High Point North, yeah, it looks to the northeast. What other cameras are looking at the Nixon? Nothing? What's Toro Peak? Wow. Okay. Okay, so it's looking great. We have a cross beam reference. That's good. Let's do a Toro Peak time lapse. It's easier. You can screen off and everything if you get the Scanner Radio app. You won't. It'll save battery and stuff, especially if you can't plug in. Like when people are evacuating, they can hear their own fire, their own county, and the Scanner Radio for the fire crews. We do have the radio on right now for Butte County. Yeah, it just made a click now. Okay. I might want to check out Riverside County if this is a new development. Well, okay. I think I got an email. Okay, awesome. Thank you, friend. Well, yeah, the phone decided, shoot, that it would do a million notifications at once. Okay, let me set this up right. Oh. All right, that's Butte County. I wanted to make sure our radio is okay. And then we're going to check on this Nixon and see if they're going to call for new evacuations. I just need to know which ridge and stuff it just crossed to see if that is of concern. That was a 7-hour ago update. The High Point North camera from above. Well, I just did a High Point North camera 12-hour. Jeez. What point was that? Did it look like? Wow. This is a great illustration how the blinding bright white usually is, and most of it is hot smoke. But in color, that's an impressive amount of huge flames for the distance this camera is. Those are tall flames. So that was at 8:34 at night. We'll have to check the weather down there for sure. I know Kern County was in red flag until at least 11 o'clock. 11 p.m. But I don't know if it was renewed. Okay. J Cat says IDS needs that check real bad. I don't know what to say. Yeah, Kirkland coffee is actually really awesome. So what we encourage people to do is just say hi. I'm checking in from such and such place. Hit the like button, please, to help us trend and have people find us again. Every time we restart the stream, we fight the algorithm and try to. It puts us back into the bottom of search results because. Okay, this did.
Just checking in with you. The wildfire group was able to continue their firing downhill, getting some decent consumption, the weather in their favor. Just seeing if you guys have any luck to get started back up. Yeah, they just threw air. It's kind of kicking in pretty hard down. Repeat. Yeah, it's the western firing. You have clear air out there? Yeah, it's affirmative. We'll go read that. I'll get back to you. Yeah,
Okay.
I can't answer you guys on Nifty Stack 1 from my location, so you should reach me on command. I copy. We'll give you a shout out to
Okay, so that's Butte County we're listening to. Whoopsie. Come here. I'm trying to resize the windows and get them back into order. I think that's. Yeah, okay, it's back in order. So that was Butte County there, and they said, okay, there was something about a fire downhill, but it seems like things are, I think he said, calm now again. Would you like to restart? And I couldn't make out much about that, but they said Tehema unit. So it would not surprise me if it is being calm up there on the park fire, that they are trying to burn off as much dead material like grass and stuff on the ground as they can in the cool of the night to make lines hold better. You're from Pennsylvania, awesome. Hey B, welcome back. Oh my God, Jen, that's funny. We encourage people to say, hey, where are you checking in from? Good morning. I like dogs. Anything when we first start the stream, because in order to fight the algorithm, which is a stupid mathematical formula for YouTube, it tries to determine which videos should be at the top of search results. It doesn't take into consideration like emergency information or not. There's no emergency or public good or, public service, what do you call it? Tag on YouTube. So there's like entertainment, how-to videos, language learning videos, funny videos, when you're choosing your category. I wanted to choose emergency public information or, something like that doesn't exist. The closest thing is news and politics. I'm not the news and I hate politics. So what happens every time a video is restarted, like we have to do every 12 hours, it goes to the bottom of search results because the algorithm wants to see trending. It wants to see new people show up. So that's how it's important to have, people find us again. It wants to see new people show up, a lot of chatter in the chat, a lot of things go by. The earlier the better in the stream. So go ahead and say, hello, checking in from such and such place. I like dogs, whatever you want to say, or I'm worried about this fire, or you guys are doing well, or I have new fire information, or pat us on the head, or bring something wrong to my attention. You like tater tots, J-Cat? That's awesome. Yeah, and explain how you found us. It's really good for me to know so I can understand how people do find us off of YouTube. It's really mysterious sometimes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you from Ontario, Canada. We tried our best to try to see what was going on that one day with the loss of that town in BC. That was sad. The park fire was breaking out at the same time, and we couldn't really cover it all. Um, Great, Jim. The crazy cat lady down your street. Doesn't everybody have a crazy cat lady on the street at one point in their life? Um, so they excuse me, it's B, right? B Williams. I'm originally from Texas, still have family there. We have wildfire too, but nothing like what y'all have. Yeah, we do special requests. We covered briefly Colorado yesterday because somebody who was in Tahoe during our 2021, Caldor fire, moved to Colorado and thought, hey, we won't have as many wildfire problems. And then today, smoke came towards them in the morning. If we do get a moment, just ask me which wildfire you want info about, and please keep me on track. Being ill, I'm losing track of what I was supposed to do. A, B, C, D. Right now, we're checking with the Nixon because it had the latest update. We, of course, interrupt everything, and this interrupts my train of thought to listen to the radio. So it looks like they may be starting back up some firing operations in the Tehema district, which is the far north of the park fire. They kind of split the zone in two, where the fire is the worst. The very north of that park fire, where it's the Tehema and Shasta County borderline, that's where Manton is, Shingletown, Paynes Creek, Dales Station. That's the Tehema unit. And it's not too far to the east and then southeast, the northeast section of the park fire that is tremendously hot and active and will be a long battle for the weeks to come. That northeast unit is the Butte unit because it's on the borderline of the Butte and Plymouth County border. That one is, excuse me, by Butte Meadows. And so if anything is confusing, just let me know. This broke out just as I had to go to sleep because I got stuck in a rainstorm. And I'd been awake covering fires for 22 hours prior. Yeah, thank you for being here, friends. Hey, good morning, the truth. So this all helps. The like button especially helps. And thank you, everybody, for your kind donations. The best way to donate, even if it's $1, even if it's $1, is through the link in the 3 links: PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo in the pinned chat message. Hey, Marsha, how are you? Ow! That's going to happen occasionally, unfortunately. I'm going to try to adjust volume for you guys. I'm going to adjust it lower. That gives me a terrible migraine. I still have a bad headache. I don't know if I can reduce glare off the screen from the rear. Yeah, I think I can. Let me try to adjust a light here or two. Light behind me on the screen is the worst. The reflection, I don't know why. But man, if we get a little bit of a lull here, I want to try to see what we can do about getting a laptop ASAP and going to California because my nasal passage surgery to fix the reason I get chronically ill is scheduled for September. Then there's a window of opportunity for me to go to California and cover this live from the road from my relatives' homes, the park fire, and be right up there, looking out the window and seeing it. And I would have gone to Mineral to cover this from Mineral, but Mineral got evacuated, of course, and I have a lot of relatives have cabins up there. I'm just praying they're all going to be all right. So the latest information here on the Nixon camera is, let's see. Yeah, they're talking about firing. Yeah, you're in Louisiana. Yeah, Lady Bird. That.
Yep, still looking
number 70, just the colors we're still kind of stuck. It's the no-go to reassess
Okay, I'm turning off major incident. It's a double feed to Butte County Fire, and I wonder if Butte County Fire might be a little bit more understandable. No, this did not help. It's just too dark for me to see in front of me now. All right, we'll try to fix the lighting here. Yeah, what I was just saying, I think what they're talking about in Butte County there is, hey, Ace Squirrel, good morning. I think what they're trying to talk about is redoing some of their firing operations. It's best to do it in the cool morning, night, or the cool morning. Yep, JECAT, they named a fire the Nixon fire. It's another candidate for wackiest and funniest fire names and stupidest fire names of 2024. We'll have a big poll at the end of the season. It's because it was Nixon something Boulevard. So most fires are named after the nearest road. So the way that helps first responders is all the fire crews know which general direction to head when it first breaks out. But I don't like that system. It's really bad because you get things like the Paradise Fire called the Camp Fire, which is so ridiculously stupid. If you type in campfire to Google search, you're going to get Campfire Girls, which is the equivalent of the Boy Scouts, and all kinds of like fireplace tools and camping, accessories for going camping. But it was Camp Road that the Paradise Fire broke out on. And then the reason this sucks is fires keep getting named the same thing: the River Fire, the River Fire, the Hill Fire, the Hill Fire. When fires are the same name, people Google search information and they can't find anything. So it'll just be about some other older fire. Because the way that search results work for any kind of internet search is what's already popular is at the top. Same thing with videos. So the fires of years ago that already have thousands and millions of views, such as for everybody, when the campfire happened, in Butte County, if it's Camp Road somewhere else in the country, everybody tries to find immediate information about their fire, but that's not what they find. They find fires from years ago. So it's a constant problem here too, where on my stream, people come in and say, oh, the fire just broke. The such and such fire is so bad right now. It just jumped the line and it's into this other county. And I go, what? What are you talking about? It's a dead calm. What? I don't see that. And then somebody will insist, yeah, it's on the news. It's all over the news. And I say, what? What fire? Like let's just say it's a hill fire or something. Like, yeah, I see homes burning down. And I go, what? And that's like 80% contained, dude. Are you sure? Yeah, it's on the news. I say, link it. They link it, and it's a hill fire from 2017. But it goes straight to the search results. And then there's a tiny font that says what date it is. So we've had this constant problem of not only people trying to be helpful coming in here, and even mods making mistakes sometimes. This is the most active part of the Nixon fire. I'm Spring Mountain. Let's put on the wind direction. Wind to the northeast. So let's see the slider for, yeah, there are neighborhoods. Are they evacuated already? Let's see how far we are here. Yeah, the Butte fire in 2015 was a bad one. Yeah. Marcia says my favorite fire was the bogus fire. So far, the favorites are the dinosaur for the silliest fire names of 2024. The dinosaur fire, Siskiyou County, I believe. The bogus of Siskiyou County. Then we've got a couple in Oregon, like the dead horse, the dead cow. Places in Oregon tend to be named after pioneers, and places where the livestock died, the skull of the livestock would like be a trail marker. So places get named Dead Horse and Dead Cow, and it's still Dead Horse Creek and Dead Horse Road to Dead Horse Creek. You know what I mean? But you know what my very favorite fire name is for 2024? My very favorite, the Jimmy Johns. The Jimmy Johns fire. I don't know. Just don't ask me. So I am very much against the renaming of fires. Some wildfires are so bad, they're like hurricanes. You just retire the name because you just do, you know? Just don't insult anybody else. When a lot of people die and neighborhoods are erased and stuff, like with the Camp Fire, they should have just renamed it the Paradise Fire anyway. But um, it's just confusing, and it means people get results they don't need instead of results they do. But that's part of why we're here. We can sort through all that stuff. So let's see with the regular street maps. Now that CalTopo is properly working again, I think it's time to spend the $100 of the donation money, which somebody explicitly donated to, for us to buy that, so we can have other map layers that will help us keep track of cities and neighborhoods, especially like this neighborhood. I'm not sure where this is. CalTopo is great for all kinds of topo maps, but when it comes to the cities, I think it's locked away behind. Yeah, this neighborhood has really grown up. Wow, I think it's locked behind the pro version. Map Builder Topo is okay, but not really. It's just not really great. It's meant for editing and creating your own maps, and not for actually, you know, knowing where neighborhoods are. So yeah, there's a weird racetrack or something there, or an old one, or a horse exercise track, or horse training thing, or something. That's an amazing area. I would hate for horses and stuff to be here. This is where the wind is blowing the Nixon. With general wind out of the southeast, it's quite vigorous. So here, what I need to do is get a couple of the street names. The main thoroughfare seems to be Terwilliger and Chili Canyon Truck Trail. So if we go back to the evacuation notices for watch duty, is that I gotta make my screen brighter. Have they already been evacuated? Or is it are they about to blow the whistle or whatever? All right, let's see. Yeah, Camp Creek Road. You're right, Dirty Hippie Designs. Welcome back. How are you? There was a hurricane fire this year? Seriously? Driving Sue says a couple in Greenville, California canceled their vacation because they're afraid to leave their home in case of fire again. You mean they're staying in Greenville, or they're not going back to their home in Greenville? Not much survived. There's some rebuilding. Some. I haven't been there since around the 4th of July of 2022. I hope there's been decent amounts of rebuilding. Paradise is still pretty empty. Rushberry Creek is still pretty empty. So that's the old fire footprint. We now know it's crossing this mountain. So this is RVC 2327A. Yeah, these are already under an evacuation order to Terwilliger. Now here it's an evacuation warning. This may change pretty quickly. They may want to evacuate the people of Table Mountain T3. Let's look and see how close the heat detections are getting. Because there's Terwilliger. That's the dividing line for mandatory on the left, not mandatory on the right. I think they may pull that really soon. Yep, you've noticed the problem yourself. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A Squirrel, you're right. You're very right. The people in their own backyards can do a lot to save their own homes. Just like that one home, the miracle. Remember that hurricane several years ago, where one home was left standing and the entire neighborhood was ripped down to the foundations. They try to say, "Oh, climate change caused hurricanes to be worse," but I was puzzled by that claim. It was just kind of a knee-jerk headline for, the sensational media. It wasn't a worse hurricane than many of the 20th and 21st century. It's just the one home standing was fine because they built it higher than to higher standards than the local building code. So that particular neighborhood and county had really crap building code standards. And of course, climate change is a thing, but it's just that the media just dumbs down everything instead of the real story, which is, did you know your own home can survive if you build it to building code standards that are better and get some enhancements, different brackets instead of using nails, use screws, use bolts instead of nails and screws. Even the switch to the old style nails, those old style nails from the Civil War to the early 20th century, like Civil War to 1920, they look like triangles. That's because blacksmiths used to make nails before they were mass produced by machines. The old style nails held buildings together with like 30% better strength. And so after the introduction of nails that have the round heads, those are incredibly weak. Basically, the head is the main thing keeping the nail on. I think the neighborhoods most in danger now are here, Upper Tule, Lafayette, Rimrock Canyon roads. But of course, one minor wind shift and everything east of the Terwilliger here. If anybody is listening for the Nixon fire, I would say everybody east of Terwilliger right now, start knocking on your neighbors' doors and let them know you might have to evacuate if they haven't. This looks like there's people with livestock here. And one little quirky wind shift, and it could of course go up here to these other homes. I just, I doubt anybody's listening from Riverside County, but these are the kind of properties where people have horses and stuff. With the way that this moved, that was absolutely horrendous today. But we don't have to rely entirely on governments, friends, and other entities to save us, just like the Miracle Survival Hurricane House, the Miracle Surviving House in Lahaina during the Maui, during that horrible fire. One house totally made it because it just had defensible space, a brand new metal roof, and all of the vents to the attic were fireproofed. That's it. Everybody evacuated. The house saved itself, completely unattended. The number one cause of homes burning down in a wildfire is embers getting into the attic from the outside, just flying in there from the air, going through those roof vents. I just want to give a really quick, brief picture of that. Oh, and also the lint. Also the lint. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. That just gave me a freaking heart attack. Why do videos start at maximum volume? And why does it start with volume on when I had heart attack? Sorry. Oh my God, why does it start at maximum volume? I had restarted this stream in my computer, so every video will do that. I'm just gonna mute for you guys. I'll turn back on. So that doesn't happen again. I'm so sorry. It's 4 in the morning. Somebody, I need a defib. Anybody got a crash cart? I need a defib. Paradise is not coming back like it was. No, not that I could tell. That was November 2018. So what happened with the Paradise Fire is something really awful. The outgoing governor of California screwed the Paradise victims, including my brother. That's why we don't like the outgoing governor. It was Gray Davis, I believe, at the time, or whoever that was. Right before he left office, because he was a lame duck, I believe, he signed legislation to bail out PG&E. PG&E was utterly bankrupt. There was no way they could pay out all the settlements because more than 14,000 homes burned down in the campfire with Paradise, Concal, Pence, and all that occurring. That was late 2018. They had already started a whole bunch of wildfires the entire year before where they killed my friend. They started the North Bay fires, which caused billions in damages to California, and 9 different wildfires on the same night, which was like the Tubbs, which burned down Santa Rosa, which technically the investigators tried to say was the homeowner's electrical wiring fault. BS. Nobody believes that. PG&E later kind of took responsibility because they were calling for the FBI to redo the investigation because that was just complete nonsense. 911 calls in the area during the Tubbs fire that night, it was October 10th, I believe, 2017, where power lines were down everywhere, like in 9 different places. 3 different transformers exploded because they kept the power lines on during a massive Diablo and Santa Ana windstorm. Now, that is California's worst fire season. It's autumn. The worst fires ever in California, like Paradise. It's winter and autumn before the wet season begins. Those are seasonal yearly winds that run from October to January, and they blow with hurricane force out of the Nevada desert. Everybody lives in fear of them, and power companies should turn the power off for the night, especially when people when they're asleep and don't know a fire is coming, because they've been neglecting their line maintenance, PG&E and others, for like decades. So for profit reasons. So they didn't turn off the power, even though they knew it's Santa Rosa, Bangor, Loma Rica, and so many other towns. They started 9 wildfires that night because their power lines went down all over the state. The state couldn't handle it. The state didn't have enough resources. So the North Bay fires had already just about bankrupted PG&E, and then they did it again the very next year. And I don't know how many people died in the North Bay fires. Let's see, North Bay fires, along with my friend. I think there was dozens of people. So they called them the North Bay fires. They should just be called the PG&E fires. But they're wrapped up with the October 2017 fires in general. Let's see, where's the article on the North Bay fires? Because there was a few down in Santa Barbara County, the horrible Thomas fire. But all of these, the Northern California fires, every single one of these was started by PG&E at the same night. The Cherokee, the Cascade, which my friend died in, the LaPorte, which other people died in, I believe, the Sulphur, the Pocket, the 37, the Atlas, the Tubbs, Redwood Valley, the Presley, the Nuns, Adobe, and the 37 fires. All these are started at the same time because the entire state had high winds at the time. So nobody could be everywhere at once, and so people just began to die. And because the power lines are down, and next to the power lines are the phone lines, nobody had any warning over at Bangor and Loma Rica, 2 different towns that raced in the same night, just south of where Paradise is. Everybody just woke up with that fire in their backyard and rocks being thrown against their windows from the hurricane force winds. So if you look at Butte County, they lost 8,000 acres in the Cherokee fire. Napa lost 51,000. And if you look at the tally of the structures destroyed, 781, 120 damaged. I don't know if there's a total down here with the Tubbs. This is the death toll: 6 in the Atlas, 22 in the Tubbs. It's Santa Rosa. 5,643 structures destroyed, 317 damaged. In the Nuns fire, 56,500 acres, 3 deaths, merged with a couple other fires. 1,355 structures destroyed. Redwood Valley, 36,500 acres, 9 deaths. 545 structures destroyed. The LaPorte, 6,000 acres. Cascade, 4 people dead, including my friend and his girlfriend. 10,000 acres, 143 residential structures destroyed, 123 outbuildings. The Sulphur, 2,000 acres, 150 structures. It just goes on and on and on. Pocket Fires, 17,000 acres. So they don't have a total here, but you understand this is how PG&E basically went bankrupt the first time. So a year later, they did Paradise, which was like 14,000 plus structures destroyed and 85 deaths. So I lost count of how many people PG&E has killed so far. It's in the hundreds. They are the company killing California and the company killing Californians. So what happened to screw people like my brother, why Paradise was never really rebuilt, is PG&E's own insurance should have paid out to rebuild everybody's homes. And the company should have been liquidated, assets liquidated to pay out the victims. When Butte County did their investigation and found out that they had neglected their maintenance, everything from tree trimming to removal of hazardous dead leaning trees leaning over on nearly touching power lines all over the state for decades. When Butte County found that out, they decided they couldn't really fight these charges anymore. PG&E used to claim innocence before this point. They just suddenly started saying, yeah, we did it, and taking responsibility. And everybody thought that's odd. So what happened is they probably made backroom deals with the legislatures and the governor. So the governor is on his way out. He signs a bill to bail out PG&E so they don't get liquidated and destroyed. Otherwise they would have become a public utility. It'll take billions of dollars to repair the infrastructure that PG&E basically destroyed. They're a huge monopoly for the northern part of the state. It will take federal money. It'll take decades to make power lines even safe again. They fall down at even light winds anymore. It would have taken confiscating all their assets and then all their records. And they should have confiscated the assets and the Lear jets and stuff with the CEOs and put them in prison, but they didn't. Instead, the governor, Greg Davis at the time, I believe it was, signed legislation to protect them, limit their liability. So they didn't have to pay out as much as they needed to for everybody who took losses. So if my brother, say, lost, I'm going to make up a figure. I don't know what his property was worth. If he lost, let's just say he lost, $300,000 in his property value in his home. I don't know how much a plot of land is up there. I'm just making up a figure. This is kind of lowballing, I guess. $300,000 with his home and property. The victims, instead of getting their home rebuilt and PG&E becoming insolvent because, no insurance company would want to carry PG&E after this point, right? You caused billions of dollars to the state of California in damages. Nobody would insure them at that point, right? Well, PG&E's insurance didn't pay out for most people. Instead of reimbursing people like my brother and having his house rebuilt, he got stock options. The victims got stock options at PG&E when they went down to worthlessness. So then they got the bill allowed them to raise rates on the power victims, raise rates on the victims, their power rates, all of California, where they serve, raise the rates on people by astronomical percentages, and in order to pay out the victims' funds, instead of anything else. So the victims got worthless stock. It's below $25 a share and has been for years. Yeah, Jerry Brown. I'm sorry, not Gray Davis. It's Jerry Brown. My bad. So then Newsom, and this is why fire victims call him New Scum as a bitter word. I'm not calling him. Okay, I try to stay out of politics best I can. I don't like him. I'm just giving you. Don't shoot the messenger. California fire victims call him New Scum because he signed further legislation to help PG&E and started taking their money as campaign donations, and is continuously putting California in danger. Like grabbing $1 billion from the feds, thanks to, I think, a deal with Biden or at least something else. And instead of putting that into renewable energy or fixing the power lines, which should have happened, he decided to hand it to PG&E so they could keep a rickety, earthquake dangerous Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant open, which at any time could have a tsunami and a double meltdown of their reactors. It was identified as an extremely dangerous nuclear power plant prone, sitting on fault lines and ready to melt down from any even somewhat minor tsunami of the Pacific. So it was supposed to be shut down next year. Instead of $1 billion for renewables and fixing the power grid to prevent wildfires, he handed it to PG&E, $1 billion. And PG&E just posted some profits. And that's the latest this week. By cutting back their wildfire mitigation plan, which is absolutely horrendously corrupt. So it's people in California are terrified. Many people are just leaving because you can't even trust the power lines at the end of your street to not fall down in a minor windstorm and incinerate your family. The hundreds are dead, you know. They also have the world's worst track record of pretty much any utility company ever, apart from the third world, with blowing up San Bruno and incinerating neighborhoods with pipeline disaster. Plus, you got to see the movie Aaron Brockovich, where they were caught long ago, was at the 70s or 80s, dumping their toxic chemicals for, I don't know if they're transformers or some sort of electrical equipment, into a community, giving the whole community rare cancers. And Aaron Brockovich found it out. I think it was hexavalent chromium, if I remember right, and caught them and started a lawsuit, even though she wasn't an attorney, and won. But the company should have been liquidated, shut down, and turned into a public utility a long time ago. But as it is, not just the governor, not just the many people in the legislature take their money for campaign donations, and whenever PG&E is going to fail again, because after Paradise they caused the dog fire in which they killed people again, devastated Shasta County, and then the mosquito fire seems to be their handiwork too last year. It just goes on and on and on. They started the Dixie Fire and burned down Greenville, burned down Indian Falls, most of Belden, chunks of Chester, parts of Drake's Bad. They barely saved Mineral. They barely saved Butte Meadows, which is nearly on fire right now with the park fire at their doorstep. Okay, they burned down 52% of the the Plumas National Forest. It goes on and on and on what PG&E does. They don't learn from their mistakes. They don't care. There's no fiscal incentive for them to stop wildfires, because every time they start one, the legislature steps in and says, "Oh, that's okay. Just give worthless stock options to the victims. Go ahead and raise the rates on power on every person in Northern California, even though it's getting to the point where businesses are leaving because they can't afford to put even air conditioning in their businesses or, perform. It's getting to the point where elderly people are dying in mass because they can't turn the air conditioning on in triple-digit temperatures." And I'm waiting for evacuation update info here. Looks like the fire has Hoseley and Dozer line along it, but the fire's picked up in intensity, is burning towards Copper Cienega Truck Trail for incident command. No new acreage. I'm going to put on Riverside County, guys. They may have to evacuate this neighborhood really quickly. I want to know about it ASAP. It looks like watch duty people are on it, but this may be getting pretty bad. I'll play them simultaneously with Butte County. Let's see. Do I have Riverside? Let's see. So the whole point is Californians are terrified, and with all of the trees killed in the Dixie Fire, they could have quickly salvaged along them. It was very strong, extremely valuable old growth that died for the most part. And Newsom never said, hey, let's cut down these trees that are dangerous to the communities in the mountains. They'll start a new wildfire if they're not cut down. Let's cut them down, and with the lumber, let's rebuild all the homes. Let's rebuild Paradise. Let's rebuild Greenville and all these places that burned down and get people housed again. That'll help the housing crisis. That'll get people, that Paradise victims are still living in camps by the river bottoms. It would have revitalized the economy, given a lot of loggers and stuff a job in the mountains if they've been out of work for a long time. There would have been economic revitalization. We could have sold some of that lumber to pay for the devastation for the cleanup. Because this wood is only good for 1 to 2 to maybe 3 years, and then it rots, and then it's worthless and too dangerous to really log very well. Nothing like that happened. There's been no salvage logging. The dead trees just went to waste, completely wasted. And he wonders why California's in a giant deficit. It's just, under his leadership, California's been running to the ground. And instead of the day that the park fire broke out, we all expected him to announce, it's a disaster area. We're here to help. I'm calling in the feds. He said, go ahead, all over the state, please start bulldozing homeless camps, including where Paradise victims live. Oh, screw you is basically the idea that a lot of fire victims have, and that's their opinion towards this governor in the left. There's a lot of rage. They try to recall him twice, Newsom. And if you look at who voted, it was all the fire-affected counties. But it didn't really succeed because the guy who wanted to replace Newsom took PG&E's money too, so there wasn't that big of a turnout. It wouldn't have changed much, I don't think. It's just California needs new leadership immediately, legislative and governor. Or we're just going to see more of the same. PG&E is a powerful, huge, monopolistic company that wags the dog. PG&E gets what it wants with the legislation. They call up politicians and say what they want, what their demands are, and then they get what they want. And even law enforcement in places like Butte and Shasta County can't do anything. The company pleads guilty again and again to manslaughter charges when they kill people, but the executives don't go to jail, and the company can't go to jail. So the company is a felon on probation for a bit. And the judge called them the worst arsonists of California history, I believe, something like that, and said they should have never left probation. And he was scathing with their indifference to human suffering and destroying much of the state. But they are indifferent. There's up at the top leadership of PG&E is just, it's almost like it's psychopathic. Don't harass the regular workers. They're fine. They're not responsible for what a corporate headquarters and boards and stuff do, those decisions. So I tell people, please don't throw rotten eggs or something at PG&E trucks that drive by. Don't harass the workers. They're terrified too. They will get fired if they shut the power off on an emergency basis, even if they think the lines are surging. That's why the Dixie Fire started. It just goes on and on how bad this is. Let's see, we're looking at, let's see, the people who are local, this is not news, but for those who tune in, you have no idea how bad it is here. That's why so many people left. My brother left the state. He did not get reimbursed. He didn't rebuild his home. He didn't have the money. Even though PG&E should have bought him a new house and rebuilt his property. That didn't happen. So, like, he and many others were forced to sell their land really cheap as it was still contaminated, just in order to live somewhere else. The enormous expense of being in the hotels and even really cheap places after Paradise became extremely expensive. That's why I couldn't move back down to California to be down there with my family. the little savings that people had after losing their home to wildfire just completely diminished, and most people had to sell. A lot of what's being rebuilt of paradise are new people. I don't know the particulars though on just how many, you know. So let me set up behind the scenes we should be looking at, see, that's where the Burrell fire is. I want to look at Riverside County and see if they're going to evacuate real quick on the Nixon. Because there's just not much going on with the Butte County radio at the moment. It's still on though. So let's see, where's a good image that's tracking? Was it the north point? High Point North, yeah. Oh yeah, I was in the wrong spot. Any other cam? Really looking at it. Just High Point North. This one moved. Sky Oak. This is Yagwanga area. High Point North. Birch Hill. What's the other one we just had? This isn't the best view of that. I wish we had more cameras. Okay. Look back at chat. Sorry, I ignored chat for a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, driving to 20 billion in homeless funding and no accountability. Whoa, 20 billion in homeless funding? Did they squander that? I didn't know about that. Um, um, I don't know. I just tell people like it is. This is why he's not liked. Why a lot of people wanted to throw rotten eggs at him is he was going to visit the park fire. He visits these fires and he says he's doing such a great job for California on fires, and he's not. That's why the locals are like, "Boo! Get the hell out of our neighborhood." You know, you do nothing. You sit in your high castle in Sacramento or whatever. And I guess he just moved his family out of Sacramento after the Sacramento wildfires started. That was an interesting coincidence. And just doesn't help anyone. So under his leadership, because there's been no salvage logging of the Dixie and the Caldor, and you know the Russianberry Creek, the Bear Fire, the Claremont, California's set up for new disasters with new wildfires when those dead trees are going to burn sometime. Same thing with down there in Fresno area and Lake Isabella in Shasta County with the car fire. There's been no salvage logging, no attempt to get the dead trees on the ground. It's one giant, huge dead forest ready to make a holocaust of neighborhoods and the poor trees trying to grow back at the base. This will happen. It's inevitable now. And it's a ticking time bomb that we will have worse disasters and they'll cost $1 trillion too. The same spot where he had them before. He's not doing anything proactive to protect communities. He just sits there and he begs for the feds. And if people want to say, well, maybe it was the wildfires that helped bankrupt California partially, but you know what? He talked to Biden and he got 75% of the cost of the Dixie and the Caldor to be paid for by the feds. So Newsom doesn't even have an incentive to stop the wildfires because he doesn't care. He just gets extra money from the feds, and yet nothing really gets rebuilt. He just says, hey, PG&E, don't worry about you. I got your back. The feds will pick up the cleanup tab. The feds will rebuild stuff, sort of. And then you don't have to pay out the victims or you don't have to pay the state of California the cost of fighting the fire. It's unreal. So if people understood more about this, about how PG&E and he are bankrupting the whole damn country, this is untenable. We can't keep having $1 trillion disasters due to one freaking power company, for the most part. And really crappy response to other stuff, like all these trees that are going to die here at the park fire. They're just going to be left to rot. I bet you they won't allow the salvage logging either. it's just ridiculous. And then that means we can't have a forest again until the trees are down, because that's the only way the regrowing plants will survive if there's no other forest fire in the future. But it's just people don't get it. The news doesn't cover this crap, but you can verify everything that I've said. So, but he loves to go and just put his arm on the shoulder of some wildfire victim and say just crow about how much he's helping them. Meanwhile, he's just given the go ahead to bulldoze the encampments of the Paradise victims who are still homeless instead of giving them homes. That's why, thus the hostility. People are like, why do you have to get political? Because we have to explain what's happening there. I explain why people don't like him and what the factors are. If we want change, which is what I want, we have to change a lot. We have to change laws. We have to change it so that politicians can't protect monopolistic corporations anymore that kill people. We have to change the laws so that CEOs that kill people go to prison. So that companies that cause these wildfires pay for them and not you or me. And if they can't, they go bankrupt, they get broken up, and somebody else comes by who will do the one job. You only have one job: deliver power safely to Californians. That's it. If you can't do it, get out. Get out. Terminated. You're fired. Get out. Somebody else has to take over. I am not telling people how to vote. I'm telling you what's reality, though. And year after year, since nothing has changed with the laws, and people haven't voted in new people, we're not going to see change until that occurs. But this gives us all the power that we need to stop this, to save California, because we don't have a lot of forests left right now that haven't completely been obliterated. We got to do it really fast. There has to be a call to action. Citizens have to decide for themselves what they want to do. We got to do it fast. And the left and the right have to unite. Nobody wants to see this. Quit blaming each other. Shut up. Work together on this issue. That's why I don't allow left versus right blaming crap and nonsense about space lasers in the chat. That's a big distraction. That's what they want you to focus on. And it wouldn't surprise me if places like these power companies and Hawaii Electric are propagandizing people to believe in space lasers if they're behind some of that, so that they get away with murder and make record profit off of it. Okay. So I go for, let's see what the timestamp is. 17. Refresh this Nixon. Okay, is it looking milder? Daylight might help us understand a little bit about it. It's still moving. Okay, maybe they won't call for evacuations. It's that's not looking too bad, but is this all that we could see? Yeah. Yeah, there's all sorts of things. We need to stop, like what Butte County is a great example. Butte County allowed sprawl over where this fire started. You have to have a buffer zone. You can't just build up as a solid line of development from the valleys into the hills. That's just stupid. Then when the fires erupt either in the mountains or in the valley, they run straight up through the neighborhoods and erase them. And so I was actually absolutely shocked when the park fire started to look at the satellites and see that they had developed over by Chico Bidwell Park. That was supposed to be for wildlife only. It's supposed to be a park for wildlife. And they put neighborhoods there. Okay, I could have just told you those aren't going to stand for very long. A wildfire will take them out. That nearly happened when the park fire broke out. That used to be the protection zone between Chico itself and the fires of the hills. So that used to be where they could burn the grass there on purpose, like to protect Chico. And they should have pre-burned a lot of the grass around the whole area in big stripes on the landscape, try to catch grass fires before they got gigantic and started making pyrocumulus, which drops fire out of the sky. I'm less concerned about them possibly pulling an evacuation here. It's just this Terwilliger. The heat detections are getting really close. And if they're confident they can hold this road, then maybe it'll be okay. But that's pretty bright. It's mandatory evacuation west, warning on the east. If we had better views from different sides, I'd feel better about this. Because maybe the main fire is beyond a hill and we just can't see it. Just look at the cams. We are empowered, though, once we understand this and spread the word. Let's see, Mesa Grand. Okay, let's get a cross beam. 5 point north on the map. I hate it how it zooms out. Stop. 5 point north. Wait. Shoot, yeah, those cameras are way too far south. 5 point north. Now the other cam's not looking same direction. Okay. How far away? These are both now looking in the incorrect direction. Okay. So is this? Yeah, Iron Mountain. Okay, we are seeing it. Okay, I'm feeling better about it. That looked pretty nasty about half an hour ago. Let's look at the Burrell then. We'll just keep watching. Let me make sure that my phone has the ability to update me on new watch duty. It's been silent for a bit. I don't think we need to tune into Riverside County after all. Let's see. Thank you guys, everybody who has hit the like button and stuff. We've had 516 views. Good morning. I was hoping I didn't have to speak much and I could just rest my voice. It's been a brutal being ill. Yeah. You know what? They don't just have to light the landscape on fire to do controlled burns that would help protect people. You know what? With this grass, they could have just plowed it under. You know, it would have been a lot better than just letting it grow up to everybody's nipples. Which is the thickest grass California's seen in probably 15 years because of our excessively wet spring. They should have grazed it, plowed it under, cut it, something. Or at least gridded the landscape with new fire access roads ahead of time, just understanding the danger. This is Butte County. You should understand your danger. It does not take a rocket scientist. Butte County was under flack for not adopting the Ponderosa Way, which is the 800-mile-long fire break that used to protect California communities all the way from Shasta to Bakersfield. So it was neglected after FDR died, and in the 60s, they finally just kind of let it go. And so counties, it was their responsibility, or different national forests, to keep it spruced up. It was a 60-foot wide to 200-foot wide fire break, quick access road that they built in the 30s under FDR. And Butte County still has it. And so it was just heartbreaking that Doug Laurie, who's a Chico resident, had, right after Paradise especially, just said, Butte County, fix up that road, rebuild it. If you had fixed up the bridge, the people of Paradise would have had another way out. The traffic jam is what killed everyone. And a lot of people died in their cars. So, and then the elderly people died who didn't have cars because nobody could get through the traffic jam to get to them to pick them up. So there was a bridge that got neglected in Ponderosa Way. If you would read this article, it's absolutely astounding. Here's San Francisco Chronicle. Here's an old image of it during construction. Gigantic fire break project presented and approved by Roosevelt. And it existed, but now it's really narrow and bumpy and has bathtub-sized washouts. So this article is from 2020. This used to exist. Protects the valley from the mountain fires, protects the mountains from the valley fires. And so this is like psychic prediction. Just you guys have got to read this. I think I should make a little video about this. It was 200 feet wide where it needed to be and 60 feet wide everywhere else. This is part of the reason in the 20th century we didn't have as many bad fires around here. This existed. But after the 60s, different counties didn't want to adopt it because we'll have to pay for the maintenance. So after Paradise, 85 of your citizens dead, Butte County, they should have adopted it. Look at this. And they still didn't. Cohasset is a sitting duck. It's the next town to go. Residents in this dusty town have one way out, Cohasset Road. If the fire blocks it, the old Ponderosa Way would provide an alternative. However, that dirt road is nearly impassable with deep ruts. And along the logging roads that lead out to the paved Highway 32, there are gates blocked by the logging company Sierra Pacific. Well, Sierra Pacific stepped up to the plate. 100 cars of the residents of Cohasset and I believe some from Richardson Springs too, took refuge with like one fire company underneath the Cohasset radio towers. We saw some of their some of the cars there at one point. Sierra Pacific opened their gates and led them out, and then the National Guard had to helicopter everybody else out. It's politics, turf battles, environmental stuff, but no, it's public safety. It would improve public access and improve emergency response, meaning how quickly firefighters could get to create dozer lines and evacuate people and stop the fire. It would improve law enforcement, yes it would, so that cops could, follow thieves and meth heads and, illegal drug growers on their dirt bikes and actually catch them when they flee into the woods. This is psychic. You don't have to be a psychic, though. It's pretty obvious that this would happen. This dates from 2020. You have to read this article. And sure enough, they did evacuate people in Cohasset, but not everybody's car could make it there. So the National Guard had to fly people out. They could have just died. This could have been a mass death situation if Sierra Pacific hadn't gone there and personally led them out and opened up their gates. That's heroic to me. So all of this we can change with legislation. Butte County, for the love of God, are you ready now to adopt Ponderosa Way? It's now one of the main fire breaks in between Mineral and Butte Meadows. It's just, wow. Gene G says, I'm really wondering what is in Cohasset. They fortify it really well. Rich homes, no. Just a small mountain town community. Highway 32 is adjacent, and dozens of homes burned to the ground there. So east of the town, I've seen the images. I just refuse to show them. We don't know about whatever Butte County is going to get around to making their map with the damaged homes. I've offered to look at the pictures so people don't have to. If anybody wants to know if their homes burned down, what I did for the people during the Paradise thing was just when I technically started the stream, I just didn't have a webcam or a microphone at the time. People asked me, because I was just had the radio on, showed people in maps where fire was progressing with the satellites. I was chatting with people and such. People said, could you please, I can't bear to look at the map. Here's my cross streets. Some people tried to give me an address, but I was like, wait, okay. I only had about 9 to 16 people in the chat at once, but I went for, weeks with it until I finally drove down there as it was still burning to comfort my brother and such. They said, could you please look see if there's a heat detection over my neighborhood. So I would tell them yes or no, because they said I can't bear to look myself. And some people try to say, do you think my home's still there? I said, I can't tell you that, but it doesn't look like the flames have reached there yet, just from going off satellites. Let's see, about the fire footprint. I don't like the way that it's animated. It just blocks everything on the Burrell. So you just have to click it on and off to see if there's neighborhoods under it. Yeah, we're gonna look at the Burrell here too. That doesn't look too bad over that way. This is budfish. I don't want to see. Okay, we got a heat detection from 12 hours ago right up in the area. That may have been drifting smoke. It's unknown. Or it could have been down here. Yeah, here where the fire reached. I hope they saved it, because we lost another town here. We lost Havilah. Or Havilah. I don't know how to say it. This is all really sketchy down here. With the wind blowing straight there. I need to eat a breakfast though. Good morning all. Hey, good morning, Donnie B. You're in New Jersey. Ever since the campfire, my heart's hurt for everyone in California. Please know that we're thinking of you across the country, praying for your safety. Thank you. Really helps us to know that people care. Yeah. Am I single and cute? Thanks to Lano's sister. Yes, I am. But you know, thanks. Frank Williams says I have a buddy that lives in Whitmore near Shingletown. Yeah, as far as I know, they did a good job with the battle of. From what my mods were telling me last night, we're looking at the Burrell real quick, because then we shift our main focus back to the park. I'm still tickled by that. Thanks to Lana. Yeah. Frank Williams says my house made it okay, but my wife has emphysema, so we had to leave the area and California and move back to Phoenix, where she's since passed. I'm so sorry, Frank. She couldn't handle the smoke every year in Northern California. I know. And now there's even more and more info from health studies connecting wildfire smoke to dementia, extreme health problems, and neurological problems, because it seems to pass. The fine particles penetrate the lungs, enter the bloodstream, and these super pollutants seem to pass the blood-brain barrier because they enter the toxins enter the bloodstream through the lungs. I mean, we know that wildfire smoke can cause all sorts of heart problems. The heart is always hit by smoke. That's why smoking cigarettes and even vaping, I mean, there's a component of nicotine, but just especially the tar element of smoke absolutely slams the heart and causes a lot of heart attacks and early deaths from cardiovascular problems. We knew about that. We knew that, of course, smoke of any kind can cause lung cancer. But to know that the finer particulates, the finest stuff, which most air cleaners don't deal with, and only an N95 or better mask or respirator can truly block. To know that they can enter the lungs into the bloodstream, that means that there could be connections with brain tumors and such, and things like dementia, harming the brain cells directly with toxins. That's new. And all of my California relatives just have one by one developed a lot of respiratory ailments over the years. And it's one of the big hesitancies I have about moving down there. The valley has always been polluted and bad, just because it's a goal that, unlike the rest of the country, the winds don't blow it away. and out to sea and stuff. The winds may come in from the Delta every once in a while by San Francisco, but it's really not strong enough to push it on over the Sierras. So even though California has much stricter air quality standards and really does not pollute as much as the rest of the country, except for wildfire smoke, it stays polluted. It's what broke my heart. That's why we spent so much time as we could at our cabin by Lake Alvanor up in Plumas County. As soon as you drive out of the valley, you just don't notice how polluted the air is down there. You get used to the smell and the staleness. As soon as you would drive up a couple of hours drive and make it to a couple thousand feet up, around 3,500 feet to Lake Alvanor, as soon as we would open the windows, once we got up there to like Greenville, we would inhale like super fresh air. It was startlingly fresh. It was just a luxury. I've never smelled fresh air like that anywhere else in the world, because it was just above the pollution and all of those millions of trees just making that fresh air. It was a delight. And then eventually you kind of got used to it up there, and then we would drive down after a week or two or a month of spending our time at the cabin. And will never forget, stepping out of the car back down the valley. Oh, it stinks here. So what I would call for immediately, and I want to make contact with the Red Cross. I don't know if the Red Cross will listen. There has to be a law that the fire evacuation shelters cannot be downwind of the smoke where you get air unhealthy like China. You cannot put the fire victims, which are mostly, in these mountain communities, like retirees and people with health problems already and children, you cannot put them into the unbreathable air quality downwind. Just move it elsewhere. Put it upwind of the fire. It might cost extra to bus them around the long way back around to where the fire started and downwind. But that's just that's asking people to smoke 6 packs of cigarettes a day. That's what the equivalent is of wildfire smoke. If it's pretty bad, it's 3 packs of cigarettes a day. And if it's super bad, it's somewhere between 6 to 10 cigarette packs a day. And children and babies, it goes for everyone. People with emphysema, it goes for everyone. So I think there needs to be a law saying just don't freaking do that to people, because these people who are in the shelters are the ones who can't afford to go anywhere else, or they need special medical needs. They're the ones who don't have friends and family. They don't have the luxury of the expenses of going down and renting a week-long stay at a hotel or something. California's hotels, even if they are a beep hole, an utter crap hole, right? They are like over $150 a night. And that's because people live out of them because there's a housing crisis due to the wildfires. So you just multiply that by a week, plus the at least $10 to $20 hotel tax that California has. It's like $200 a night. So there should be a rule: do not host shelters downwind of wildfires. Make a timestamp when I said that, and I'll put that in my manifesto. I think it should be a book now. California Wildfires, Stupidity, and You. What should it be called? California Wildfires, Stupidity, and You, how you're affected by it. And maybe a secondary title, and how we can change it, parentheses, and how we can change it. Then we draft our legislation. We get a couple of senators on board, and we push. We lobby, we push, we protest. Just really simple. It'll be illegal to put the fire victims downwind, because during the Dixie Fire, They had unbreathable air quality 4 months for about 92 days. Can you imagine the health ramifications of smoking 3 to 6 to 12, some days 12 packs of cigarettes a day for 90 something days? Yeah. Yeah, Frank, sometimes the shelters are full. Sometimes. Donnie B says, wish I could support more, sending lots of love and strength. Thank you so much. You're so wonderful. Thank you. And just knowing that people care from elsewhere is really, really touching. It does help people who are hurting, Terry comes in all the time from Mike England and such, Um, and that helps us. People come in from Canada and all over the world. I look at some of my viewers who are pretty consistent, are in like Chile and other places. It really does help to just know people care. That's part of why we have a chat. I could just sit here and talk to the people myself, like a broadcaster, like media, but we want to have the support group element too. So, at least supportive group. And nobody here is a psychologist, and we're a true kind of support group, but we're a supportive group. And thank you from the bottom of my heart. Um, and everybody who has liked and shared the stream, thank you too. That's the free way to help. Yeah, in a big fire, most of the hotels and motels will fill up and that sort of thing. During the floods, my family used to host Branch 12 on command, Strike Team 52 Charlie. The radio is up. We used to host flood victims all the time in our foothills property. My dad hosted a lot of the Dixie Fire firefighters and search and rescue people. And some of them didn't know if their own homes had survived the Dixie. We're still listening to Butte County. It's just they haven't said anything on the radio for a very long time. So let's see. Yeah, Frank Williams, I'm sorry. I have the mind of a goldfish. I have to be reminded of what people say. What about the area by Shingletown? Are you there now or are you elsewhere? Are you in a different state now? Um, um,
9252 Charlie, branch 12 on command.
my headache is just unreal. The less white stuff I see on the screen, the
Branch
better.
12 over 52. Hey, can you please call my cell phone? Yeah, stand by. I get your number from 41 Charlie. I
Okay.
sent you a text message about 30 minutes ago as well.
Now that was the Nixon. This
Command Romeo 3231 on command.
is a replay of the Nixon. It's unavailable. Dang it. Oh, it's looking great right now, at least. The nature of the Nixon down there, it'll be over pretty quick. I mean, mop up will take a long time, but the crisis will be over pretty quick. If you can get in front of a fast-moving, tumbling tumbleweed fire and/or a grass fire, as soon as you cut off its head, so it runs up against a brick wall of some sort, it can't perpetually burn behind itself like a forest fire can, and it can't jump lines days later. So the part of the park fire that's about to end is the one in Tehema County to the west. It's time for me to get food. I just realized I haven't eaten. I woke up around 2 in the morning. I need to take Sudafed. 7:32. Better eat while I can. Thank you for your kind donations for those who say, here's money to eat as well, too. You're in Phoenix. Okay. Phoenix area. Okay. I'm sorry. If I don't write things, I don't remember anything.
I'm in Romeo 3-2. I'm in Romeo 3-1 on command 2.
I'm in Romeo as a drone.
Yeah, just a reminder for the 06 PG&E line section.
Okay. At 6 in the morning, PG&E will inspect our lines probably with helicopter.
0600 PG&E crude assets line inspection.
That may be with drones or helicopter. So the mapping plane, I believe, is what Romeo is. It's not a plane, excuse me. It's a drone. I don't know if it's a surveillance drone. Somebody suggested it could be helping with firing, dropping the ping pong balls up hillsides so firefighters don't have to dangerously hike up to them to start the firing. I don't see any real planes. We'll never see the Romeo drone. That either could be like Beale Air Force Base or something helping out like they did during the Paradise fires in Dixie, but it could just be local firefighters with their own drones. There's 3 things it can do. It can, of course, enhance the maps because the big high altitude airline mapping, usually that they only get budget or clearance or something for that once a night. And so the fires keep moving though. So they can help update the perimeter or tell crews where things are. But a drone can do something better. It can fly in between the trees. So if embers have lighted, say, new fires across any of these highways, like 32 or 36, if it's in the trees, it might just be sitting there low-key fighting. Only if it gets bigger will it put smoke that goes above the trees. Remember, the heat is what pushes smoke up, so it has to be significant heat, significant size. So these drones can fly in between the trees and check it out. And helicopter and plane can't do that. So we're really lucky. That's part of how drone technology is really helping fight fires. Magnesium. Yeah. I can't. Is magnesium an electrolyte? Yeah, let's do it. I have to order some food to be delivered today. I don't think I'll have the strength or whatever to go to the grocery store. I'd like to go check on my poor mom. She may have COVID. I'm quite concerned for she came down with similar symptoms, flu-like symptoms. She sounds a bit confused and out of it when I'm on the phone with her. And somebody that she was around tested positive, but we can't get her a test. She called the local drugstores and the like, and they're out of them. I would have gone to buy her one, drop it off. Or I don't know if we buy one online, if we can really trust them or if they're the latest strains, But her doctor is a couple of towns away. And I can't take her there without exposing myself. It's just complicated. She's getting better. But for our region, Portland, pretty much Oregon, all the way down to California, they monitor how many people might be sick with COVID by looking at wastewater in the sewage, and they can detect because it always leaves in our number twos. So they they detect if there's low amounts of the virus and stuff or high, and so they're testing high right now. So it's running around, which is odd for summertime. It's usually if people cough, sneeze, or touch objects, the summertime UV light will. Oh yeah, I do have an energy drink. I have one left. That'll help with the electrolytes. It's got B vitamins. Yeah, I've got bagels. So let's do bagels, cream cheese with salmon. Yeah, let's do that. So they can kind of tell when the community is, which areas are hot spots for the spread. But the flu goes pretty dormant for the most part during summertime, and many communicables do. And contagious. Because sunlight, especially UV rays, are just so damaging to every kind of life form, including us. Ultraviolet light is a toxin, basically, if you want to loosely use that word. It's damaging to paper, too. Have you ever left a... What? What? Of all the cheapness, this bagel company didn't cut the bagels? What? There. What do you guys like for breakfast? C-Pro made me an epic one yesterday in a lunch. Bacon. He made basically a homemade, though, egg McMuffin with an over easy egg with the yolk still runny, and so I bit into it, and it was like hot and runny. Oh man, that was great. It's perfect. With a couple bacon slices on top. I try to get the no nitrates. So he went to Trader Joe's and got me these bagels, and it's not like I'm ungrateful, but they didn't cut the things. Makes a horse like the horse not amused sound. Really? I'm not irritated. Well, okay, I am irritated, but I have an arm injury, so every time I have to cut bread like that, it hurts. It's a long story, long persistent thing. All right, let's get out some salmon. Oh yeah, Trader Joe's salmon lox is excellent, fresh and good. Yeah, I've got magnesium. I'm gonna go take some. That sounds like a great idea. I became pretty dehydrated from being ill, you know. And then when I epically sleep for 12 hours, it's a 12-hour fast, you know. I just woke up with a brutal headache and it's just not gone away. I have light-induced and sound-induced migraines, and is the radio making a sound? I would pay somebody. I would pay right now like $200 or $300 maybe for some AI program that would make that not sound like hell on all of our ears. That get rid of the crackle crap, you know. If AI can be trained to eliminate all frequencies outside of the human hearing, and that helps our ears kind of get situated somehow, it improves clarity. And then those that are right on the cusp of human hearing, where some people can hear these sounds and some can't, that helps clarity. So you can manually use an equalizer. I've already done that best I can. And then you should push the midtones up, push down the treble, because it's very, the treble makes it all very scratchy. All right, friends, I'm using the bathroom. Let me be right back. Okay, friends, I am refreshed. All right, let me finish making my breakfast, and then I have to order food for delivery. Then I want to check up on park info, check our cameras, and let's see, answer questions. So you can put your fire questions there in the chat. I ran out of Sudafed, and I could buy some again, but I'm a bit wary now of buying drugs off Amazon. Yeah, I thought I got a great deal on a tri-pack of, athlete's foot spray. And when I like to visit hot springs and the pool, the way you prevent athlete's foot is you get out of the pool, towel off, spray your feet. So I keep one in the bag, in the towel bag, and then you put your socks on.
HQB, Baumgartner, Range 25 training on command.
Well, long after this, I checked my emails. What went into an automatic Amazon folder? You know where they say your something has shipped. I was going to go delete a bunch of those, and there's this email that says, "Oh, your foot spray has been recalled. It's contaminated with benzene." Amazon sells recalled products and dangerous stuff, usually through the sellers, though. People don't realize there's Amazon sellers who are individuals, like kind of like an eBayer. So you have to look carefully when you go to check out. It says sold and shipped by. And it may be, Joe Bozo Company LLC, which means they're shipping it. Like somebody keeping their product in their living room and shipping it. Amazon Fulfillment means Joe Bozo LLC mailed in their product to an Amazon warehouse and it ships from an Amazon warehouse. Usually faster. So unless it says sold and shipped by Amazon, you're not truly buying from Amazon. It's almost like an eBay thing. So I had bought the foot spray from Joe Bozo, who was making money off of selling. I'm just making up this company name. It just goes, it's representative of the people who do this. There's a lot of people who are charlatans out there and evil. They buy or they get a hold of recalled products instead of disposing them, they sell it. So benzene is one of the biggest cancer-causing things known to man. And I didn't realize this for months later, and all Amazon did was put a little note as an email. That's it. So drugs especially. Oh God. Unless it's sold by and shipped by Amazon, I'm not doing it. Okay. The microwave is going. I'm gonna just eat this bagel. Huh. Okay. This energy drink was damaged. That's that's interesting. It's like a little volcano. It's dented out at the top. Just gonna explode. Just gonna explode when okay. I'm gonna put it over the sink. Don't explode. Don't explode. Oh. Alright, that didn't really poke a hole. Bear with me. Okay. Put some cheese on the bagel. Trader Joe's whipped cream. Or whipped cream cheese. Whipped cream. That'd be a great prank. Put whipped cream on somebody's bagel. Or sour cream on it instead of that, and put the salmon locks over the top. Something wrong there? Excuse me, sorry about kitchen noises. I forget there's a microphone on my head, and it's not supposed to allow background noises in, but it really does. It does. Okay. And I'll go get my magnesium supplement, see what we can do about this headache. I'm sure eating will help. Just eating. Yeah, it's got quite a good tangy aspect to it. Trader Joe's whipped cream cheese. Yeah, it's funny. Influencers. Now it's their names. Hang on, let's listen.
Excellent. Thank you.
I wish we could hear that. All I hear is the guy in the radio saying, "Well, thank you for the report." Just staticky radio crap here. Influencers, that's what they're called, are people who try products for a living and just give their feedback to the masses and try to say what's good. And then there's anti-influencers, since of course so many since so many people did that and they've been noticed, by product advertisers. There's a lot of corruption in there for people, and we call it pressure for people to lie, because then the product company pays them to. Sorry, I muted to wash my hands. I figured you didn't want to hear that. So there's an anti-influencer movement, which is where you try a product and it really sucks, and you go online and just say that. Like, don't be fooled. This is not what it appears. In the off season, I wanted to keep my channel alive somehow and thought about doing stuff like that. Because more and more I'm understanding I can't just stop doing fire stream in the quote off season. Ventura County had wildfires until December 15th. So here I was thinking, oh, by October or November, there'll be just occasional fires. Thank God, if Diablos and Santa Anas don't start any. That'll be an off season. Deep winter could be an off season, and spring I can do this stuff. Maybe, I used to think I could get a different job, a seasonal job, working during the holiday season, right? But wait, the who? What? Jim, don't be like that. Nothing like a New York bagel here. They just discovered that magnesium helps with migraine. Really? Is there any kind of electrolytes? Well, no, COVID's not over. No, people shouldn't think. What people do, unfortunately, is they think that the flu is minor. It's not minor. This is the Nixon fire down there, guys. It's the #1 killer of all elderly people, pretty much all over the world. And it's misleading what official statistics might say. They might list cause of death as pneumonia on some death certificate, but it really is just the flu. Because when you get a respiratory illness, that's a virus, then in order to fight it, that's what the immune system focuses on. That leaves a back door for all the bacteria that we're always inhaling every moment of our lives, and especially bacteria. But sometimes even rare things like a fungus or something to go wild. Our immune system is always fighting off what we inhale. What's this in the foreground? Is that an old wagon? Like an old pioneer wagon? Down here, this is the Nixon fire. Or like a grave? An old fence line, or looks odd. Is it stones stacked up on a grave? Huh, weird. Okay, anyway, every moment of our lives, our lungs are already keeping us healthy by fighting off the constant bacteria and spores we inhale. And so what happens when you get, write the screenshot, Nixon fire grave mystery. We did see a grave in front of one of the fires in Kern County, or nearby cameras. Yeah, Yosef, don't engage the trollery like that. Hey, and hi, Yosef. By the way. Don't be gross like that. I'm just warning you. It's not the place to toy with the emotions of the evacuated and the mourning. You know, people are mourning a loss of. We lost dozens and dozens of homes. It's like 150 at least. Structures and homes have been lost. So, can I convince you I'm not part of a cabal? You mean hopefully I'm not one of these? I'm not liking what you're saying. Do you not understand that my friend died in wildfire and my brother nearly died in paradise? Like, if someone wants to make accusations or insinuations that I'm some sort of well, anything other than what I am, I'm not going to be happy about that. I get people coming in here shouting all the time that I'm killing people. I'm helping kill people because I'm hiding the truth about the space lasers, the lizard people, reptilians are in charge. I'm hiding the truth about the truth, whatever the hell that's supposed to be. And it's not really power companies. It's HARP. It's whatever. Governments control the weather. Don't you know that? Don't you know the Earth is flat? Don't you? You're a freaking liar. And you shill for them. You're part of the psyops. I think you're a lizard. Beep you, you beeping beep. I get harassment like that from people all the time. I'm not here to take it. This is my living room. People will act like a guest in my living room, or they'll get the hell out of it. Anyone, I will accept suggestions of what people want to hear about or what I can do differently. Polite ones. I will accept emails and stuff where people say, hey, one of your mods has done something bad. I'll try to investigate. I'll try to take appropriate action. Not all my mods are perfect, and some of them are not here very often. I'm trying to figure out something that happened while I was asleep last night. And so if people say, hey, that happened, email me, you know. I do not accept any of my mods being harassed. I don't accept harassment. I don't accept people to come in here and harass my PTSD traumatized viewers here. It's too bad I don't know how to use a telephone. What the hell are you on, man, about? Okay. I invited you to, and your telephone didn't work. I invited you on my show. You said you wanted 10 minutes. I troubleshooted a squirrel, your communication problem with you. And Butte County is got static. I was about to go to sleep that day, squirrel, and you said you wanted a 10-minute call. I said Discord is the thing that sounds better to people, way better than me holding up a speakerphone, because that can really distort. It can really be messed up. So I wanted to just talk with you for 10 minutes and then pass out. So I gave you that 10 minutes, even though I just wanted to immediately sleep. More than that, troubleshooted your communication issues for more than half an hour. And then you gave me links and showed me some videos to play. So I then looked at them for like 20 minutes. So that gave me, I lost an hour of sleep or rest I could have gotten. But what do you want? I don't harass you and say, can't you just learn how to use a microphone? The only reason John Bruno is on speakerphone is he doesn't use Discord. He's usually speaking to us from the field. He stops his vacations to update us every day and answer any question I have about wildfire. You know, that's pretty extraordinary that he does that. And so, but in order to use Discord or Skype or something like that, I'd have to walk him through all the installation of it. Yeah, Donnie, I know. And I said I'd give you a whole hour of like an interview about it. I thought you had a product to sell. I thought biochar was a product. You kept telling me, A Squirrel, last year that you would sponsor me, that you had a product to sell, and the sponsorship is a paid. It's usually people pay the streamer to talk about the product. That's what sponsorship is. Like throughout, from time to time during not very exciting moments, you know, if that would be a good thing if I could get sponsors, it would help the stream survive. Um, from time to time, I would love to say, hey, this hour of ad-free experience is brought to you by this company that makes fire shelters. Please consider buying a fire shelter today. But I have to vet the company first. I have to see what they're about before I accept that. And some companies that are just great, I just endorse them without them telling me, without them even knowing who I am. Like, I just want fire affected people to not lose as much as possible. So I endorse Backblaze because they're the online backup that I even use myself. And if people can't, if they evacuate too fast to grab their computer, at least their, you know, pictures from their lifetime and their work, their data is not lost, you know. So like I endorse Backblaze. I got an affiliate link with them where I get a free month and somebody else gets a free month if somebody signs up. But they have no idea who I am. If somebody wants to interrupt my broadcast like a couple of times per day to say this ad-free experience is brought to you by a company, that's what sponsorship is. So you kept telling me you wanted to sponsor me, or you need somebody to sponsor me. So I thought biochar was like a product that you sold that was like a fire retardant made out of charcoal and something else. So I'm really confused about what the hell's going on. Be right back. where's my magnesium? Okay, I found it. I found it. Okay. I really don't have time for the drama. If it starts erupting, people know the rules by now. Ask if you don't. But every day that I've been away for a bit, my mods have a report for me. They monitor even if they don't look like, even if it doesn't look like they're here. They take the screenshots of the people being disruptive. I get the report, and I get to decide who can stay, who has the privilege of speaking here, and who gets that revoked. If you think I'm here to be harassed or tolerate that for one damn second, you've got another thing coming. You will stop that immediately. Even if you think that is teasing, I don't like what the hell you're doing. When there are 30,000 people in the chat, like there was during Caldor when it approached South Lake Tahoe, you have no idea how difficult it becomes for a small team of moderators to deal with people. So if people just don't cooperate, we just ban and don't look back. There's no time. If I have an hour each day to look at the troublemakers and what they're doing, and I see they were just acting like horses' asses, it's just a ban. That's it. I have a ban list. It's over 600 people. And so this is a place, this is a sanctuary. This is where people who have experienced wildfire can come to get away from bull crap. We don't show homes burning down here. We don't show devastation, and they're not going to come here and find people discussing conspiracy theories and bullcrap. If they wanted to hear about the bullcrap, they'd be on the bullcrap streams. There's plenty of it. They're here because we don't participate in bullcrap. We got no time. It's just the facts. This is the facts-only resources on the fires. If you have a whole bunch of theories about sinister motivations by entities, governments, individuals, but you can't really back that up with true, hard facts, then I don't want you expressing them here. Because that stresses out people who are already out of their minds with stress. If you can't have that courtesy, then you don't belong here. I don't care what your motivation is. The people here come in here and scream that unless people know about the space lasers, they're going to be victims. Okay, make your own channel and tell the world about your space lasers and your concerns, or your mobile direct energy weapons, whatever the hell it is that you suspect is happening and believe in. But most of that is bull crap. We ain't got no time for bull crap. And it's mostly perpetuated by the people who want to scare, who are so low down, dirty, yellow-bellied, scum-sucking turds of people. It's called yellow journalism, scaring people. Scaring people with lies to get clicks, to get their channel popular. Was this car hit by a laser? And did it start something? Sometimes they know exactly what happened to it, and it was...
44 confirming CHP Public Works at scene or requested.
Sometimes they know exactly what happened.
CHP is requesting Public Works.
Engine 44.
They're mostly scam artists. They know exactly what why the car lit on fire, but they'll take pictures of it that look weird or set it up or stage it and then put it out there on the social media to get the clicks, to get the likes, so that their advertisements make them more money, because that's the way it works. The more popular your channel is, the more your advertisements make you more money. It's another reason I want to be ad-free, so people stop harassing me and
Division Bravo Tango. Fire communication.
think I'm trying to make profit.
Bravo Tango, you're scratching our Regal. Can you place a call?
All right, we're focusing on the park. All right, we're focusing on the park fire now. My confusion could be fixed if I just put you on a speakerphone, as I've done with others. I've only done that with actually one person. And I explain why. He doesn't have Discord or very good Wi-Fi. So why are you like cussing at me? I just explained the truth about what I thought you were doing. When I was talking about getting sponsorships, Ace Girl, you said you had an idea for me. And there was a product called biotar. I'm not a gardener. I don't own land. I don't know what, not any significant amount. I don't know how to fertilize jack. I know that Phosjack, that product, is advertised as not only how people can spray down their own property and their own crops with,
Night ops. Fire communication.
which is a great product, I think. I have to investigate it. Spray down their own gardens, and for a day or two, it's good flame retardant, but it's a fertilizer too when it washes off. So that's called Phosjack biochar. Sounds like a charcoal-based version of it. And what our discussions were last year when we first started beginning to speak about it is I was saying, man, I would like to have some sponsorships for fire-related products. And you said, do you have a moment to talk about biochar? So thus the confusion. So I just explained what the confusion was.
Night ops. Fire communications. Can you place a call to our command center?
Yeah, I feel like I am being messed with. I don't know. I once I found out it wasn't that, a scroll, I gave you the courtesy of your 10, 20 minutes. In fact, it was most of an hour anyway. And we investigated what biochar was. So I enthusiastically said, this is neat. And I linked all of your videos to other people in the chat out of a courtesy to you. So you're like yelling at me saying we ain't sound shite. And now you're accusing me of being like a charlatan or like I'm some sort of, I don't know what you're doing, but I don't like it. Stops right now. Yes, I found the magnesium. I just went out and found my magnesium. So people don't come here and listen to an argument. You're not going to hijack nothing. Do I have an interest in moving fire load from property? Yeah, that's related. So if you have good ideas for people about how they can do that, that's why I showed your related content. Sounded great. But you had a 30-minute long video, so I was trying to get to the part where you quickly explain what it actually is to the public. It starts out with backyard burning, and then a lot of reasoning why this or that or tree could come down and should on the property. So I didn't have time for a 30-minute video. I mean, that's a different thing. Like, firstly, it's good to explain in a video, like what the aim is, and then your instructions, like how to do something. So I tried to ask you about timestamps so that the people watching, and I was also confused too, like what's the purpose? How is it different than normal backyard burning? I tried to figure out if there could be a quick summary or a way that I could navigate your video real quick, because I wanted to go to sleep in like 10 minutes, and we'd already spent 45 minutes on it. So I don't like this treatment now and the way you're talking to me after I gave you courtesies. Even though I figured out that it wasn't a sponsorship. It's related, so I just wanted to promote you and your channel and video. So I don't know why you're demanding a phone call interview. The only one that I've ever really done before is with Captain John Bruno, who's a retired fire captain out of Shasta County, because he taught me much of what I know about fire behavior. And if we ever have a question, we have a real fire captain with all of his decades of experience and fires all over the United States, all over California and parts of the other parts of the United States too. And in chat, people can ask him, what does he think about this, that, and the other situation? We can't make your Discord tech work. Okay? I don't know why not. When I said, do you have Discord, you said you did, so I thought you already knew how to use it. I can troubleshoot people with that, because that's what I used to do, is fix computers for a living. Okay, I'm taking my magnesium. But there's alternatives if I want to host somebody. StreamYards, Zoom. Zoom works decently. I don't know if Microsoft Teams or something like that works. I'm going to start downloading the battle maps. It is the 30th. So I'm going to make a new folder off camera here, which is Park Fire Battle Maps on the 30th. I've got a way to see what the fire perimeter was at around midnight whenever the mapping planes occurred. Yeah, Joe, I got decent res. I just this is becoming about you, not the fires. You know, this is not. I don't know why you're cranky. We're all under stress. I do feel yeah, Tina Joe, I do feel like I'm just being messed with. Hey, go Kelly, go Kelly, go. If you, this is a way to get my attention. If you guys are, we started the Nixon first as our investigation, because I thought that they might be ready to pull the trigger on a new evacuation a couple hours ago. So we monitored that first. I'm happy to revisit it whenever we need to. So here, but by the way, if you are on desktop in like a web browser, this is a way to get my attention. Do @ and then type KATH, and then a little pop-up of my name will show up on desktop. Click that, then type your question. That'll be a big, bold, orange highlight for me. And that will definitely get my attention. Hey, RJ, good morning. And other mods, if you can help me when I miss questions on accident, just, you know, tell me that I missed one. Yeah, that's really good. I'm so sorry that just as this broke out yesterday, I just been in a rainstorm, and I've been covering fires for 25 hours, and I just collapsed. And I curled up like I was too weak to even take the hot shower I needed to during the rainstorm. And I have to take Sudafed. I still have a massive sinus infection, and just, I'm exhausted. I've been covering fires for 20-hour days, like missing 2 days of sleep and then sleeping either 4 to 10 hours, and then doing 22-hour days and missing sleep, and it's just repeating like that. It's just brutal. Excuse me, friends. So I was hoping to leave the park fire in the hands of my mods. I just set it up, and this broke out. And I know I should have been there. There was no way I could even stand upright. So I've just been in bed for 12 hours yesterday, from 3 to 2:30 in the morning when I woke. So we've been live now for almost 3 hours. My breakfast is in front of me, uneaten here. All right. Okay, Kate Garcia, there was an issue there. I haven't quite read all the full report that my mods have given me. I've got screenshots. Look, if this is the main rule, you don't make other people in chat uncomfortable. If you do, you start fights and you make other people uncomfortable, and for any reason, you're out of here. That's it. I don't know what a barrel means. I'm not sure what that response means. Hey, good morning, sister. Nobody comes here to watch an argument. Somebody's asking about the Nixon. So we had our last update 2 hours ago, and I said that what they might be about to do, shut down the harassment and the arguments right now. This is your last warning, all of you involved. And then when I get a second after my breakfast, I'm going to look at the reports of people's behaviors yesterday. I have not only the mods you can see, I have the mods you can't see. You screenshot what people say. And then I act accordingly. There's no time for crap here. Especially not the people who live elsewhere and are coming here like a voyeur to just kind of look at the fires. Those people have the least right to talk here. I will tolerate the occasional outburst if somebody apologizes immediately, who is an actual fire evacuee who is affected. That is about all anybody gets done. This speaking here is a privilege. You will be pleasant, you will be helpful, or you will be quiet. Do not engage people. So come to me, tell me who's the problem, email me if necessary. And I'm about to clean house. Mods and viewers, okay? I will not look back. Once there's a ban in place, I don't look back. Best thing you can do if you're ever going to come back here, make a new account and never let me know that you're the person I banned, because you have been reborn and you are now just helpful and cheerful or quiet. I understand the burn us out viewpoint. I think I've seen a few examples in a few counties by a couple of bad agencies. But I'm not here to scare the people where that's not occurring. Okay? This is private conversation. Understand what's private. If you're using my channel to broadcast your own message, that is not what I allow. It has to be something soothing, comforting, or or give hope to people. Like biochar is hope to people. Like people can help fireproof and fertilize their property.
Alright, 44, we're at scene. Roadway's been cleared by locals. No hazard, we're available.
Yeah. You want to use this place, A-Scroll, as a communication tool to exchange info.
Return to quarters, 0630.
Engine 44, Bell, sponsor you.
Okay, we're still listening to Butte County. All right, I'm going to talk for a second. I've given my warnings. Everybody, my channel is not for people to come in here and advertise their personal agenda or their personal mission. If you're not soothing, comforting, or exchanging good information about the wildfires so that people here who are evacuated, that's my audience, the people who are evacuated, those people who are about to be evacuated, that's who we serve. If you're not doing something comforting to them, if you're adding fear, that's not going to happen. Okay, I've seen BLM representatives and others in a specific couple of cases, in a specific couple of counties. It appears that they wanted to, quote, burn people out. I've seen some actual recorded cell phone video, like in parts of rural Oregon, where a family wanted to not sell their land because they wanted to make a wildlife refuge or something, and the family who had been there for generations didn't want to sell out. and that became a personal feud between the family of the BLM guy or whoever was in charge in that specific family, and they went into a family feud. It was like Hatfield McCoy, and so that occurred. And I didn't know what to believe until I saw some cell phone video where somebody who dressed up like an official lit their property on fire and burned down a trailer. That was something real. But I can't interview that person anymore because I lost contact with them. They also weren't doing the right thing, which was tell, the feds about it or somebody else who could investigate the bad behavior of that specific individual who was a government employee. Instead of doing the right thing and reporting that to other law enforcement, they engaged in a personal family feud. And if they don't want the law to be involved, then they're making their own situation worse. So it just can't be done. So that was one instance, and so I'm not going to let people think that all of the BLM has an agenda to burn people out. That is not real. That was two different families with a long-standing history of extrajudicial revenge cycle. If they want to participate in it, they made their own bed and they got to sleep in it. No, I have never seen any other real incidences. I know some other people feel targeted. They worry that agents like BLM or Forest Service or firefighters who are lighting backfires are trying to burn them out, and mostly no, it's not the case. So you see why if somebody talks about that.
For Task Force 3050.
Task Force 30.
Bethesda. My cars are down in Ponderosa. We're up at Vista Point. My guys are down in Ponderosa. Affirmative.
Can't hear the.
Thank you.
Oh man. So we know where they are. It's Task Force 30. They're at Vista Point. Has crews down in Ponderosa, but the other party gave an update about things and we couldn't hear it because they're just out of radio reach. We can only hear the people closest to the radio, which appears to be near Chico. Anybody further than that is a big staticky mess, but the people they're talking to will just say, okay, I understand. This has been going on all night. It's been going on all night. Driving Sue emailed me her egg bite recipe. That's awesome. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about fires here. People, you need to understand there's a time and a place for chit chat. There's a time and a place to zip it. And remember who my audience is. If you make them uncomfortable for any reason, which you guys have already been doing, you will quit it. I have a bunch of screenshots for yesterday's behavior I'm about to review, and I'm about to take banning and or timeout actions. Okay. Yeah, A-Scroll, I can't reveal your telephone number to the world, but if you really change your attitude, that'll be the only reason I want to talk to you. I do not deserve the crap you just gave me today, and that drama that just got stirred up. Exclamation marks are yelling at me. Saying you're not selling shite is yelling at me. It's cursing. We don't allow cursing in till after 10 p.m. at least. I would suggest you take a walk and cool off. And then I'll think about giving you a microphone, but it's something that is quite a privilege here. I don't do that often. And no more talking about the various theories of why fires may be happening. We had to ban somebody who was quite good here, who was evacuated from a fire. I will talk about the Nixon in just a second, guys. It's looking okay for the moment. Just got a new fire notification. Level 1s were lowered for the Granite Fire in the Kirby Mayview area in Whitman County. I don't even know where that is. Like in the middle of the night, we can have random conversations. Let's see. Is this Washington? Garfield County? Yeah, they're not having a great time up there. Washington State, on the border with Idaho, southeast Washington. The Dan/Lower Granite Fire. So, at this time, after evaluating the situation in Garfield County, we are lifting the level 1 evacuation put in place for Wawawai Road and Rimrock Road. Okay. Oh boy, yeah, I would love to try egg bites. Yep, I got that. I just got the notification for the email. Cool. Thank you. So, let's see here. Let's see. Others. All right, so what happened with the Nixon here is it was quite vigorous and active a couple hours ago. We're still listening to Butte County. There's not much to see on the cams. We'll return to them. This thing here, which is Terwilliger Road, I thought they were about to call for a level 3 evacuation of the east side because the fire is here, over here, and it went over Beauty Mountain, and the wind was looking like it would push it to the southeastern portions of the neighborhoods in Table Mountain T6 evacuation zone. So I thought that right here.
Tehema, uniform, Park communications.
I have a bagel in front of me, RJ. Yes, please. So somebody's asking about this. I'm so sorry I wasn't able to cover it. As it broke out, I was soaking wet. I was caught in a rainstorm, sick, and I'd been live for 23 hours. Constantly speaking, and my throat just gave out. It was like I swallowed a rock with blades on it. And I had to quit.
Branch 15, Park communications.
I would like Branch 15 and all these communications to give us updates in the morning about fire, but park fire. But just as I thought, as it was heating up, and the Nixon might cross over here to affect these 2 evacuation zones for sure. On the cameras, it died way down here in the Nixon. So I do not believe it actually crossed this big road here, but it is well established on Iron Spring Mountain. The Nixon is. If it crosses, I'm sure that's their trigger to further the evacuations. We got to keep watching the situation. But right now, that seems to be holding. Or what? It's a nickname for a go bag, I think. Your bug out bag, yeah. There's a bunch of names. Everybody who lives in fire country, well, everybody in general, if there's a disaster that could happen, you should have a backpack ready to go close to your front door or close to your vehicle, like in a garage or something. You just grab it and go. It's that's the 5-minute bag. If you need to evacuate a place in 5 minutes, you don't have time to gather jack. Okay, you have the time to gather nothing. That you have just enough time to shut down electronics, like pull the plug on things in case of power surges. You have just enough time to like put storm shutters up, maybe, lock your back door or something, grab your keys, yell at your kids and your friends, grab your pets, put them in the car. 5 minutes is actually a very difficult evacuation time. Most people can't leave the house in 5 minutes if they're late to work or something. It means you're grabbing your keys or putting on your shoes. You run quickly to the doors and windows to make sure they're shut. And turning off your lawn sprinklers or something, whatever's vital. Grabbing your propane tank off your front porch and putting it at the edge of the street. Starting your car, shutting your garage door, and leaving. Like, there's no time to gather anything. So if you only had 5 minutes to leave, then you just need to grab a backpack and you put it in the back of your vehicle and along with the kids, pets, family, and you're out. And you're out. That's it. So in that scenario, what do you need? You need medications. You need your papers, like things like passport or whatever you need to prove your identity. Copy of your latest power bill would be good in case you have to prove you live somewhere, and or get new copies made of identification papers. Or God forbid, proof that you live somewhere, so you could be quickly fast-tracked with disaster relief and aid. You need to have like communication stuff in there. You need your chargers, an old cell phone maybe, spare cash, some money, gift cards and stuff that you load that don't expire are great. Chargers, a sleeping attire, different layers in case you get cold. And even though it's summertime, it can be cold in some places, or you could be in an air-conditioned place. You need layers, pair of pants, change of underwear. Your very, very basics. Little tools, multi-tool. You may be given the things that you can't open because you don't have a pair of scissors. Random stuff like that is difficult. We're gonna watch the Nixon. This was really awful, guys, but it's looking better in the cams. Was it North Point something point? You do the old 12 hours. It was just awful. I think they may have lost some structures. It was a horrific wildfire that just ran through neighborhoods. We'll have to see if they give press conferences or something about this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, RJ is okay. Let's. I know RJ. I would like to have a personal conversation with you too. Yeah. The morning briefing is at 7:00. Thank you so much, Star Child, for the reminder about that. John Sater, welcome back. So you just woke up to clear skies in Trinity County. Recalling the days of being smoked in was solid, most definitely phrased of mine. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you for the pat on the head. Like, people don't understand. I'm absolutely exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. People don't understand how many weeks I've been covering crazy lightning storms in Oregon and staying awake for 2 days, getting 4 hours of sleep, staying awake for 2 more days, constantly live with constant new fires, arson, and lightning. 4,000 lightning strikes hit Oregon, and I think the count is probably more like 8,000 now. The Cascades lit up with multiple fires all over the place. The Cascades are burning. There's like 200 new fires in there. They're calling them complexes now. And then there were most of the population centers of Eastern Oregon were on a notice, if not actually evacuated. That is something I've never seen in my life before. I don't think many people have seen that occur before. And some of it was arson. A lot of it was lightning, but some of it was arson. As soon as the first roll of lightning made Oregon a disaster area, and I started inhaling the smoke.
Tehema, November. Task Force 3050.
Just as I started inhaling the smoke and weakening from exhaustion and getting that sinus infection thing, I've been absolutely exhausted. So I have a very little tolerance for anybody who's not just one of my super sweet supporters.
Division Tehema November, Task Force 3015, the blind information, 3015 units are off the hill, backing around to U-Zone.
Okay, what we'll hear a lot from the radio is the night shift leaving and the day shift replacing. That's what I imagine will be mostly in the park radio right now. Thank you. Yeah, Keith, we just had a torrential downpour yesterday that I got caught in. I got caught in it, just taking a nice fresh air, walk home from Sea Probes, where he made me a brunch and a breakfast after 22 hours of being live. And it said light rain starting in 15 to 20 minutes. So I thought that's not a big deal. I had a coat with a hood. Oh no, the skies opened up and torrented on me just while I was out in the open. So I got back just in time, wanting to take a hot shower, but being too weak to do so. Just in time to see this rampaging Nixon fire begin in Riverside County. I wanted to put the radio on because that would. Al said it was some of the most insane and riveting radio he's ever heard. The most desperate stuff from the first responders trying to get people out in time. It tore through neighborhoods. They must have had devastation. But I wanted to put that radio on, but I knew I would not be able to get out of bed for like 12 hours. The Alexander Mountain Fire, the one somebody from the Caldor came in, who had moved to Colorado, was in a crisis while I was at breakfast. I still helped them. Of course, we still helped them. They said, smoke's coming our way in Colorado. What do we do? So we helped them get a watch duty installed and the phone number for their Office of Emergency Services, and that fire's huge. Last official acreage of the Alexander Mountain Fire by Loveland, Colorado was 992 acres with no major runs. There will be briefings for that. But what's going on with the park? Are we going to get a briefing? Or which one has a morning briefing? The park, the Burrell, or the Nixon? Do they all? It's been really troubled when we were watching Action News Now. Yeah, just about when I woke up, the last information on the park was that it was chugging along the Mill Creek drainage, which is over there by Butte Meadows. So chugging is great, just that's nice and slow movement. They spoke a bit on the radio a bit ago about restarting firings, but they're unsure if they still could do it. So I hope it looks much better. I hope this is comforting down Riverside County. That yeah, Peggy, what zone are you in? I'm sorry. Help me find out if I'm missing real questions here. Yeah. I'm not worried about Yusuf's ethnicity. Nobody else should be either. I don't want us to go there. Okay? Everybody needs to feel welcome here. Everybody. We're human beings. I know you might be being helpful to say it's best at somebody with a
Bravo Kilo, this is 7 Alpha.
with a certain kind of name should not like to protect them so that they don't get unwarranted flack on them. I hope that's the way it was meant, but we're not going to go there. Okay. We will serve everyone. Everybody needs to know about fire information, no matter where they're located in the world, because the world is affected. And we will be inclusive and comforting to all until.
Communication. Tehema, uniform on command.
Yeah, that's okay, Angela. I just wanted to clarify. I don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable. The main chat rule is don't make anybody feel uncomfortable. That's the overarching chat rule. And the rest are just a couple of, bullet points to it. Yeah, and then thank you for apologizing too. And I am going to look at the screenshots, and I do take all complaints and behavior seriously. Sometimes people just, act out and just need a temporary timeout for a day or something. I believe in redemption. If somebody realizes they've screwed up and they're like, "Whoops, I screwed up," then we move on. But repeated disruptive behavior we just don't look in the rearview mirror when we have to ban. So I just need to be abundantly clear. We have a lot more viewers than we usually do. So it's a lot more important that anybody getting out of line, it may sound really harsh, but we just poof, okay? I want people to have a good understanding about what has to happen here. So, but RJ says here in Evac County next door in Nevada, we have a small town of Dobbins. It's burned to the ground 4 times in 15 years. What? It did? The last 15 years? Or do you mean the periphery? Not Dobbins. Oh, geez. And I just want to kind of point out that in the middle of the night, we go to variety topics, especially if it's fire related and gives people hope about how to strengthen their own properties. Then that's okay. But now it's 7 in the morning. It's time for fire only. Until there's a lull. And I don't expect there to be a lull. It's going to be a hard day today. Tammy has 2 children working near the fire. Pray for me and them, of course. Of course. Yeah, it's in the Mill Creek drainage. Well, I'm about to download some battle maps, but isn't there supposed to be a morning update? Is it going to be through Action News Now? Oops. Are they the ones still covering it, or are they going to put it on YouTube? Butte County put a press conference just as I was curled up in bed, so I put the link in the chat. Butte County had a press conference at the same time the rampaging Nixon fire was going. So I just gave people the link. There's been some confusion. It's okay to link to videos that say not for rebroadcast. That's okay. That means people can watch it. It means I can't rebroadcast it without somebody trying to sue me. It means please don't even use the excuse of fair use. It means we are really trying to protect our amazing footage and sell it to the media. Therefore, we don't want it spreading. It's, of course, okay for people to go look at it. But for me to try to rebroadcast it, I would be picking a legal battle with them. So I want to totally point that out. Some of the mods are confused about that. So when I realize I've screwed up, I'll pick up the phone and have you on. When I realize that I've screwed up. I keep slapping the hand. It keeps going in the cookie jar. I didn't screw up. I was quite courteous of you to every step of the way. When you realize you have a right to talk to me like that, tell me about how you realized that. Like I said, I just tried to give the warning again. We don't look back in the rearview mirror. I don't know what people think my channel is. Is there to serve them? My job is to give people a microphone for them to talk about their ideas. Get your own YouTube channel. Everybody can have one until you break YouTube's rules. Who is going to host the morning operational update? Let's see. I haven't looked at my mods list of bad behavior screenshots from yesterday, but I'm going to get to it. I'm going to take a bite of salmon first. This is part of the job I hate. I'm not your babysitter. I'm here to monitor fires. Do we have an answer? Is it Action News Now? And they've been awesome with trying their best to show us the morning operational update for the park fire. It's just a literal get up on stage meeting of the park fires division bosses and whatnot, the bosses, and then they brief their own crews. And so weather update stuff, it's not really meant for the public, but CAL FIRE doesn't mind if the public watches. But they're under no obligation to stream that to us. And I like to get my 2 cents in because it sometimes causes a panic because it's not for the public. When they said our goal is now the other day to keep the fire south of 44, people thought Manton had already burned up. It was Manton Road, not Manton. And so for 3 hours, I had to put down the rumors. People said it's well established past 36. The best place to catch it now is 44, like they said on their morning operational update. I said, no, that's not what that means. It means that it already went past 36. Okay, but it doesn't mean that they're going to fall back to 44 and let everything burn up on the way there. No, that's not what that means. It means now they have a pimple. They have like a little bulge. It's Battle of the Bulge, right? And they worked to, on that section of 36 by Sky Ranch or whatever, they were going to do a little side mission containment there, but everywhere else 36 held, so that's not what that meant. So I like to get my 2 cents in because I've been at this for a couple of years now, I know what I'm talking about, and I can put the troubling rumors to rest. Because once a rumor like that starts, like the second one, it took me 3 hours to put to rest. Let's see, it should be starting. JB is calling at the moment that there's a morning briefing or something. I don't know if it's 7 or 7:30. Hang on. 1 second. Okay, JB, we're on the air. We're trying to find a morning operational update. Are you calling about that?
It may not be done till after the 7 o'clock briefing of the firefighters. I think that's when they do it, like around 7:30.
Oh, well, Action News Now is covering it live the last couple of days. So.
Oh, okay, so that's different than they allowed them. They never used to, but now they allow the media to film the operational briefings, which is very unique, but they never did that years ago because I can tell you this, when the IC wanted to reprimand some type of activity amongst the troops, i.e., we had a fire one time in the Auburn, California area, and people were driving too fast. The local PD was having issues with guys driving too fast down. He would cautiously and firmly reprimand you.
Okay.
And there were a few expletives normally in the word.
Oh.
In the briefing, so.
Briefings have.
Anyway, good morning. Have you been up all night?
I woke up at 2:30 after a 12-hour pass out because I got caught in a rainstorm and got even more sick. But
you got caught what?
In a rainstorm.
Yeah, I don't know what that is in the summertime. But you're in Portland, Oregon, so
right.
Who knows up there? And wash all that mess in downtown away. Anyway, I just heard a little bit. You had a little question about some kind of Manton Road.
Oh, I was explaining.
Didn't hear it all.
Yeah. So since I've been asleep, I've been waiting for them to give morning updates on what happened last night. My mom's filled me in a little bit. So, do you have anything to fill us in on? I was explaining how I like to walk people through these morning briefings because they're not for the public. And so what they say caused a panic last time because they said our new goal
and what was it that was said that caused a panic?
Yeah, exactly.
Refresh my memory.
Oh, and by the way, this is Captain John Bruno. Oh, the briefing is occurring, I think.
Okay, well then go ahead and do your thing.
I'm sorry. Can we call you right back?
Call me later.
I'm sorry.
Call me later on this line. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry, Bruno. Sorry, JB. Thank you.
All right.
1 sec. Okay, here we go.
On your guys' last shift. That continues to challenge us. It pushed out about another acre yesterday, so we need to get in and make sure we work that. There is a lot of heat in that slop that came out, so that's a big priority for us. The firing operation got finished. It's all tied in along 32. There's a lot of work in there. That last piece, the last 2 miles that we finished up last night, it's very steep. There is going to be some rollout, so keep an eye on all that. Down into branch 25, it got repopulated into Forest Ranch yesterday, so that is going to be a concern getting in there and working around with the civilians back in there. The road closure is right at the fire station 23, so just be heads up with that. There is still a lot of work in there. It keeps challenging us. We get flare-ups along the line every day in there, so a lot of work in and around the structures. You're going to have a lot more folks in there and eyes in there. Other than that, you guys have a good day.
Weather, Jeff Tonkin. Good morning. Smoke continues to be a pivotal factor with regard to weather and fire activity, and so this morning, generally very light smoke across most of the Butte zone. We have thinner smoke across the western part of Tehema, and very thick smoke across the northeast side of the perimeter. We're going to lose the benefit of the stronger southwest transport winds that we had yesterday. We're going to lose about 5 miles per hour or so. So yesterday we saw the smoke pretty much lift off to the northeast right around noon or so yesterday, and today we'll see that again today, but it just won't be quite as efficient as it was yesterday because wind speeds are a little lighter. So perhaps a little later clearing or less smoke a little later in the afternoon today. As far as weather goes, winds, we're going to see south and southeast winds, generally again 5 miles per hour lighter across the west side of the perimeter, south and southwest winds across the east side and north side of the perimeter today, generally 5 to 8 miles per hour and gusts of 15 in the afternoon. Relative humidity values today, we're generally going to be down about 20 to 25% widespread across the perimeter, and we are seeing increases now in temperature each day. We're going to get pretty much widespread 90 degrees across most of the perimeters today, and that will continue to go up as we get into tomorrow.
Fire behavior, Brian Newman.
All right, good morning. So you heard that the winds are a little lighter today, which is going to be advantageous for the fire behavior, but it's going to affect how quickly the smoke moves out. But as that smoke moves out from south to north and from west to east, it'll increase the fire activity as it thins out and allows the surface to heat up and the fuels to start to become more available. So on the west side over here, especially the northwest corner up in this area, there is still heavy heat holding in this area, that really rough country that's really rugged to get into. There is those stump holes and that brush in there that's still holding heat and still challenging lines there. Coming around the north part, again, very similar into that brush, oak woodland component, lots of heat in there, and as that thins out with that smoke, you'll start to see that activity pick up. Now coming around the east side, we're in that much heavier fuel pattern or fuel type up there. So timber understory, brush mix, and all of that stuff is holding a whole lot of heat, and essentially the fuels are available in the entire 24-hour period. We're seeing activity, fire activity all night long. In the Mill Creek area, Antelope Creek drainages, we saw movements of over 3 miles of the fire overnight last night. So expect that to continue tonight as we see that fire progress further and further east. And then as you get down here into the Highway 32 corridor, very similar, heavy fuels, even short-range spotting available, even with just a little bit of heat. So overall, we're going to still see plume development today, much like we saw yesterday and the previous day. We don't expect plume domination necessarily for the fire, but you're going to see those plumes pop up, and especially as that smoke thins out. On the ridge tops is where you see that first bit of activity. As that smoke thins out, you'll see that activity on the ridges. And then later in the afternoon, as that smoke clears out of the valley bottoms, you'll see that activity start to fill in all those areas. So that that smoke will affect your ability to use aircraft. So put that into your plan for the day, that know that aircraft may not be available until later in the afternoon. So please take all that consideration and have a good, productive shift.
Safety Officer David Morrison.
Hey, good morning. Your safety products are on page 8 and 9 of your IAP. It's the expectation of this team that everyone receives a briefing prior to going to work. So use those products, document that on a 214, and make sure everybody gets that briefing. Next, we're going to talk about traffic. With repopulation in areas of operation where we're still working, there's going to be a lot of resources, a lot of vehicles on that road. So make sure we're driving defensively, following all speed limits, put a traffic plan in place if needed. Finally, the last thing we're going to talk about is complacency. Conditions will continue to change rapidly, whether it's weather, work location, or the nature of what you're doing on the line. So please be alert, be ready for those changes, and ready to adjust as needed. With that, have a safe shift.
Operations, Mark Brunton.
Good morning. So we've got a large fire here. This is a beast, big incident, a lot of personnel. It's been a very complex incident, and it's going to continue to be a complex incident. We've got this set into various zones of the fire for operational controls, span of control, and efficiencies. However, it is one fire, and we are one team, even though we have different incident bases and camps to support the needs of our personnel and to make the operation more efficient. However, it is one incident and one fire. We have to remember that. Because of that, we have to set priorities, and because we have only a finite amount of resources, we can't have all the things we need to get the job done in every division. Therefore, we have to prioritize, triage, if you will, our incident into priorities. Based on the input from our operational personnel and ultimately down from the delegation of the commanders, we've set up our priorities. For today's priorities, and they'll go into details when your operations section chiefs talk to you, our priorities today, our number one priority will be in branch 12, our second in branch 15, and our third in branch 20. Those are our priorities. As our needs go and we have to surge resources, we will do so to staff and effectively combat the fire in those priority areas. This is a big event going on in your life right now. Also in the world, there's another big event. It's called the Olympics. In the Olympics, you have the best athletes in the world. They've trained their entire career, their entire lives to be the best. And they have one goal, to win the gold. On this fire, this is our Olympics. You are those athletes. You've been training your entire career to succeed in combating something like this. And your goal is to win the gold and to win on this fire. So today, your charge is to win gold like the champions you are today. Thank you.
Air Operations, Matt Stanford.
Good morning. This morning we have air attack available to go up at 0800 if the air is clear, and along with that will be 3 tankers, 2 Type 2 tankers, Type 3s, S2Ts, and 1 Type 1 tanker with ASM. As far as what's going on with the air, we have made it possible to open up 3 helibases so we can try and get around these air issues. So in the Butte zone, we have the Chico helibase, which has 13 helicopters, 9 water dropping, 3 Helco platforms. Also in the Butte zone, we have the Chester helibase with 7 helicopters, 5 water dropping, and 2 Helcos. In the Tehema zone, we have 14 helicopters at the Red Bluff Airport, 12 water dropping helicopters, and 2 Helcos. We have 2 MRBs, which are mobile retardant bases, at Dye Creek and Spring Ranch, so we'll be dropping water and retardant out of helicopters, so be aware of that. Our night shifts go where the activity is each and every night. We have a 2 night Type 1 dropping helicopters and 1 Helco. We have an air ignition platform in the UASs, also for recon and pulling up map information that work mostly at night between midnight and 6 in the morning. For daytime hoist, we have Copter 606. For nighttime hoist, we have Guard 840 out of Reading. And in the morning, when you see helicopters flying from 6 a.m. to around 8 a.m., it's usually going to be PG&E or SPI out there checking the lines and checking their wooded areas out there, the tree stands. Thank you.
Communications, Tom Webb.
Good morning. Our command net for today is still going to be Command 2, Tone 10 for the Tehema zone, Tone 11 for the Butte zone. That being said, You move around just a little bit, you might have to use one of the other tones. So please change your hunt and peck between 10 and 11 to see which one works where you are actually sitting at that time. For radio communications, we are still working on getting our NIPSI system up for tomorrow. We're going to be trying to get some testing done on that. If you have any questions, come back to the communications unit and we will try to get you any of those questions answered for you. Please be concise on the radio and be patient with us as we work through the communications issues and the cloning lines that I know are going to be long. Thanks.
Medical, Chris Urey.
Good morning. Today's medical plan will be on page 62 in your IAP. At the bottom of the 206 is the reporting instructions. If you have a line emergency, please follow those instructions. Brief your crews this morning in your morning breakouts and your morning briefings. Today we'll have fire line EMTs and medics out on the line for you, along with REMS teams and ALS ambulances. CalMat and MERT are located both here at Butte Base and also at the Tehema Base. Have a safe shift.
Logistics, Steve Doman.
Good morning. Please refer to page 71 in your IAP for the logistics message. It includes the service hours, fueling locations, hydration locations for both the Butte base and also the Tehema base. On page 75, for those of you assigned to the Butte base, you'll find a facilities map. And on page 76, you'll find a ground support map in that location. For those assigned to the Tehema base, on page 78, you'll find a facilities map for those services. As a reminder, for any durable items that are left out on the line, those must be documented on a CAL FIRE 101 and also have division signature prior to going back to supply for resupply. There's also a copy of 101 on page 72. And lastly, please obey the traffic patterns and the speeds here in camp for both the Tehema base and also Butte base, and follow the directions by the 3C crews out there with the parking instructions. Thank you.
Training, Sean Wilson.
Good morning. Today's training message can be found on page 63 of the IAP. We now have 2 locations set up for training on the park incident, one at the Butte camp and one at the Tehema base camp. You can check in and demob at either location, as well as contact information is on the IAP for both those locations. If you have not checked in yet and are a trainee on the incident, please locate one of those locations. Thank you.
Information, Blanca Mercado.
Good morning. If you could please turn to page 64 in your IAP. If you're cleared, a copy of the most current numbers for the incident status box. Acreage is at 383,619. That's 383,619. We're at 14% contained, 14%. Total personnel is 5,582. That's 5582. Just to the right of the page, you'll see 2 QR codes. The first one's for the state penal code that allows the news media to enter scenes of any disaster. Just below that one is our CAL FIRE social media policy. Please become familiar with both of those. We are collecting any photos or videos. Come see us. Our trailer's at the entrance of base camp. Additionally, if you're in need of lost and found, that is still available. We have a large box of fire engine parts. If you're still missing one, we have it. Mail service is available. Please utilize the example in the box at the bottom of the page for your shipping label. Have a safe shift.
Liaison, Zach Hamill.
Good morning, agency representatives, cooperators, and stakeholders. We have liaison officers at both bases in Tehema and here in Chico. If you have not checked in yet, please check in so we can get your contact information. Additionally, we're hosting a 10 a.m. cooperative briefing each day, and that's going to be here in Chico and the Harvest Room, and at the Tehema base, it's going to be in the Tehema Room. And then lastly, if you have any animal issues on the line, I have a phone number for you to call. The phone number is 530-895-0000. Thank you.
Finance, Roger Rains.
Good morning. Your finance message starts on page 66. There's 5 elements to it. Please review that today during your briefings when you're out on the line. A special note for our federal cooperators, agency, private contractors. We have on page 67 very specific directions on how we're going to start collecting your time documents. So please take a look at that. There's a process there in both finance sections, in the Tehema base and here at the Butte base. We will have try to get laptops and scanners set up for you to facilitate you being able to email and scan those documents. For our federal cooperators also, starting today, we need you to drop off your hard copies of your CTRs from the 29th backwards. We'll get those delivered to our federal time unit today. Have a great shift.
Butte Zone Operations, Jeremy Pearson.
Morning. First, I'd like to start off and say this is an enormous fire. It's 260 miles around this fire. We've made tremendous progress on this lower section of the fire, and that's thanks to all of your hard work. I said it yesterday, so I want to remind the folks again today. Every day we've had a spot fire or slop over, and every day you guys have picked it up, tied it back into the line, and held this to where we want it. So expect that again today. Have a plan for that spot fire. Have a plan for that slop over. Go get it. Don't give up on it. Use your resources. Use your aircraft, and get this thing wrapped up and tie it back in. We're going to start off with a roll call down to the division level. Butte Operations, Deputy Operations, Dyer. Here. Branch 5, Gonzalez. Here. Bravo Bravo, Black. Here. Bravo X-Ray, Davidson. Here. All right, lower section of the fire, we've held it in check. We've had some smokes. We're going to continue to have some smokes down there. Take care of them. We've got that area repopulated, a lot of it, so remember that the citizens are down there. Be cognizant of that and understand that they've had some losses and help them out wherever you can. Thank you, guys. All right, Branch 20, Walton, Edson. Here. Bravo Foxtrot, Hale. Here. Frederick. Here. Bravo Hotel, Wilkinson. Here. Bravo Kilo, Wadner. Morning. Trainee Duluth. Here. Bravo November, Garindo. Here. Bravo Papa, Weddell. Here. All right, this is our priority branch. We've got that spot fire that happened a couple days ago, 150 acres. Yesterday had an acre out of that spot fire. It sits up on top of the ridge right there off of Humboldt Road. It's very exposed. The wind's going to hit it. The sun's going to hit it. As the smoke lifts, we're going to start getting more heat in it. Had a lot of heat in it yesterday afternoon and through the night. Let's get that taken care of. It's one of our major exposures over there. Down in the drainage on 32, just down from Humboldt Road, where we did the firing operation, it's a little more protected. It still has that wind coming up the canyon, and we've got a lot of rollout. We've got a lot of snags that are falling across the road. That firing operation is fresh. It was done, finished up yesterday and early this morning. Let's get in there, mop that up, keep an eye on it, keep it in its footprint. It's a significant advantage for us to hold that 32. It's been our goal. You guys have been successful now since the beginning of this fire. Let's continue that. Let's not have any issues over there. Get your folks out there. You've been working really hard. I appreciate all that work. Once again, this is a tremendous fire. As you move up into the second priority, will be just above that 32 going down into Ponderosa. There's a big bowl that takes it down into Mill Creek. We've got that line put in above that Mill Creek drainage, and we need to try to see if we can tie it in and go direct into that bowl. It's a challenging piece of line, super challenging. Get out there, validate it, see if we can go direct on it, if we can cut that line off and get it down to Ponderosa and tie it into that ridge on Mill Creek. It's going to save a lot of hard work and big line out in the future. So if we can get that tied in, it'd be a huge advantage. So please validate that, see if that's a doable. Appreciate all your hard work. And once again, thank you all. This is a tremendous amount of people out here in this that have put a lot of hard work into this, and thanks for another hard day today.
Okay, a couple reminders. Division breakouts will be straight out back behind the bleachers. Unassigned resources will be over here. As far as meeting schedules, it was already mentioned, the 1000 hours will be the cooperators meeting over in the Harvest building. Planning meeting will be in the same building at 1700 hours. Your next operational briefing will be here tomorrow morning at 0700. And in closing comments, Unified IC's Todd Mack and Billy C.
Good morning, everyone. Combat complacency. We're in about a week on this fire. There's been a lot of us that have been moving, being nimble, changing branches, changing divisions, changing leadership. There's others on the fire that have been static, where they've been since the beginning. So we've got a range of attention spans going on that we want to make sure that we combat complacency wherever it may creep in, please. Continue to stay nimble. We could move you at a moment's notice on this incident. We're surging resources from other units, from other forests, from local government, as they move into communities, as they move into critical values at risk. So please stay nimble, combat complacency, and thank you for the hard work. Really appreciate it.
Please stay nimble.
I just want to touch on a couple of points, and we'll start with the line leadership. The zone line is not a Mason-Dixon line. Let's make sure we stay coordinated with our partners working on both sides of that fence. Make sure the division groups know their adjacent partners, their names, their phone numbers, contacts, stay coordinated. We're going to stay nimble. We're going to maneuver resources around based on priority and needs as this incident continues to move and expand. That's what we have to do to be successful here. Yesterday was a great day. We started developing some normalcy for the communities out there with the repopulation of the lower 32 corridor and Forest Ranch. That was a huge success. That was due to all the hard work and effort that you put in on gaining that ground out there. We still got a lot of work to do. Okay, this is the 5th largest fire in California history. This is the 2nd single ignition largest fire in California history. The only other one that has single ignition that's bigger is the Dixie Fire. I want you to remember that started in Butte County also. This region has been impacted by large fire growth 4 different times out of the top 10 fires in California history. That's the impacts that these communities have lived through. Be safe today. Make sure everyone comes home at the end of the day. Thank you.
Just a reminder, division breakouts out here, unassigned resources over here, and that concludes your morning briefing. Thank you.
Wow, Action News Now. Thank you. We are all grateful. Sometimes CAL FIRE will have their YouTube channel and post things like this, or they did this during the Dixie Fire, but most of the time with fires, we are absolutely dependent upon citizens and or on the news media to go and film morning operational briefings. So these can be like they're speaking Chinese. We're at the back of the room. We don't see exactly where they're pointing to. It's good that we're here to guide you, and we can ask John Bruno or anybody else. Your retired fire captain, John Bruno, who called just as this was beginning. It's great that if we don't understand what goes on, we can call him or anybody else who's been a firefighter for translation for what they mean. During these things. So that was a live broadcast. I don't know if we can go back to the very beginning. I hope so. But since this is their live, actionnewsnow.com, this may kind of go away as they move into different news topics. And I want to go back to the beginning and see what we missed as just a warning that may kind of get interrupted. What would be ideal is if they posted this as a secondary video so we could rewind and fast forward to our heart's content. This may not really be possible. So I believe we missed 2 minutes in the very beginning. And of course, many people may be coming in now to take a look at things. So yeah, we are so grateful. Action News Now, they've been so sweet and reassuring on their channel. I want to make sure that people go to their Facebook and like them. And I don't know if they have a YouTube channel either, but we should show our support, So I'm going to link them again. This is a great place to get information. They try to live stream on YouTube as well. Let me try to get that where I put that. yeah, if you can go hit their follow button and like their videos and just leave comments like, wow, we've been watching and thank you. So I haven't looked at their weather or anything. Usually a press conference or briefing like this is pretty much considered in the world of multimedia uh, something that's public domain. That only one crew can fit in the building. They share, So I'm hoping they don't mind what we're doing, rebroadcasting. But please show them support and click the play button on their other videos so that I don't want to, steal their viewers. I don't want to take away people that might watch them because they can watch it here with me. What I want to do is step by step go back to do a breakdown of what this means for today. What did it mean for last night? They recapped last night and they're explaining what the priorities are today in this meeting. So we do have to replay it and break it down. But I don't mean to be stealing their viewers. Since they're not doing a guidance coverage, about what X, Y, and Z just meant, we're going to do it. Yeah, we're very grateful there. Yesterday it was linked via Watch Duty and YouTube as well. Right. Okay. Watch Duty's been troubled. It's been lagging, like super laggy. I see that there is an update. I will try to do an update real quick. But they are experimenting now with, it's called Picture in a Picture, which is where, Watch Duty has their normal window, and then they put a video there that you can watch, or camera view that you can watch. So that's difficult to set up and get it to work right on an app. So I imagine that's where part of their problems are. The fancier Watch Duty gets trying to show video from elsewhere, the more sometimes things won't work. And that's not Watch Duty's fault. When you design apps or websites, which are very similar, you basically put a slot for like where video goes, and you're dependent on the other company to have a video without a hiccup, right? So it's a lot like being in your own house. You're in control of what goes on in your own living room. And when you put a picture inside of another app, like Watch Duty is doing, it's like taking binoculars and looking at somebody else's living room and what's on their TV. Like they're in control, right? So that's called an embedding as well, where you have your own website or your own app, but you put a little square and you link to the other site. And so it's more like looking at the other site through binoculars, and they don't have control, right? So they're experimenting with it right now. So I don't blame Watch Duty for having some lag or some issues. But if you don't have your apps auto update, you might want to auto update, go and manually update Watch Duty today. So that's the link to their Facebook. During the briefing, I switched to a couple of cams on the actual park fire because we got word, of course, and thank you for letting me know in the chat, that the fire was picking up on a couple of cams. I can't remember where I put my windows. This was the window grid from last night. This was how we were monitoring the horrible Nixon fire that broke out yesterday. Jeez. Let's see, it's not Tuscan Butte. So here is our current live view of what one of their major priorities are today. They listed all 3 priorities. I can download their manual. They passed out a briefing manual to people today. It's like a little catalog. It's got basic priorities. I can download that too, I think, if I get the correct link. I want to rewatch that briefing though, because we missed the beginning. It would be good to stop, continue writing my handwritten notes, and start again to digest one little thing at a time. I just wanted to explain what I was showing people, and that is, and it mirrors what they're saying. There's a small pyrocumulus trying to show up. That's visible on the, what's that? Keep forgetting that fire station and Platte Mountain. Platte Mountain is a radio station, fire station right next to it. that they barely kept from burning up on the second day of the fire with retardant there. It's something I noticed has trees growing up all over it, right next to it. It's supposed to be a fire lookout and a radio tower. These trees didn't grow here yesterday. So this is neglected maintenance for God knows how many years. This is what makes me very angry. Every time they use aircraft and dozer crews and whatnot to defend one of these radio towers, they're not saving homes. They're not stopping the fire from crossing the highway. This is a waste of their time. They should not have to do this. I don't know who's in charge of maintaining a no vegetation zone away from these towers and these firehouses. These are actual fire stations below. But whoever is supposed to keep the vegetation clear so they don't have to do this when the crisis hits, they're not doing their damn job. And so who knows how many homes could have been saved or if this fire could have been stopped if these crews didn't have to babysit these friggin' radio towers. They are vital. They can't go down or they can't talk to each other in the aircraft. But it just makes me really angry. And note, these are not dead trees. These are splashed with retardant for the most part. So it wasn't Platte Mountain 1. It looks like it was Platte Mountain 2. But they've had to do firings again and again and again, night after night, to burn off the pine needles and stuff that should have been scraped up and burned God knows how many months ago. During wildfires, more hits the ground because of the wind. But everybody should be angry. We are stretched thin with so many wildfires in California. Oregon had a crisis. Some units got sent to Oregon a week ago. We can't just call in units from across the country and have them arrive immediately. So they have very few units. They should not be babysitting these towers, which should have already had vegetation-free zones. We've seen them divert all kinds of dozers to Platte Mountain 2 and aircraft to all of the cams have burned over time and time again. Platte Mountain, Colby, they've been tying up resources there for ages. I know they're probably constructing a powwow zone, a meetup zone too. But you know what I'm saying? Like, why hasn't that been done pre-season? It was not rocket science to predict that we'd have a bad fire season in this area because of triple heat domes. And earlier in the season when they had the insane bumper crop of grass. We haven't had grass this thick for like 15 years in California because we haven't had this much rain in spring. So they should have already made a whole bunch of, around Chico and where this started, they should have already made a whole grid line of, tractors of places to stop fast-moving grass fires before they became huge pyrocumulus that could jump lines and dump fire 5 miles away. They should have done this pre-season. It's infuriating that there is so much neglect when an obvious threat was here. It's infuriating that we read about Doug Laurie, who's a Chico resident who has been saying to Butte County ever since Paradise happened, adopt Ponderosa Way, expand that old fire line that's been neglected since the 60s. It was built in the 30s, and it helped protect all these communities from 1930 until recently, until it kind of really fell apart by the end of the 80s. There's a bridge somewhere around Paradise that if they had adopted it sooner, before Paradise burned down in 2018, it could have been another way out. But Butte County didn't want to adopt it because they didn't want to inherit the maintenance cost, and that's why the Ponderosa Way, which used to be an 800-mile long fire break and quick fire access road from Shasta to Bakersfield, it's gone to hell. We need to rebuild it. It's amazing. This person, Doug Laurie, who used to work with the CCC, Civilian Conservation Corps, he predicted all this. He warned Butte County. This is an article from 2020. You've got to read it. You've got to read it. Cohasset is a sitting duck. It's the next town to go to be in danger from wildfire. residents of the town have one way out Cohasset Road. So if it's blocked by fire, that just happened a couple days ago. Old Ponderosa Way could provide an alternative escape route. However, the dirt road is nearly impassable with deep ruts, big as bathtubs. Wow, this is a 2020 article absolutely predicting exactly what just happened. They did just use Ponderosa Way to evacuate 80 cars when the residents got trapped up there. When the fire did block Cohasset, their only way out. Wake up, Butte County. I don't care whose fault it is. Fix it. You've known since Paradise burned down you needed to strengthen and adopt this and make it a true viable evacuation route in a place where firefighters could quickly respond. You knew you needed this fire break. Shut up and fix it. I don't care which agency, blah, 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 squabble, blah, 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 blah. It was their fault, not ours, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. Fix it. Because right now it's the only thing holding this fire away from Pumas County and burning down mineral and Butte Meadows area. It's and over there in Tehema County on their northeast side. Ponderosa Way still exists. It's fragmented. It's fractured. It's on life support. It's been neglected for decades. Fix it. If the feds have to do it, whatever. We have to push for this. This is one of the reasons why these fires weren't that bad in the past. Is there was just common sense precautions. So the residents should be quite angry, but please don't, curse and scream at anybody. Just gather together and understand that we have the power to change all this. It's foreseeable. This existed. It needs to be brought back in one way or another. Looks like JB's trying to call back. We are going to watch again the beginning of that press conference. Let me see what JB would like to talk about for a second, though. Speakerphone. Hey, JB, welcome back.
Forgive me for interrupting, but I have a time crunch, and I just wanted to see if you had any questions, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. I was just doing the explaining a couple of things.
About the towers, yeah.
Yeah, you were watching? Okay.
You gotta check and find out who has the camera, like PG&E or UC Davis, and then call them or contact them. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little research on that too.
Yeah, that topic. I don't know whose responsibility it is, but there's a firehouse right next to it.
Right, where we have our vaults, CAL FIRE has vaults. They're normally computers inside concrete buildings with diesel or LPG backup for a power loss, and they're brushed very well. There's mineral soil all around it. It's pretty denuded on the top. You can see that with your Google Earth camera. Anyway, any questions for me before I make my day here?
Let's see here. What were my questions? I have my breakfast in front of me instead of my notebook.
That's okay. Eat your breakfast.
Yeah, well, that's okay. It's I consume most of it. I think it was a terminology thing. Yeah, it was about aircraft. What is it when they say we are requesting ASM relief? Do you know?
An ASM relief is a plane that will lead the big VLATs.
Oh.
They're like a lead plane.
Okay.
And air support module, I believe it's. They didn't have that acronym when I was on it. Air support module, I think it is, but a lead plane. So here's a small twin engine plane. He leads this massive 737 or DC-9 or DC-10 or whatever they're flying.
Mm-hmm.
And he will be flying right in front of him a couple miles, and he'll discharge oil onto an exhaust system, will leave a contrail. Everybody knows what a contrail is in the sky?
Yes, not a chemtrail, a contrail. The little vapor trail behind a high altitude plane. Yes.
That's where he wants him to start his drop. So he starts his drop where he leaves at, and normally he can visually see it.
Mm-hmm.
And the pilot will discharge whatever he orders up. The air attack might order, coverage level 3, 4. It might be a trail drop where it's, like on the old tankers, it was 8 doors, 1 door 8 time that would trail it out like on grass. But it was heavy fuel. It might be, 2 doors 4 times, or 4 doors 2 times, or all 8 doors salvo. That would be a biggie. Let's say you had a crew getting threatened by fire and they were in danger. They were in their shelters.
Okay.
They're going to salvo drop. They'll dump their entire contents right where the fire is heading toward the firefighters.
Yeah.
Had that happened, we would have never had a Granite Mountain had the air tanker been able to find those guys. You just couldn't find them.
Oh.
You couldn't see where they were. Because smoke's laying over, and smoke plays a problem. We gotta have clear skies in order to see things.
Right.
We don't fly IFR, instrument flight rules. We fly instrument flight rules. We don't, when it's obstructed, normally half mile or greater, or less, then we don't fly. We just don't fly. And normally there'll be a small air attack or a Helco, smaller helicopter that will go up with just one helicopter coordinator and the pilot, and they'll evaluate that. When I was working the guard, we had in Chester, I know exactly, that's one of the helibases. We had 4 big Chinooks that carried, back then, we had 2,000-gallon Bambi buckets, and they still have them. And we didn't get the okay on the Story fire in the Plymouth National until we had the authority and clearance by that Helco, and then we would ramp up. And so one time we did get into a hairy situation where we were flying. All of a sudden we were VFR, not IFR.
Okay.
I mean, we
Visual
were
flight.
not VFR.
Yeah.
Right.
IFR is instruments. Can't see nothing. So pilots look at their control panel, their instruments.
Right, but we pulled pitch and went up to get out of, and we didn't know who was above us. Now they have I'm not an aviation expert. Blanco could tell you, but they have devices like you have on your car. When you back up on the newer cars, there's a sensor that will sense you're getting ready to hit a post or another car, and there's a warning. They got that in the aircraft as well. So if there's something within a certain amount of distance, it'll activate. Anyway, that's what that's for, ASM.
Yes. Okay. ASM is maybe sometimes it's an emergency, sometimes it's not. Just relief doesn't necessarily mean emergency, but one of the pilots may have to land and just get the second one up to keep the drops.
Or they time out, or they got to do a fuel cycle or something.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So if it is one of those super emergencies, will they use words like salvo or some other special term?
Well, salvo's not an emergency. It's a kind of drop.
Okay.
It might be a real heavy accumulation of timber, a grove of timber that's on a slope that's going to impinge on a beautiful home. And then, and the guy comes in there and says, okay, I'll take care of this. And he drops all his load at one time.
Okay.
To really dent the flame lights. Yeah.
Okay.
So it depends on what the air attack calls for, or in the helicopter world. Another thing is the way they coordinate this is, okay, let's just look at the burn scar of the incident, and on the park. They will put a imaginary fence, like halfway through it, either diagonally, probably in this case here it's north-south. And so there's one group working one end and one group working the other, and when they do a briefing with the pilots in the morning, everybody knows where that fence is at. You don't cross it. It's the holy of holies. You don't go in there unless you're told to go in there. You have the authority to go in there. And then the helicopters normally will work one flank of the fire together with a helicopter coordinator, and they'll daisy chain from a water source like a pond or creek or a lake. And then
it was Paradise Lake this time. Yeah.
Yep. And then the air tankers, of course, they're going to reload out of Chico and Redding. I think I've been hearing them out of Redding. When that VLAT takes off, he comes over my house, and it's like, the Russians are coming. It's really loud.
Oh,
People
yeah.
notice it.
Oh, did you understand? I want to tell you something that was funny the other day. That when this fire broke out, it was interrupted and possibly got worse because Orville crews on the way to the park fire as it was a developing situation got interrupted and diverted to the fire that was on Clark Road. I think it was day 2, perhaps. And so Air Attack saw the smoke, and he said, I'm going to divert a plane over there. So there was regular traffic on Clark Road over, south of Paradise, kind of as you climb the hill to get there. And we saw on the cameras, it was one of the funniest screenshots I've ever made. All of a sudden, there's a huge splash of red and the regular traffic right on top of the cars, at least one van that I could see. And
so
then,
if it ever happens to anybody out there, you want to get to the nearest car wash or garden hose and rinse that off.
Really?
Well, because there's an ammonium sulfate product that used to, I think it still is, that's in into it, and that's it can be a little bit corrosive on your wax job.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
And if you have a white convertible cover, you're probably going to get it replaced.
Oh dear.
And you can file a claim with the Board of Control if you want, but that'll probably be a year before you get your money. But I'd go to my insurance company right away.
Oh, so they can be compensated. That's good.
Yeah. Well, you can apply for in the state. You can make claims against the state for damage on the fire. One time we had a bulldozer.
Yeah. So
connect the corner of his blade with a fence and pull the entire fence out for like a mile.
Oh goodness. Well, here's the funny part: is we saw in the screenshot the huge, like, swimming pool of retardant that hit this couple of cars, and then pulling away, and only 200 feet up off the ground was an empty 87 passenger jet. It had low fly past and probably terrified the people, and dumped retardant at the tail end of it, hit the traffic on Clark Road. So the joke was they probably made it into paradise, dripping wet with pink, and with the little wipers going, and trying to find a car wash with people going, "What the hell happened to you?"
One time we had an S2 on a 5-acre fire in the Bella Vista community of Redding, and the poor pilot, he just got a little bit too low and he was a little bit too fast. And he dumped that load on, it was a double wide mobile home with a huge bay window, and he fractured the window and probably a good 500 gallons went into that lady's living room. We had to go into rehab at my engine company.
Oh, no.
It wasn't a pretty sight. Yeah. We caught some expletives on that one.
Oh, dear.
Yep.
Yeah, reconsider
anyway,
having
accidents will happen. They call it, they call it, collateral damage sometimes, but.
Yeah, what I tell people is reconsider having skylights. Maybe you would have a motorized iron shutter on the top, because that's really bad during wildfires, is having a skylight, and it may not be the fire that enters that way, but
well, if they get leaf litter, lots of times on the top end, people will get leaf litter to such a quantity that when a clinker lands on there, it'll ignite, melt, and get into your house. See, here's the thing. I know how this happens. You could have a beautifully defensible spaced home. I mean, green lawn, you could have concrete walls, steel roof. But if a clinker, a flying brand, finds its way somehow through the crack of your garage door or the crack of your gable vent or the crack of your floor or your attic vents and it gets embedded, and I'll never forget the one in Malibu we had one year. It went into the discharge of the lady's dryer. The dryer was coated with what? Lint. I mean, I use lint and stuff it in old toilet paper rolls and give it to my grandkids to light fires when we go camping. It's because it burns so well. Lint got in there, started a fire in that tube, started a fire in back of the dryer, which was full of a lot of lint, and caught that wall on fire. And the engine companies got there and actually switched from wildland gear to structural gear with breathing apparatus and did a interior attack of that structure fire.
That's pretty
unusual. That house in Malibu, I'll never forget that. Yeah.
That's
so you mentioned it. You can get the little flap. You can get it's like a little one-way or clappered vent where when it's on, it blows out, but when it's closed, it's shut. So, yeah, hardening, man. I'm all for it. They need to change the building code in America.
Absolutely.
In wildland areas.
Yes, yeah. I'm educating the public about the danger of the laundry vents. And the fact that
should make those vents available free for anybody.
Oh, they should do a lot of things, including rebuild my brother's house.
You'd like that. Yeah, I bet that you'd like that.
I do. Okay. Thanks.
What else you got this morning here? Fire tracker, wildland tracker.
Yeah, so we're going to replay. We missed maybe 2 minutes of the and they talk 1,000,000 miles an hour in Chinese to the people.
Well, you know why they do that? Does anybody know why they talk 1,000,000 miles an hour? Does anybody know why? Because the plan section chief, who's the moderator, tells them you have 30 to 60 seconds to do your brief. And you better not sit there and BS the whole time. And that used to happen. We'd be in briefing for an hour and a half years ago. Now, 30 minutes in and out, get on the line.
Right. Well,
and you can read everything in your IAP. The IAP is the Bible of that operational period. On the Cal Fire incident, an operational period is from 0700 to 0700. On a Fed fire, it's 12 hours because you have a day shift and a night shift. That's the way they do business.
On a what fire?
On a federal fire. On a Forest Service, Park Service, BLM fire. But they will do 12-hour operational periods, 0700 to 1900, 1900 to 0700. The IAP, I think you've already found a source. You can normally get a QR code and download it and show your people that, but that's the Bible. That's what I have. I'm running a division or a branch, or I have a strike team. Everything I want to know about that incident that day, I have. And I used to teach a class called I-300, intermediate incident command system. And in the class, it's a 3-day class. By the third day, the students are actually doing that on an IAP. It's a smaller fire, of course, and they learn. Lots of times people learn what the other people do on a fire. Lots of times,
action plan.
Incident action plan written out, and that's an official document. If this thing goes to court, which it will, let's say there was negligence on someone wanted to claim negligence and they wanted to sue the state or the feds, or you didn't fight the fire right, you didn't protect their homes. That's the official document of what they did in that period of time. How many resources on the ground, engines, crews, and dozers, helicopters, air tankers, that they have at a certain section of the fire on a certain day. It's all official documented right there. It's the Bible of the incident.
Now, is the public are allowed to request, and do they have the right to see the document?
If they post it, yeah. I mean, they're posting their briefings. They never used to do that. Yeah, I think if you find the website somewhere where you can get it, and sometimes somebody in the incident will download it or something. And now, not agency people. CAL FIRE, did you hear that guy talking about social media policy? Did anybody hear that? Be aware of our social media policy.
Yeah, submit.
CAL FIRE has a very strict social media policy with their on-duty and even their off-duty personnel. You wear a uniform, they're buying you a restriction on what you put on social media on an incident.
Okay.
And it's very strict. There is the disciplinary action that will be forthcoming if you violate that policy, irregardless of rank. And there's a reason behind that.
So what I think they've been asking people to do is take all the pictures, take many, but then submit them to us, and we'll decide if the public should see them. It seems like.
So you submit them to the PIO, the Public Information Office, or officer, and then they will discern and they will post. And if you guys know, on Watch Duty, is it Watch Duty? No, CAL FIRE's website, fire.ca.gov. Go to the park and scroll down, and you'll see incident videos and incident. They never used to do this. What they do is they either hire a photographer, video photographer to take still shots and video, or they have their own. I think CAL FIRE has their own now. They did one as I was retiring, and they're doing their own shows, or their own, their own online programs, updates, CAL FIRE themselves, and they have a camera set up and everything. They have cameramen, sound people, boom, boom, boom. And that's, they post all those pictures and video. You can actually see what these guys are dealing with. I mean, you go up on Highway 32 and it's a little cave with timber all around you.
I've been, I can't just show without vetting them myself all of their pictures, because sometimes it's a home burning down or something. But there's also CAL FIRE TV YouTube channel, and there's CAL FIRE Butte County, which they had a live briefing yesterday with the really pissed off sheriff. I mean, angry sheriff.
O'Neill, what was his concern? What was his burr about? What did he have a burr in the saddle about?
He said, okay, I understand that the populace is really upset. You want to know which homes and stuff, this is me paraphrasing, which homes and stuff have been damaged. We're working with 8 teams at a time, trying to get a damage assessment to make that map. Be patient. Stop calling 911 and stop using the B word and the C word for our 911 operatives. I have had it. If you use that kind of language.
When people are stressed and anxious and very upset, and they take it out on the poor dispatcher gals working in 911 or 211 or whatever. Here's the deal. They don't know all the damage. Listen, I told you the way they do this, a damage assessment team called a DINS, they go in and they will go 2 by 2, just like animals in Noah's Ark, every road and street known to man, even the ones that are living off the grid, if you know what I'm talking about, in rural California. People who don't want to be found, and they will photograph, document, and upload that. But it takes time, and it takes a lot of people. Think about this. This is a almost 400,000 acre fire. Now, of course, it's not an urban area, but it is a rural residential area on the 32 corridor, Cohasset Road. Plus, there's cabins out there in the Ishii country, out there south of Manton. There's cabins out there. Exactly.
Speaking of that, I was wondering if you happen to know if the fire lookout that is now not a bed and breakfast, but like a rentable thing in the Ishii Wilderness, if it made it. Do you happen to know?
I am not a tour guide, but the feds do take a lot of their towers. I know there's one on the 6 Rivers near Naihauchi that you can rent, and you can go there for a honeymoon or whatever, if you're that stupid. But I wouldn't go to a honey. I wouldn't. Yeah, they're real rustic. I mean, you'd have to bring your little portable generator or your Doomsday Patriot generator with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cal Fire doesn't rent them out. No, the feds might, but not Cal Fire. That I know of. That I know of. Yeah.
Yeah. There's it's unusual for as far as it's not really much. It was a lookout, but it was a cabin, kind of built into a hillside, with like a big foundation of rocks and stuff. I lost the tab here, but yeah, it's a beloved place built by the CCC. So yeah. So yeah, we'll have to get back to looking at the thing, replaying the morning briefing, and I'll text you if I've got a question.
So when that ops section chief did the briefing, he said the priority today was was it 10, branch 12, branch 20? Is that the way it was? I remember.
Branch 12 was first. The second one, he didn't say what the branch was.
Branch 12 is where? Is branch 12 in the 32 corridor, or is it up there by Plains Valley Road?
Here, let me get the battle map up. I just downloaded a few off camera. I keep forgetting. 20 is over by Butte Meadows. 12 is Tehema zone to the far north. We're like talking Paynes Creek, Manton.
Northwest shoulder. The shoulder. If the head is right in the center at the top, then the left shoulder would be like your left shoulder, looking at the person. So we call that the shoulder. All right. So yeah, because you know what? I talked to a chief, retired chief from Shingletown. This guy is, like I said, he was the General Patton of Cal Fire, and Roy Burnett said that if it gets into the Mill Creek drainage, or Battle Creek drainage, it's really thick in there. It's a jungle. It's a Jurassic Park of fuel, which then if it crosses, which it would, because it's not much water going through there now, even though we had a big winter, and runs high and it'll run hard, it slope reversal, it'll run up, catch on the bottom, go up, and then if they got to deal with all kinds of fire, that will create spot fires in Manton proper, and if it gets up on what we call Wilson Hill Road Country, Shingletown Ridge, the south aspect of Shingletown Ridge, then it's a threat to Shingletown. And now it hasn't done that, and they're going to do everything they can. I think if they do get something running, they're going to send the Air Force. Don't worry, that'll be a priority.
Okay, so far
every air tanker and every helicopter will pound that thing to death.
Yeah, this particular briefing map that I have, we'll have to look at the other ones, the millions of other ones I just downloaded. Doesn't show what creek that is, but they've kept it out of it at least as far as last night
goes. Well,
the
creek is the county line. Battle Creek is the county line between Tehema County and Shasta County.
Okay.
Battle Creek.
What an
there's Mill Creek and Antelope Creek. There's fire in Mill Creek and Antelope Creek, and that's not good. I mean, they're hard. It's difficult. These guys, let me tell you, these guys are doing a great job. It's difficult. I mean, you got to remember, everybody came into this very, very tired. We've had a month of major fires. Okay, so they're tired, and they haven't seen their wives and kids, and it's hard on these guys and gals,
Yeah. So
it's difficult. I must put a prayer up for them.
I must admit, we need to make sure that we slowly explain this. You just said very scary things about the Manton area, and I was pulling up a map, and so then I put my attention back to you, and sorry, I'm very sleep deprived ultimately. So can you just kind of slower repeat why they have to keep the fire south of this Battle Creek? What could happen if it goes north?
They don't want it to if it starts really behaving erratically where it takes off into spots, the Manton area is a rural residential area with lots of grass, light, flashy fuels, and brush. And we've had fires in the last 30 years there often. And so the same fire behavior that causes the fire to grow, causes the spot fires, will cause the spot fires to grow. And so we want to make sure that we keep a real good close eye on that, which they're going to. They've got last time I looked, and I haven't looked this morning, but as of yesterday, I had 33 helicopters on this total incident. They can actually, the Tehema group or Tehema ops area can get stuff from Butte if they need it. I mean, they work with each other. They probably got 6 or 8 helibases between the two groups, the two areas, Butte and Tehema. Then you have a Shasta contingency group. I don't know if they even have any helicopters assigned, but they got strike teams of engines, crews, and dozers ready to intercept anything coming up that slope. So I would just say this, Manton and Shingletown, there's some risk. Anytime you have fire below you on the south side of you, in the middle of, in the end of July, on a hot, dry, windy day, you're at risk. But, I think they have them in a warning level. They don't have them in a go. It's what,
What,
level
Manton?
2 warning.
Manton itself?
The Shingletown. I don't know, Manton, part of Manton might have already been evacuated.
Yeah, it is. It is actually. But
Okay,
let me make sure.
So that's what it is.
Shingletown is evacuated, the southern portion of the town, but it's on warning for 44, north of 44. South of 44, it's evacuated.
Yeah. And a lot of those people have lived there for 30 years, and some of them are retired firefighters and Forest Service and CAL FIRE guys, and they'll just sit tight. They'll just sit tight and watch it. They've probably done a good, because they can discern it. For the general public people, they need to make plans to, go vacation somewhere. Now, I tell people this all the time.
I want to let people know you should be on vacation around here because the smoke is really bad at Shingletown. It's unhealthy.
Right, check with your homeowner's insurance, and ours does. If you get displaced on an evac, so you're down here at the Holiday Inn Express, staying with all the firefighters, and you're eating out, save every receipt, and normally they will reimburse you for your out-of-pocket expenses. You get out of that smoke, air quality's bad. If you go like my wife who has asthma, it absolutely irritates anybody with respiratory issues. So
really, they can get reimbursed. We were ranting about that earlier.
Well, at least my insurance carrier does. I have State Farm, and it's something I have with my policy. Not everybody might not have that. We have the California Fair Plan that might not be fair with you, and so who knows?
I don't even know much about that.
You can send it to PG&E and ask for a charitable donation.
I'm sure they'll oblige you.
All right, I got to run. Anything else there, Tracker Catherine? Anything else here this morning?
Well, thank you so much for your insight, putting people somewhat at ease.
Right. If you have any question about symbols on the map or acronyms on the map, go to the fog guide and go to the glossary, and it will tell you exactly what things are. They have a whole list of acronyms there. Like if you see an engine, and on the engine it says RDN E1. That three-letter acronym is for Reading Fire Department Engine Company 1. Yeah, right.
The fog map, what is that?
The fog guide, field operations guide of the incident command system. It is the directions on how to play the game on emergencies in America. Ever since fire season 1970, ICS came about late 70s, and of course Katrina caused President Bush to write a Homeland Security directive that said effective immediately. All agencies, federal, state, local, and tribal, will use an incident management system, which is the ICS. And so everybody who plays in the emergency world, law enforcement, EMS, fire, and even in California, all the non-fire agencies like Caltrans, they have basic ICS training. So when they get on these emergencies, they know they'll know the basics on how to play the card game.
Okay.
I did that for years, teaching people.
Looks like.
And so I understand it's hard for the lay person out there. I used to teach my PIOs when I ran a team. When I was a team PIO, hey, listen, use plain English with the media.
Yeah, because they're dumb as a post, honestly. No offense to the media, but
the term slop over, that is not a sloppy Joe sandwich where the meat and sauce slops over on the outside of the bun.
I thought it was.
Slop over.
You may have been wrong all this time.
I remember when you first learned about slop over, the first time I heard you on the air. All these acronyms and the slang, and you're right, it should be called roll down, but they call it roll out because it rolls out from the black into the unburned. That's why they call it roll out.
Let's start a movement.
Roll out occurs with those big pine cones, those ponderosa pine, massive, heavy, laden with, sap, which is like an oil. And they'll roll, and they'll be like a football, just like a football going down a hill. And logs, rocks, even hot rocks. Hot rocks can roll out and go into the unburned and start new fires.
Oh, that's nuts.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had one time get dislodged by a dozer who was above me. He didn't see me below. I was below him. It came down the canyon and missed my fire engine by 4 feet. And that was probably a 10-foot diameter boulder that would have crushed the engine. So another thing the reason why I need to really pray for these firefighters for protection is, besides fighting the flames of the fire, there's all these other associated risks: flying, driving, hiking, on a slope, people backing things up. I'll never forget the poor guy that backed up a bulldozer and that way backed up to get it out of the road so strike team of engines could go by. This was down on Sobrani fire down there in Monterey, Big Sur. Young fella, he was in the tractor, he was backing it up, got it off on the side and started rolling. He didn't have a seatbelt on, and he ejected and it crushed him. So that's a collateral damage. Just like in the military, if anybody remembers the war in Iraq, we had a Chinook with 33 Marines get killed on just a crash. You know, the Jesus screw went out of the rotor or whatever they call that major part. So you could have an aircraft lose power and crash, or you could have a vehicle just leave the highway. Or we had a gal, I'll never forget this, from Texas. I was in the chaplain corps, and I called her chief. She was on a fire here, that big fire August complex. She backed up her Type 6 engine, which is like a F550 pickup with water, and she got the left rear duals over the edge of the mid-slope road. The water shifted in the tank, and it rolled and killed her. And she was a wonderful volunteer from back in Texas. I'll never forget that. It's terrible.
Yeah, we have to remember the unsung heroes.
Yeah. Okay. Got to run. Thank you very much. You keep up the good work.
Yeah, thank you, JB, and thank you for being there available for us. We really are in debt to you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
No problem. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Yeah, and everybody loves you, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, sorry. What we had done, give a hand to JB, guys. Like, there's a clapping hand mode. If you hit the little, if you guys hit the emote button, which is a smiley face, and you type in, like, search, you just type in clap. The way to give people a hand is you go clap, 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 like that in chat, and he monitors. And sometimes he's like Batman, you know, we say, oh, we should ask JB. All of a sudden my phone rings, you know. So he has taught us so much, and he's made himself available for anytime we have a question. So if we hear something on the radio, like Air Attack says, hey, I'm requesting relief AMR. What the hell is that? So he just explained it, which is great. I'm still learning. There's a giant handbook of all the terms. And they should be simple, but they're not, which is what we were making fun of. Something like pine cones on fire that roll downhill, or as he was saying, hot rocks. Who knew? Hot rocks. Rolling down a hillside can light the hillside on fire. If it makes all the way down to the base of that hillside, it can shoot fire running up the other side. That's how the fire can cross canyons real quick. So we were making fun of these. It's almost like Chinese, unless you have a translation book, which he was talking about the Field Operations Guide manual. He goes, check the fog. And I'm like, what the hell's the fog? He goes, oh, the Field Operations Guide. Like, even the manual has a Chinese acronym, you know, like that you have to memorize. So I've been at this hardcore since, you know, September of 2020, and I'm still learning. We're all learning. But thank you guys for giving a hand to JB. What an amazing resource. He's taught me much. Other firefighters that took me under their wings have done the same, and I can't discount them. Some of our mods are firefighters. I still have a brutal headache. Just bear with me, friends. When I was what we were joking about is these terms could be simplified, but they just aren't. When a pine cone rolls downhill or anything else on fire, lights the hill, its own hill, and maybe the next hill on fire, where fire can race up the base, that's called rollout. But the public thinks rollout is a response. Like, we're going to roll out of here, you know? So I joked and said, why can't we change some of these so the public doesn't have to have a translation book? Like, we call it roll down. He goes, yeah, we should. So I'm sorry, that was a reference to what the joke was. I would suggest that they just call things plain English. So what this meaning is it's not in plain English. So JB had just called us wanting to check in. He has a busy day. He's supposed to be on vacation, but he keeps calling us from where he gets cell phone service. He goes in and out of it. And so we can ask him, if we have a question, we can text him during the day. He can get back to us. But he wanted to talk to us before he left. So I paused going back to translate this this briefing, because what this briefing has is all the information we need about what happened last night, what's the current status as of, well, an hour ago when this briefing was live, and what to expect from the day. And we are already seeing some of what they said to expect unfolding. So I want to explain just what I was replaying on the cameras and what we're seeing, what I was gesturing with the mouse, and I know people have a busy day and it's a work day, but we didn't want to say, hey, JB, call us back tonight. He's got to run. Bless you, JB, for being so awesome. Sandra Stevens says, love you, Catherine. I appreciate all you do. You're amazing. You guys are. All of you who have supported. We have a super chat. Thank you. I can't even. Did I miss that? Oh, no. Yeah, Donnie B earlier in Small World Life. I'm sorry, I missed you. Let me get you your heart. The best way to support this stream, and even if 20% of the viewers did it, donate $1 to $5. It all counts. Would be with the pinned chat message, the PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. Those do not take 30% like YouTube does. And I get the money instantly. I'm trying to get on the road as fast as I can to California as the clock is ticking. I want to be in California covering this. I have relatives that'll host me, and I have to be back in Oregon by September sometime to have my nasal passage surgery to fix once and for all these chronic sinus infections that keep me down when I need to be live. I'm suffering one right now. Just bear with me. A little bit out of it, but I got some decent rest. Everybody keeps asking me that. The long fire, approximately 5 miles. The long fire is about 95% contained. That's so good. That's one of Oregon's fires. Okay, so I'm going to show you what I was just looking at while he was speaking. And we're going to go back and watch if it's still there to watch. With Action News Now filming it for us, the morning briefing. Just remember the morning briefings are CAL FIRE talking to CAL FIRE, or Forest Service talking to Forest Service. They are telling the captains and the team leaders what to expect and what to pass on to their crews. They happen at 7 in the morning. We'll try to be live every morning at 7 if possible for this. It's a tall order for me because I tend to stream for 20 hours and then pass out for 12. But we'll see. Best we can do. At least actionnewsnow.com has got you covered, and their Facebook page. If I'm ever unable to do that live. Whereabouts is it? Which one? Which fire? Hey, Boyer. We're covering the Park Fire, which is Butte, Plymouth, Tehema, and tickling at Shasta County. It's very similar to where the Paradise Fire was, but to the north. Very similar to where the Dixie Fire was, but to the west. Then we have the Burrell Fire to worry about. It's trying to eat the town of Bodfish and other places by Lake Isabella. We also covered the Nixon Fire, which was down there in Riverside County by Aguanga. That ran through the town yesterday. I don't know if everybody made it out. We have to look. It happened just as I was passing out after 25 hours of being live yesterday. So, Mountain McGrath mentioned a Colorado fire. Is that, somebody came in from the, what's affectionately known as a brain dump. Okay. Let's see. And yes, Ron, Zeke Blunder talked about the Mill Creek drainage fire potential. I assume you're saying Mill Creek drainage fire potential 2 days ago. Yeah, that's why I tell people to go watch the show. I think everybody should get as much info from real, no-nonsense people as possible. So we endorse Zeke Blunder. We link to him. And we endorse Holt Hanley, because they're not going to bring BS into the mix or tell people anything, that's not just a straight dope. So, absolutely. Let me just quickly look at chat real quick. Let's see. Fire in Colorado, the one that somebody who relied on us during the Caldor came back yesterday while I was at breakfast. And I stopped what I was doing to try to help from not being home, but at least in the chat. So we did connect them with emergency services in Colorado, and that one is called the Something Mountain Fire. And they evacuated. I hope they check in with us. So Colorado had a lot of level 3s. Wish I could cover more states, but it's called the Alexander Mountain Fire, and they told me they live near Estes or Estes Park, somewhere in this area. So they said thank you. We hooked them up with Watch Duty, explained how to install it, and then we gave them links to call on the telephone, Office of Emergency Services, and links to sign up for their county's alerts. They quickly disappeared because they probably had to evacuate. But I have this now updating on my Watch Duty cycle because we are concerned. So 9 minutes ago there was an update actually that said over 200 ground resources are there with Aviation 2. They're there to help protect the values of high risk, like neighborhoods, for example. Yesterday, 6 a.m. Tuesday, yesterday, a USDA Forest Service Type 3 incident management team took control, and Larimer County Sheriff's Office will continue to work with them and Joint Information Center, blah, blah, blah. So for evacuation info, go to nocoalert.org for Northern Colorado. I believe that's what that means. So we'll keep a casual eye on it, but I don't know that we can see it with any kind of cameras or anything. So we care, but the other states are very hard to cover, especially when there's crisis out here in the West. We'll be lucky if we can keep an eye on the Nixon, Park, and Burrell, and occasionally update Oregon. If Oregon goes into a crisis, you guys have got to tell me. Washington's not faring much better either, with many towns in eastern Oregon either completely evacuated or on notice. People have to understand, as soon as the park fire broke out, I was hoping to just take 2 days of rest because I've been covering eastern Oregon and the Cascades of Oregon nonstop with 24-hour shifts oftentimes, then getting 4 hours of sleep. I was live 24 hours, 4 hours of sleep, live 24 hours, or live 28 hours, 8 hours of sleep. That happened the entire week before this crap happened with Bidwell Park. I have so many things to say about that person who started the Bidwell Park fire, allegedly. I can't say it on the air or I'll get banned immediately. I have strong emotions about this. Okay, needless to say. So, yes, going back to these photos here. So we will go back to and break it down little by little. I got the gist of what they said with the morning ops briefing, and it'll be in Chinese. We'll have to, unpack it for explain the terms that they use because, like I was trying to tell JB the other day, a casual sentence in the morning operational briefing fueled rumors that Manton had burned down. And it took me 3 hours to put that rumor to rest. And even JB thought the rumor was true. And so, and even my mods thought the rumor was true. And so when I was trying to rest, I was furiously behind the scenes texting each one of my mods going, guys, no, Manton's fine. They were like, how do we break it to people? And I'm like, it's fine. It's Manton Road. It's Manton Road that was on fire, not the town of Manton, the community of Manton. Okay? It's fine. It continues to be fine. It's tenuous, but it's fine. And we will, of course, continue to look at it. Shingletown is fine. So it was Paynes Creek that was not fine. And the reason that part of the rumors got fueled is all over the radio people are hearing, oh, the fire's at Manton, the fire jumped Manton, it's at Manton Road, which is over by Paynes Creek. And so Paynes Creek got hit. I still don't know how bad. So it took me 3 hours to constantly put that to rest. Yeah, William, what an all-star JB is, a treasure trove of info, absolutely. So the funny thing was, and that he has a good sense of humor too, is I had JB live on the air after I had spent 3 hours telling everybody that Manton was fine most of the afternoon. You know, the day before yesterday. Let me sharpen this pencil 1 second. And I was clarifying, you know, and he comes up and says, "Man, I think Manton got hit." And I'm like, "No." He was live on my live as a guest. I think it was after midnight that night. So, I mean, he had heard the rumors too, but he's not on the scene of these fires. He's retired. He's on vacation. So, but he monitors the scanner radio. So this is why we've got to get information from so many different sources and put down the rumors, because that can be devastating. You don't want the people already so stressed out to be on an emotional roller coaster. That is not what we do here. So I'll show you guys the battle maps and briefing maps about the current fire footprint and where it was when these maps were generated last night. So here he was on live, and I had to correct him, and I was like, I hope he's not mad at me for saying you're wrong. And so I just showed him that there had been no heat detections anywhere near Manton. And thank God he's got a sense of humor. And so I said, look, JV, I put the rumor, I just fought this rumor for 3 hours because the morning operational briefing of the day had one casual sentence. They freaked the public out by saying our new goal is to keep the fire south of 44, south of Highway 44, which is up by Shingletown. I mean, that runs through Shingletown. That's way up here. There's Shingletown. I hope. Sorry that the font is tiny. So, as an ultimate goal, yes. I mean, that's being like anal retentive, literal. Yes, their ultimate goal is keep it south of 44, just because it had technically gone beyond 36 in just a couple of spots during that evening. Remember, we're talking about a day and a half ago. And it had spotted over, landed on the InSkip camera, and burned up its hillside. So it had gone over 36 towards the eastern section here by Oasis Springs Ranch Road. So they decided, you know, and it was just over it, just like over here, you know. So they decided, you know, that they would make a fire line and allow it to go to Oasis Springs Ranch Road, because it takes time to build a fire line, as it was going to slowly and sometimes roar to life, but sometimes go back to slow mode, try to make its way north, right? At night it was in slow mode. During the day it was roaring to life, fueled by that south wind, right? So they can't just chase after the heel of it. They try to get around in front of it to stop it. So that is technically over 36, not the biggest deal in the world. So they casually said on that morning operational briefing, our new goal is keep it south of 44. Just because technically the old goal to never let it past 36 had been violated. It technically was a goal that failed, but that threw people into a panic. Everybody thought that our goal to keep it south of 44 meant they're going to let it go to 44, or that it already rampaged through Manton on its way to 44, and they were going to stop it at 44. That is not what that meant. That was an assumption. So JB, in his good humor, now we kind of joke about it, because even he thought it was already at Manton. Manton is beyond this creek. It's called Battle Creek. There's Spring Creek, and I think this one's Battle Creek, South Fork of Battle Creek. They're going to try to stop it there. They've already done a lot to try to protect Manton, and Manton is so safe, that's where the crews are sleeping at night. It's been evacuated for a while, but the crews go there and sleep. So we're not concerned about it until we need to be. As long as Oasis Spring Ranch holds as a line, everything's good. Over here, where they haven't made a dozer line yet, I think it's under construction. We'll see about it. It's hard to track that with the cams. So it's now kind of a meme on here about how constantly over more than 3 hours, people were convinced that Manton had burned down when it was fine. Because on the radio all night, they said Manton Road had fire cross into it. Then the next one that I had to put down as rumors for more than 3 hours was people kept saying, Paradise is being evacuated. And I said, what? And so somebody was casually watching TV without the sound on and saw people being bussed out of Paradise in Regalia, like the elderly, from the nursing homes. That was a wise thing, a wise precautionary thing, but it was precautionary. So for 18 hours, Paradise had been under evacuation warning. That was not new. And a lot of people didn't read the fact that warning was in the big sign and just kept coming in for 4 hours saying Paradise was being evacuated. And I said, that's it. The next person who says that is banned. But then somebody came in and said, it is being evacuated. I'm checking the cams and there's fire at Inskip, which is a town community just north of Paradise. I said, what? No, there is no fire at Inskip. What the hell are you guys talking about? So somebody didn't do their little homework and just try to hit the button to find out where Inskip is. The camera. It's on Inskip Hill over here by Paynes Creek, 25 miles away or 35 miles away from Paradise in a different county, okay? Over by Paynes Creek. And that camera had burned over 24 hours prior. And it was just a residual fire. It was the oldest news possible. And had nothing to do with the price of tea in China. So the rule is here, guys. Do not say the fire is at X, Y, or Z, or community X, Y, or Z is evacuated or threatened, unless you have some hard evidence, backed up proof. It is your responsibility to verify that before you share it here. I am tired of the rumor mill and trying to police it because it goes on for hours and hours and hours. CA Rock says data for Manton Road, please. God, we were looking at it on the really big map, which crashed my PDF reader last time I loaded it. Let me see. I think I'm not even sure which one is called Manton Road. I think let's see, by Paints Creek, that we were just talking about how Cal Topo is one of the worst things for checking out street names. It's really terrible. It's great as a thing for your in topographic maps and going to the middle of nowhere. It's not that great for trying to figure out street maps. So here's Paynes Creek, which got hit bad. You got hit bad. So the road north out of Paynes Creek will go up this way. Sorry, okay, this is where the Forest Service map ends. Damn it, we have to switch to another one. And so it's either, I believe this here. They were talking about Manton Road because you take Paynes Creek here north and you can connect to Manton. So I don't know what this road is called. But that, remember, fire crews sometimes don't know what road names are either. They have the maps that are in front of them. And they were talking about some of the road names were totally blank. The latest Forest Service maps are just dog crap. Sorry, I want to even use a word. I want to use a harsher name, but they're complete dog crap with just not naming roads, even at all. So what they did is they dusted out 1970s maps when they were really good. That era was really good, and then they built the battle maps with those. And some of these PDFs are so huge, I'm having trouble loading them and showing them. They keep crashing my Foxit PDF reader because they are some of them are around 26 megs in size. So let me see if I can get an idea of one to show you. And they keep expanding them because they need to put the airports at work in the map. This has been scaring people how big the maps are getting for the briefing maps. It's going clear out towards Susanville, clear out over towards Shasta and Shasta Lake. That's because that's where the airports are now for the different helicopters and different retardant bases. Some places like Chico Airport are so smoky or saturated that they change where they go from time to time. So let me try to show you one of these huge maps if the thing doesn't crash. And we will in a second. Go back to the operational update. But as people have questions, I try to get to them immediately because I know you guys have to go back to work or whatever. Okay, Fox at PDF Reader. Okay, please don't crash. When we start to zoom in, it starts to crash. See how huge the maps are getting? Just how much California is being shown here. This one is operations map for Tehema zone, but they'll go up over to Chester and Lake Eleanor and stuff just because that's where they're operating out of that airport. You know, Chester's not out of the woods. Ultimately, it's not out of the woods, but this is also a PDF reader, and it's difficult for me to navigate that out to zoom in properly. I can't use the mouse wheel. So there's Shingletown. We have to get really zoomed in to show names. So this is C44 is pink going by. That's Shingletown, and you see Shingletown named. They've already got dozers ready to defend Shingletown. XXXXX are dozer lines that are done, complete. Pink is under construction. These are the main power lines right here. Sorry, my mouse cursor goes tiny. I don't know why. It's huge on my screen, but you know. So this north-south thing is a bunch of power lines and hazards for the this is an aircraft map, I think, for them to be aware of and not fly into. So down where Paynes Creek got hit, see, they're calling it Manton Road A6. So like I said, they go into older maps, and sometimes they don't even name roads properly. So the fire crews with unnamed with these newer maps that suck are just penciling in their own names. And this may not reflect like what you see on a Garmin or what you see on Waze or Google Maps, but when they have to be able to tell people where to go. So they were calling A6 here Manton Road at one point. And let's see, down here by Paynes Creek Loop, you can see how it went over Inskip. They got a dozer line around this bulge. That's complete though. This is the newest maps that they're looking at today. The fire crews are looking at these right now to do today's work. But remember, the fire perimeter is old, outdated the moment these get made. So then you put a timestamp on the video in case anybody wants to go back and check out this if they have questions about Manton. So this is when we were talking about it about 8:30 a.m. or so. The battle map, what is called Manton Road. So today they're calling that the A6, but here Paynes Creek Loop area is a road that goes north to Manton. That I believe they were calling that at the time. Let me go and zoom out a little bit. I can't see chat right now because this is full screen and in my face. So also when they say Manton Road, yeah, I think okay, that's Lanes Valley Road. It wasn't on the map. I believe they were calling Lanes Valley Road to Manton at some point in the confusion of the scanner chatter the other day. And this may be like to correct it, that they labeled A6 Manton Road. This may not reflect normal maps. This is their maps. So what they did is they got a whole bunch from the 70s and they started penciling in ancient, map names, road names, from things that the Forest Service has neglected to put on the other maps, like where Ponderosa Way is exactly, and Forest Service access roads, because it's a maze without them. So the we don't know what survived at Paynes Creek unless anybody has been following, like journalists who went in there. I can't just show what journalists who walk in there and film. A, copyright reasons. B, I don't want people to find out that their house burned down here on this sanctuary channel. The people come here because we're not the news. We don't show that kind of stuff, so they don't find out that way. But you guys can tell me what to go and look up for myself, and then I can break the news to people if necessary. So we can see that there's been a lot of work here. Cessna Avenue over here on the east side of 36, Navion Road and Cessna Avenue. This is where they got a dozer line, that was completed when this map was generated sometime around 2 in the morning. So they're already working on what's way up here at Shingletown. This is called a contingency line up here. It's not because they expect a fire to get to Shingletown. It's just in case beep hits the fan. They want to have a community protection like done, just in case. You never know what's going to happen. If there was an extremely strong south wind event and it gets over Battle Creek, that would really suck. So they don't want it to enter another county here, But so far here at Manton, they're sleeping there. The crews are, and that's because they consider it safe. I don't know how difficult it would be for the fire to cross Battle Creek. I have no idea. I don't see that they have dozer lines under constructions here, but these maps, they print them at 3 in the morning, no matter what, because it has to be ready for the 4 in the morning meeting, the private meeting by the head honchos. They print these out, they put them on their table at 4 in the morning, and even if they can't make contact with all of the crews and say, "Did you do a dozer line here, man? What happened here?" These radios are crappy, right? They'll print out even though they don't have all the data. So this is just, seat of their pants kind of stuff. At 4 in the morning, they put these maps out on a table in command tent or wherever they are, command post, and they make their plans for the day. And at 7 in the morning, they're done with their plans. They walk up on stage and they explain what happened last night and what they want the crews to focus on and what they want them to let go, if necessary. Like, don't focus on this, focus on that. Because there's only so many crews to here. They can't do everything that they want. So the Lanes Valley Road, they talk about them all the time, on the radio. And we'll turn the radio back on in a minute, but I have to get a word in here. So I hope this has helped. This is giving me a blinding headache how bright this is. Let me look back at the chat. You have anybody have a question for this map before we go back and watch what we missed with the morning operation thing? Has it advanced closer to Chester? That'd be another good thing to watch the morning briefing. We missed a couple of minutes of it in the beginning, and it ran too fast for me to even keep up with it with my handwritten notes. So that's why we're going to go back and we're going to look. So they will explain how fast and far things got. Chester's not out of the woods. Everybody should be ready to go at a moment's notice. A voyeur jokes, "What? You can't cover fire everywhere at once? Why not?" I know. It's because I'm not an octopus with 8 arms, with 5 monitors or 6 monitors. And I'm not one of those gods from India that has multiple arms either, unfortunately. Although that would be kind of cool. JB says he will call in the National Guard and keep dumping water on it to save Shingletown if necessary. Yeah. National Guard is on standby. Every once in a while, they're ready to help, although I didn't think the National Guard did any water dumping. I thought that was more the C-130s and stuff. So, yep, I think I have not missed any chat. Is anybody, how can you get a link to it? I can't link to where I got this. Let's see. John Mode says, do you have any questions about the area? You know it very well. Okay, yeah, John, if you could at all clarify things. They're calling the A6 Manton Road. Is that what the locals call it? Because there was confusion when they first had Paynes Creek get hit. They were saying fires at Manton Road, but it never was out over there by the A6. So this caused a panic because people thought they just kept saying fires at Manton. And what I thought they were saying is mentioning the Manton Road. So it seems like they confused Lanes Valley Road, which is a road that goes to Manton, ultimately. It snakes up this way and hits A6. So they may not have had maps good enough at the time that labeled all this stuff. And so that was the confusion where people thought that Manton had fire in it when it was truly Paynes Creek. Like, so my question is, do the locals call A6 Manton Road, or did they just pencil that in for themselves? So they also were directing crews to take Manton Road to this, that, and the other place, or to get to the fire via Manton. That caused massive confusion and started the rumor that Manton itself was on fire, which has not happened, friends. So let me look back at chat. I'm going to shut down this map as soon as I can. It gives me a blinding headache. No, Carney, guys, don't time out Carney. Carney's an original gangster. Don't time out Carney at all, okay? Carney is a joker and one of my earliest supporters. Any chance this fire was started by space lasers? Definitely. It was definitely the lizard people. We're just collateral damage with their war with the mole people. That's how we deal with this with humor. That's an old joke from 2020. Somebody came in the channel and began educating us all about how lizard people are from the moon. They have bases on the moon. And the mole people live underground in the Earth, underneath the Earth's crust, where there's a different sun. So they're just upside down, right? And so there's a paradise down there, Shangri-La. That's what Shangri-La is about. So, but they're at war. The mole people who live underground are at war with the reptilians who live on the moon. And both want to come to the surface and own it or something like that. And I don't remember the circumstance, but I think I was away for half an hour for dinner. I came back and there was like a novel written about this elaborate, read like a sci-fi novel. It was so cool. So, it's a running gag. So yeah, Carney's okay, friends. And Carney, you can tell people too that you got my proxy. How do we know it's not true? We don't really. Ultimately, I can't prove it's not true. But no. In fact, just being serious, there's a jerk, an alleged arsonist, who actually lit his mother's car on fire, supposedly, and rolled it down a hill in Bidwell Park, which is a big wildlife area, where it feeds the Sacramento River, and it comes out of the mountains. And so somebody photographed him casually walking away as other people were running through their lives in a panic. So there's images of the car. The lady was on TikTok. She said, "I just saw somebody roll a car on fire down into the grass, and we're running for our lives. We've just barely escaped this fire. It's headed for Chico, and it's running north." And she gave the information to the police, who then arrested him. Thank God there was an arrest. Otherwise, the community would be on a witch hunt and a manhunt. You just can't have somebody doing this stuff. And so I totally believe her. She was shaken. Nothing appeared to be untruthful. And she took that picture, and there's this guy casually strolling away. He's a felon, and he touched and did bad things to a little girl that I can't even say. He was convicted. he also did an armed robbery or something like that, and they arraigned him yesterday. I want to know on what charges, but he was witnessed by multiple people. So hopefully they don't have bail for him, and if they did, I think he would have disappeared. And this is California's like fourth or fifth largest fire ever, so with one single reason to start. And there's more than 150 buildings destroyed. So yeah. Also, yeah, thank you so much for your local knowledge. So I want to utilize you while we got you, John. John Mode. Also, we keep hearing on the radio, which we were confused about yesterday. It seems like they may have been confusing Skyway, the road, with Sky Ranch. We don't know. Is there an intersection of Ponderosa and Skyway? Because the only true intersection we can see on things like Google Maps is down in Magalia proper. Well, I know that Ponderosa Way was ultimately an 800-mile road, an 800-mile fire break from the 30s. And so they were saying that the fire at, which I thought they were talking about the Butte Meadows area, that that they're holding the line at the intersection of Skyway and Ponderosa. We couldn't figure out, are they talking about the Tehema area? The Tehema branch? Like, are they talking about Sky Ranch? Because Ponderosa Way goes 800 miles. Like, here's an example of Ponderosa Way right here, going northwest of Flatiron Mountain. You know, so there it is way up there by Round Mountain Creek. It goes all the way to Shasta. It goes all the way south to Bakersfield. Yes, Bakersfield. So the Skyway is over by Butte Meadows, right here. And they were talking about dozer lines and firing the things to protect Butte Meadows, which I'm very happy to report. Look at all this lovely dozer line right there. They're still making more. All this pink stuff is Butte Creek on the east side of Butte Meadows, Wakefield Road down to Coon Creek. But if you want these maps, if you want them, why don't you email me, guys? I'll see if I can set up something like a Dropbox, and I can hand them to you. But please use them for good. Personal use, okay? Don't put them out there and make speculative guesses. You know what I mean? Like, they're not supposed to be in the public's hands. It's for their own and for media outlets, you know, to occasionally comment on. Like, you can't make statements based on these maps because they may not have complete data. They probably just absolutely don't have complete data. And no matter what, they get printed out at 3 in the morning. And they may not have had the reports from all the crews and what they completed or not, or what they did or not, before they hit the print button. These come out every day. My email in the description of the video. I can type it in chat. If one of my mods could do that, it would be awesome. I know, that this is like really, things change. Things will develop quickly. We need to go back to that video and unpack that. But I am just totally confused about what they're talking about when they're talking about Skyway and Ponderosa. They said specifically on the radio that they had dozers around the individual structures they were trying to protect. And then they said, has it been fired yet? They're like, no. But we need help here, and blah, blah, blah. And you give us help from this or that crew. But that's the true intersection of Ponderosa and Skyway is in, like I said, Magalia. They can't be talking about Magalia. So you look back at chat. You do have access. Good. Okay. Who else was asking me about it? Yeah, I know Dustin, the Dark Humor. Yeah. So let's see. Let's see. Yeah, that was it. It did look like it was straight out of Art Bell's radio show about Coast to Coast AM. That's a fun entertainment show. Yeah, Jan Johannes Smith says the suspect. I have to say the word suspect or I'll get sued. Suspect for starting the park fire. Yes, Butte Meadows right here. Sky Ranch is not a true ranch. People have told me it's like a small community camp slash neighborhood of some sort. I've never been there. So since Ponderosa is 800 miles long, broken though, it's hard to know what they're talking about. But yeah, whoever needs these maps, I will try my very best to put them in a safe spot. I can't just give you the link where they are because that will crash that server, you know. So I get them off that server whenever I can and then stop pulling from it. And it's for fire crews to use that server. So if the general public knew about it, everybody around the world, every journalistic age, every journalism company from here to China, I'm literally talking about India and China, they cover our news too, you know, they would crash it. You know, we can't crash the actual place where firefighters exchange maps, you know. Sometimes websites like local media will have them posted during the Dixie. I think that was a Sierra Sun Times. Maybe they have it again. I don't know. But they're a good fire resource. Yeah, I'd like to know if it's somewhere by Butte Meadows that that there's a skyway intersecting with Ponderosa. They had quite a battle there the day after yesterday, the day before yesterday. Yeah, do you know, John, where that is, or anybody else who's a local? Stephen Laffey says C-130s are Air National Guard to my knowledge. Oh, all of them. Okay. But they do have the choppers standing by too for emergency extraction of fire crews and/or civilians. The last time we heard about it, they were hanging out by Chico, but then they were moved up on the radio. You know, in the last 24 hours, they migrated over to Red Bluff. Oh, the long fire is in California. Thanks for the correction, Rob. I thought that was in Oregon. So having 95% containment on that, south of Kennedy Meadows, that's right. It's part of the Sequoia Lightning Complex. Yeah, Rob, can you check on the status of the trout? Put that in here, please. And the other Sequoia Complex. This is so difficult to all do at once. It's by Magalia. The Ponderosa is a popular road name in that area. Well, that's not where they were firefighting, though. Yeah, that's why some people have speculated that they got the Sky Ranch confused. That the one guy on the radio, they remember these crews are working. Some of them worked for 48 hours without any food and water. You can only imagine their level of exhaustion. That that he may have been referring to Sky Ranch Road, where Sky Ranch meets Ponderosa, for some of the crazy firefighting that they did at the time. So here's Ponderosa Way. It keeps going and going. This green squiggle. And we have to appreciate Sierra Pacific and whatever logging companies are here. They've done where they can. You see all these green things, like green highlighter. Not that's like a zone map, but the green highlighter. That's Sierra Pacific making their own pre-made fire lines. I don't think Butte Meadows would exist right now, and neither would Mineral, if they didn't do that around other places too. And so the fire crews have had a lot of their work pre-done for them. The private companies have the power that even when governments fail to just take matters into their own hands. And this has really been helping them with all of their access roads, with their own logging roads, for the fire crews to do firings in between them without that getting out of control. So we really have to appreciate that. But it's possible that there's more than one intersection of Skyway and Ponderosa, because Ponderosa makes its way to Cohasset. It's just, this is a mess. This map is a mess of roads. Okay, I'm going to put it away because that's a blinding headache that it gives me. What we will do what I've identified is OLED monitors give me a headache, and unfortunately, that's just what a lot of cell phone screens are as well. So somebody had a specific question about Manton Road. I hope it cleared it up. What may have been happening that was very confusing is when the crews didn't have very good maps and they were complaining about them on the radio, they may have referred to Manton Road as a road to Manton, which is Lanes End. And they may have been referring accidentally from Sky Ranch Road and calling it Skyway. It's unclear. So when people heard, get to Manton, there's fire there, and use Manton to get to the fire, people assumed the fire was there. It was Paynes Creek, though. And to assist everyone at Paynes Creek, some of the crews used A6, which is Manton Road, to get there from the west side, and others may have been accidentally calling Lanes Valley Road Manton Road in Manton itself because it goes there. It's an alternative route. So they had really crappy maps, and they had to dig them out of the maps from the 70s to even start labeling some of these, and some of them will be incorrect until they're corrected, So, yeah, let's not mention that too much, Cardi. Oh my God. I haven't looked into it, but as much as I can tell, I just bury my head in my hands. Okay. If that guy that you mentioned would just come out and say, "Oh, my stuff's for entertainment only. I'm a yarn spinner," I'd be totally cool with what he says. It's interesting theories he has about the ancient world and Egyptians and stuff. But to pass it off as fact, he's a charlatan. He's, Amber says, "Oh, hello, Amber. Welcome back. Hey, long time no see. You've been watching the park fire and thinking of us? Yeah, welcome back." So, okay. Are the map questions over? Because it's time now to watch what we missed of the 7 o'clock briefing. We just missed a few minutes of it in the beginning. Oh crap! Yeah, what I was going to do earlier before we had. And thank you, John, for your insight and every other local here. I wanted to show you what I was showing when JB, when his phone call interrupted us from watching fully the morning briefing about the park. So what they said in the morning briefing, the gist of it is today there's going to be a lot of smoke in the valleys and in the meadows and canyons for a while at least. So what we'll see first is plumes. They will develop, but they'll develop on the ridgelines. So this is the current view. It's now 9 in the morning. Welcome, friends. It's now 9 in the morning. And we looked at the battle map, and we looked at Butte Meadows for a second. Now we will, I'm explaining the cams and the views while JB was speaking. So what we do see currently, and as even the 7 o'clock briefing was occurring, that they said, one second. that Colorado fire, the Alexander Mountain, that people worried about is almost 2,000 acres. Okay, I'm always interrupted. Just remind me what I was going to do, guys. Feel free. That helps keep me on track, you know. So, they said plumes will first develop in the peaks, and so if we rewind this, Platte Mountain 2 cam at 8:30, it really began to get established. So let's do a 3-hour time lapse. Sorry, that swings around like that. Boom. We do see some smoke still in the canyons, valleys, and meadow areas. I don't know when it's forecast to blow away. I couldn't catch everything. They speak a million miles an hour on these meetings. So Weather Guy did his update. So most of the time they said the plumes will form early, which we saw it was in progress, even while before the meeting happened. So around 6 and 6:30 in the morning, we had a plume really getting started. So they said it'll start on the peaks first, because what the smoke does when it's down in the valleys and canyons is it smothers the fire. Let me pop my head, guys. Hang on a second. Ouch. Ow. Jeez. Okay. I sit here. What smoke does is deprive the fire of fresh air and oxygen and wind. So it puts it on best behavior for a bit. But too much smoke is a double-edged sword. It makes the fire behavior pretty sluggish and lazy in these valleys and stuff, where the smoke is, and because it's smothering itself. It, like we would choke on it, it's choking on its own smoke. It needs fresh air, wind and fresh air to make it really roar to life, and the sun's direct rays and heat to give it steroids. So we're still in the morning. Things will change by the afternoon, of course. So they said plumes will first appear on the ridges. Later, if and when the smoke rolls away, then we'll see plumes form elsewhere. So this gave them some extra opportunities this morning to put fire in the landscape. Yeah, we will play back the briefing. We missed chunks of it, and it went way too fast. So the Mountain McGrath says, no worries on the Colorado. You have enough of your hands full. Well, somebody came in yesterday, and they were in the Caldor fire, and they were a good supporter. And it came in and said, oh, God, Catherine, I don't know if you cover Colorado, but smoke is coming towards our house. What do we do? So we try to connect them with all the help possible. We haven't heard from them since. They quit speaking. They abruptly evacuated, we think. We don't know if they're safe. So I am keeping a personal eye on that one. So we'll look at it from time to time. So I am getting the updates on my wristwatch. There's they've got a hellish situation going on. So yeah, thank you, Rob, for that update on the trout fire. So remember, when other states don't have that many fires, they can send us help, and we desperately need it. The public will think, hey, and we almost have 5,000 personnel on the park, so help has arrived. But don't think that there will be the same number like tomorrow. When these crews, some of them work 72-hour shifts without even fresh food and water, they become absolutely exhausted, and they can't do their job well anymore. They can't think straight. They can't walk straight, stumble around. They can't. They're exhausted. They have to rest, and it's not just an 8-hour. Okay, I'm ready for work tomorrow. They have to be rested for like a week. They have to catch up on sleep and sleep around the clock like a week. They worked way harder than I do, and I'm that tired. Needless to say. So when fire crews do all this stuff, and the amount of smoke they inhale is incredible too. They have high carbon monoxide loads in their bloodstream, keeping them from getting new oxygen. They got to get out of it. They gotta truly rest and relax. to get back and fighting for them. Otherwise, they're more dangerous than helpful. So these crews will start timing out, and they will be on mandatory rest, and then maybe they can be reassigned. So they have scrambled to get new help in, and these will be newbies from elsewhere. Total newbies that don't understand how dangerous a Butte County fire is. Probably one of the worst in the world. Arguably top 5. Top 5 worst places to fight a fire in the entire world, not just the United States. So we just can only hope that the newbies get a proper briefing. We locals, we know, but they don't. So many get over cocky because I fought fire in Montana. I fought fire in Wyoming. I think that's about the worst thing the world's ever seen. No, you have not seen Butte County. You have not seen Palouse County. Just wake up and you have a ride in hell, sir. So this is one of the cams that showed that what they said is correct. The other camera that I was looking at was this Colby Mountain one. I was explaining to people what I was JB I was on the phone with. Then we'll go and play back that briefing. Inversion layer stuff. So pilots and weather people can be better explain that. But it started to blow away. So this is at 6 in the morning, and just watch this animation. It's pretty eerie. So here it is. That's 5 in the morning, 5:30, 5:45, 6, 6:30 when the other plume began, 7 when they did the briefing, 7:30 to 8. That is eerie. So I don't know if prevailing wind did that, or when the plume got cooking, it created a suction sort of thing and made its own weather and changed wind patterns. And that affected it all the way over here by Butte Meadows. The plume is nearby. So that was eerie. So this I was replaying and I was going, oh my God. And JB was on the phone with us. So what this means is there's a lot of aircraft standing by. They have now 3 different aero tanker airports. Chester, somewhere in Shasta, I think, and Redding, something like that. Red Bluff, Chester, and I can't remember the other. So they may have even 3 different air tags, or just at least 2 like they did yesterday, if aircraft can really help. Let's see if aircraft is up. They can't help anywhere it's like super smoky, except for kind of, oh, and also they may have to wait. PG&E is inspecting power lines with their helicopters right now. So they were doing, this is probably a line inspection route, circling around Cohasset, circling around that place, and they zigzagged over to Forest Ranch. They went up 32, up 32, up 32, the Lomo. They turned around. This is probably a PG&E line inspection. They may be off it. This could be air attack. Let me make sure they're not saying something right now on Broadcastify. Okay, I'm going to unmute it. I hate being interrupted or the during the briefing playback, that some things are priority. And then I still have to go and do a couple of things, and that's my mods told me about bad behavior last night. The mods and Amber, yeah, I know, Dixie Fire Amber. Amber, all the mods, I don't know if you've done this already, are required to give me a phone number and email, so I don't have to dig for yours. Here's my email, guys. Good to have you back. Can you say something? I don't know. What are you about to say? Let's see. The situation, like with mods, sometimes I'm dead tired and need to sleep, or if there is a true emergency, I might text people and say, "Can you cover a shift?" and or, hey, all hell's breaking loose. Can you help? There's 30,000 people in the chat. You know? And sometimes in the past, weird things happen where people just were banned, timed out. Gobbledygook was in chat, and it turns out that like mods had been at lunch and the cat was walking on their keyboard. You know, sometimes mods put the phone in their back pocket while they're gardening, listening, and then they sit down on the couch and butt ban people, you know. So I have to be able to text and say, hey, is that you? One time a mod had a child walk up and grab their phone and just type total nonsense and time out people. So I now require some sort of a phone number. It's not to be shared with anyone else, including other mods. It's not going to happen. And I am trying to make a chat room with one of the apps on, you know, for phones, so that we can talk amongst ourselves and mods can decide to go in shifts, because we try to go 24 hours. If you're not comfortable with the real phone number, then just use a Google Voice one. Those are all free. So if you could, that'd be great. Good seeing you again, Amber, though. You're awesome. If I don't hear from people, I should have said that earlier when you were speaking, about 13 minutes ago. If I don't hear from people, I'll start to revoke mod powers, just because we want to make sure that the people with the power to change stuff in chat understand the current situations and rules. So, and make sure that only they are truly speaking. You know, sometimes if people shared an account with like the family computer, we want to make sure that's tightened up and like children don't have access to it. You know what I mean? Here's our current view of Platte Mountain. Let's see if we can get a new ID on the plume. A. Boyer says, I tend to type total nonsense without the benefit of small children. Yeah. Don't drink and post is something I tell others too. Okay, so we missed the very beginning of the briefing, and we'll hit the play button on it. We do have the Park Fire radio on. We might get interrupted. I can't remember who wanted maps. I'll put this on my checklist of to do. Let's see. So Amber is at least active as a mod. Go back up. Varel's at 17% containment. Good. But is it where we need it to be over by Bodfish? I think they kept it for the most part out of there. Thank God. And RJ, I'll be, if you give me your phone number, I'll be sending you a test text. Oh, Urban, hey, welcome. Didn't see you there, sorry. Wait, where's Amber? Oh yeah, there's Amber. Okay. 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 I'm going to try to start a little chat group that's like mods can be talking to each other on the phone for coordination purposes. What's been
Harley, Tehema Lima, command.
What's been really difficult is getting people to take the early morning shift so I can go to sleep after the night shift.
Harley, I just tied in with your trainee. Copy.
I was hoping this wasn't PG&E inspecting their lines, because if it was like air attack or something, they would be saying, looks good here, here, and here, but it may just be PG&E. So, yeah, I'll see, come back and see us, Mountain McGrath. Hey, Shunani, good morning, how are you? I'm hoping for more good news. We're hoping. So I apologize for the drama of yesterday while I was sleeping. That's when people decide to act out, and They don't realize I have stealth mobs who are there taking screenshots of people's behaviors, and they forward them to me. I just have to check my inbox and take the appropriate actions, which I will be doing. So let's look back up there. If you guys, in general, you public, wonderful citizens here, can help me keep an eye on Burrell with its updates, generally what's going on in Kern County, and Nixon, I'm less worried about, but please tell me about the aftermath, especially, or if anything does flare up. That was one hell of a fire yesterday. That's a Butte Sheriff helicopter? Oh, okay. Wonder what they're doing. Oh, I should go back and show you guys the press conference of last night. Holy. He was mad. He was mad. Righteously so, but whoa. That's Butte County Sheriff helicopter? Okay. All right, thank you for letting me know about that.
Medic 2 on C2.
All right, thank you guys. We crowdsourced the info here, so it's open question and answer time for different fires. We have to. Oh yeah, he's tired of everybody's BS. I'll let you guys just see him if we have a moment here. See what he had to say. He had a pretty short but epic speech, and it was kind of heartbreaking. Oh, by the way, what we may be seeing here, this mysterious vehicle that looks like it's burned up, is probably.
Communications, Medic 2 on CDF, Command 2.
There was a pickup truck fire. One of the fire crew pickups burned up, but it did not spread to vegetation. I think it's one of the fire crews. So it's on a flatbed here at the Colby Hill thing. But yes, that is a burned up pickup. It doesn't mean the fire got here. It was elsewhere, and they just loaded it up and towed it over here. So it's really sad what they did to this meadow, but probably necessary. Okay. Let's go back, and I hope it's still there. Action News Now. Courtesy of them. Did the morning briefing. We missed the first 2 minutes because JB was trying to call me at that time, and I didn't know where to find the video. So, yeah, I know, Shenanigans, but Butte County has a lot of diverse types of folks. I'll just put it that way. It's a big county. It's the size of a small European nation. So you've got everything from the drug traders, the white motorcycle gang type, like that, who run through the area, to your other kind of gangsters from the cartels trying to establish grow ops and stuff in the forest from time to time. You got your moonshiner rebel types. That won't take me alive. I hate the feds. To straight up people hiding from the law occasionally. That's just the California mountains for you. To retirees who are just harmless and great upstanding folk, people who lived their entire lives back when it had more industry, things like logging and mining and stuff. You got your new stars in their eyes gold miners who are buying old gold mines and trying to make them work. You got pick, pen, and shovel gold miners who go up there and camp all the time. You got your recreationalists. You got people with cabins who are Bay Area, Google employees and types. And you've got your retirees that can't afford to live in Chico or anywhere else, that like up in Paradise. The people with Paradise is a wasteland type of plateau before they developed it. That's why the land's cheap. Just very difficult to keep fire out of it and develop in general. So
Division Bravo Tango, Branch 25 on command.
I'm talking about agricultural agricultural productivity wasteland, not like, you know, any other reason, any other way. Because my grandmother wanted to buy land up there. She said she couldn't make anything grow, so she didn't. But for that reason, it's pretty cheap, and you got a lot of vulnerable people up there in rest homes and stuff.
Division Bravo Tango, Branch 25 on command.
I didn't have an old address. My email's never changed. Yeah, RJ, I'm sorry. I'll try to check it in a minute. Very nice way of putting it. Yes. So there's the toothless and the shirtless, and those.
Flare up. Advising you're ready to copy an address.
Oh, I didn't want to hear that. Flare up.
Perimeter at 16045 Forest Ranch Road. Supposedly next to a well at a residence.
He said perimeter, but did he say outside or inside? Yeah, so there's all types, from students at Chico University to people who live there. It's a great little town. There's a big university, pretty well respected. You have literally all types. You have people doing the Gold Rush tourism stuff, a lot of great recreation. It's a huge county. You've got rice farmers, you've got ranchers, you've got everybody. Whitewater rafters. Bidwell Park is pretty glorious. You got your super old timers who live there for 100 years, literally, just hanging out. Whose grandparents came over on a wagon. It's very diverse, but as the mountain communities suffered and had their economies collapse with the ending of logging and mining and stuff after the 1940s, drugs filled their place, or some people trying to get by. It's getting better.
Copy. I'll meet you at Little Giant Mill and Highway 3060.
It's getting better. Now people can make a living maybe with marijuana or something now that's legal, but it's still hard to make a living in higher altitudes, so it tends to be retirees. It tends to be retirees. So anyway, this is the meeting. We'll start and stop it. We're going to unpack it. We have a flare-up reportedly by somebody's well in 16045 Forest Ranch Road. And so I'm sure when somebody goes and checks it out, they'll check back in. This is not a community meeting. It's a morning briefing. Let's start it. The morning briefing. We already watched it live at 7, but let's go back. We'll start and stop because of the radio.
It's on your guys' last shift. That continues to challenge us. It pushed out.
Oh, they didn't start it? Oh, they started it in the middle of it. I thought we had missed 2 minutes. They started it late. Oh.
The south side of 36, that's all holding, but as you get further down, just the access in there, it takes several hours.
Okay. Usually there's 2 different broadcasts with Action News Now. Let's see about their Facebook one. Okay. Is this it?
With a whole lot of heat, and essentially the fuels are available in the entire 24 hours.
Okay, they started both of their broadcasts late. Okay.
Fire activity all night long. In the Mill Creek area, Antelope Creek drainages, we saw movements of over 3 miles of the fire overnight.
All right, what he's saying, I can hear it probably better than you. Says there's troubled audio on this one. Thank God it's horizontal video. Typically when this happens, somebody's thumb is over the microphone, or they're adjusting something. He said there was activity at the Mill Creek drainage. And the fire went for over 3 miles for some reason last night.
With a whole lot of heat, and essentially the fuels are available in the entire 24-hour period.
Okay, what we've been experiencing is a whole lot of heat in there. If fuels have been available, which means to burn, receptive to burning, the entire 24-hour period, meaning it can burn at night much like it does during the day. That's because it's getting hotter and drier again.
Fire activity all night long.
We're seeing fire activity all night long in the Mill Creek drainage. No, Mill Creek area, excuse me. And along some of the drainages, we saw something over 3 miles long. Overnight last night. I can't make out anything else.
So expect that to continue to tonight as we see that fire progress further east. And then as you get down here to the Highway 32 corridor, very similar heavy fuels, even short range spotting available, even with just a little bit of heat. So overall, we're going to still see plume development today, much like we saw yesterday and the previous day. We don't expect plume domination necessarily.
Okay. They need a new phone for this.
Fire, you're going to see those plumes pop up, especially as that smoke thins out. All the reach stops is where you see that.
This is some cell phone that did this. Let me just see if the audio gets any better. If not, we're going to be completely reliant on the other one.
For nighttime hoist, we have bases.
In the Olympics, yeah.
Yeah, it's super troubled until then. So I guess we don't get the beginning with either broadcast. It continues to be a complex incident. I can barely hear it, so I could take a hit for the team. Let me just turn it up to maximum volume and tell you what he's saying. Okay. I know, Yosef, I know. Vertical videos, that's for kiddos. But people forget. It's the most convenient way to hold a phone. So what I would like to see is it's easier on your arm, the way that the way that the muscles of the arm work. So it is convenient, but I would like to see that that cameras themselves rotate like on a gyroscope into correct position, which is horizontal, and you can hold it vertical. This would never happen. Okay, I'll translate. It's gonna hurt me. Yeah, did KCRA or KRCR have a video? Yeah, I don't know who is filming this. Let me know. KRCR, KRCR, morning update, park fire. Frustrating. Did they cover it? There's only so many journalists that could fit in there. Anybody else know? There's a different. Oh God, sorry, I didn't mean to show burned up buildings. Yeah, it's unreal. How, there's all this crisis. I take a break. I've been live for 25 hours, and oh my God, the world's falling down for us, right? It's collapsing. There's a crisis, an emergency, and then I see just people walking by in Portland, just doing their thing, completely unaware. Maybe they'll be aware of this in the nightly news.
Branch 25.
I don't think it's on YouTube.
Nothing for Butte Tango.
Mods, do you know?
Unreadable.
Let me make a note to download this. This is supposed to be the terms of firefighters. Thank you, Amber. I got the I got your email. All right, I'm going to install that. This, friends, can be whatever you need to. It's like a guide to the Chinese speak that they see on these things. So, is it on YouTube, friends? Park Fire Morning Briefing. I guess not. Cal Fire, Butte County. I was hoping they would have it. They have some of the channel. You just search for the channel. Channel filters. Channel. Okay, Cal Fire Butte County. Yeah, that's the one from yesterday, though. Where's the one from today? It's just better when they do it. This is Cal Fire Butte County. If you guys want to go subscribe. Yeah, I'm not fighting it anywhere except for Action News Now either. But this is that the fiery press conference of yesterday. Whoa, it's not that long, but whoa, that was. This was an operational update. It wasn't the morning one, I don't think. Let me see what. When was this posted? YouTube doesn't say what time it was posted anymore. YouTube got worse and worse. Okay. So this may have been an evening one or something. All right, Plan B. Back to the good audio Action News Now, but it is what it is. This is what we have. So if you guys can find it, I'm grateful. We'll go to Plan B for now, because I don't think I know that. Let's see when this good audio starts, right?
To get in there is very challenging. Branch 15 and Branch 20 are working on a plan on how we're going to try to connect the dots in there.
All right, so he says very challenging, Branch 15. So I will pause this bad audio one, which starts earlier, when he says Branch 15, very challenging. Here we go. I'll take one hit for the team. I'm going to put maximum volume up and interpret what he says with this troubled audio.
With a whole lot of heat, and essentially the fuels are available in the entire 24-hour period. We're seeing.
All right, wherever he was pointing, he said there's a whole lot of heat and fuels are available 24 hours.
Fire activity all night long.
We see fire activity all night long.
In the Mill Creek area and a little creek drainage.
In the Mill Creek area and that drainage.
We saw movements of over 3.
And the drainages, we saw movements of over 3 miles.
3 miles of the fire overnight last night.
On the fire. On the fire overnight last night.
So expect that to continue to tonight.
Expect to continue through tonight.
As we see that fire progress further and further east.
As we see that fire progress further and further east.
Down here to the Highway 32 corridor.
Now we get down to the Highway 32 corridor.
Very similar heavy fuels, even short-range spotting available.
Similar situation, heavy fuels, short-range spotting.
Even with just a little bit of heat. So overall, we're going to.
But just mostly a little bit of heat.
Still see plume development today, much like we saw yesterday.
Traffic for Branch 10 on command. Go ahead.
We'll see plume development today.
We don't expect plume domination necessarily.
But we don't necessarily expect plume domination.
For the fire, but you're going to see those plumes pop up.
But you're going to see those plumes pop up, and one already showed up at 6 in the morning right before this 7 o'clock briefing.
Especially as that smoke thins out.
Especially as the smoke thins out.
All the reach stops is where you see that first bit of activity.
Something, something, as the smoke thins out. As we saw smoke in the valleys and canyons, as the smoke thins out, we're going to first see the plumes on the ridges. But as the smoke clears out of the valleys and the canyons, you'll start to see activity emerge in these areas. Yep, we knew that. God, I'm going to mute that for you guys because that's too harsh. Sorry. This also in those little areas, it limits the ability to use aircraft. So put that into your plan for today. And everybody, be aware that aircraft may not be available until much later in the afternoon. So keep all that under consideration and go have a safe and productive blah, blah, blah day. Shift. Safety Officer David Morrison. Oh God, every couple of seconds, it's just super loud. He goes, turn to the page to the thing in your manual. Make sure everybody receives a briefing prior to going to work. Next, we got to talk about traffic, the repopulation of these areas, some of which where we are still working. Drive defensively and don't wreck, basically. Last thing we got to talk about is complacency. Complacency. Today, the situation can change rapidly because of the weather and other factors like your work location. Make sure you watch what you're doing when you're on the line. Be aware and be ready for the changes. And you'll have to adjust what you're doing as needed. Okay, if you're wondering what I'm doing, this is the world's worst audio because of a broken cell phone used to record this, but the audio gets better later. So this is the very front of this meeting was chopped off completely. The second camera with good audio is even later. So we missed big, important chunks of this meeting, which spoke about the park fire behavior last night, and what crews you expect today. So I'm taking one for the team. This is absolutely brutal because they are super low and just mumbling in this troubled audio. And then all of a sudden it'll go to maximum volume and slam your ears. So I muted it for you and I'm translating. God, what was this guy's name? Let me see. I can't make it out, but he's operations. His good morning was super loud. This fire is a beast. Good morning. There's a lot of personnel. It's a very complex incident. It's going to continue to be so. Ow. We've got various extended zones in this fire. And the reason we split into zones is for operational control, efficiency, etc. But remember, we're all one team. Ow. Ow. Blah, blah, blah. Now, because we have different sections, we have different priorities, different sets. So as we have limited resources, we don't have all the things we need. We're trying to get them to split them so we can get every job done we want in each division. But because we don't have everything, we have to prioritize. Hang on, radio's breaking in. God, this is brutal on me. Remember to hit the like button so people can find us, friend. We have 3,000 views and 159 likes. Help us get there. I'm really taking a lot of pain here to bring this freaking info to you. Based on the input from our operational personnel. Blah blah blah. It's for that with that information we set up our priorities. Yeah. He's talking about our number one priority will be branch. Okay, it goes to good audio at this point. Oh God. Okay. Okay, I'll just turn the audio back on for you. Oh. He's talking about priorities, and so I'm going to start and stop to take notes. We are listening to the radio too. We are wondering what the flare-up is at 16045 Forest Ranch Road. Radio has not really broken in yet with, they'll probably report on if that's bad or not. Okay, so we're past the first 3 minutes here. We will fast forward the roll call and all that crap.
15 and our third in branch 20.
So what just got broken is he was talking about different priorities. But I know from the other part of the briefing, we have a different video. The number one priority is branch 12. And he said the number two is Highway 32 around the Mill Creek drainage area. Number three, I don't know, is what he's saying. Let's rewind for a second.
Our second in branch 15 and our third in branch 20.
Okay, second one, that's branch 15. Second priority is branch 15. Our third one is branch 20. And on the maps, it'll show where that is. Oh, God. Oh, man. You have no idea how painful that was to listen to. All right, let's keep going. Yeah.
Those are our priorities. As our needs go and we have to surge resources, we will do so to staff and effectively combat the fire in those priority areas.
Surging resources means they have some standbys ready to go to assist those that suddenly go into like a crisis. Okay.
Charlie.
This is a big event going.
The radio's breaking in. Hang on. Whew.
Charlie, Quebec, you're going to be swapping out with the Shasta strike team that came out. He's saying, I don't know if you got the brief from them, but 170N, just stay on the end line. You'll come to where it met the fire's edge. We want to try to hold that.
170 and what? They're going to try to hold that. It says their location. That's radio breaking in. We stop to listen to radio. We are at 6 hours of the stream, guys. I've been here all night since around 3 in the morning. He says, please repeat location. Yeah, clear blue skies in Trinity County. That's awesome. I just want to know that location. Hang on. come on, radio. We go. Ow. Okay, this is the Facebook page where Action News Now goes live with these every morning at 7. Please go and hit the like button and stuff on it to show your appreciation as I keep doing this. Trouble is better than nothing. Alright, I'm just going to play it. Hopefully the radio won't do that. Breaking was just static. I'd like to know where that was. 170 and something is where the fire's edge is now. We need to try to hold that. Okay, sure.
Going on in your life right now. Also in the world, there's another big event. It's called the Olympics. In the Olympics, you have the best athletes in the world. They've trained their entire career, their entire lives to be the best. And they have one goal, to win the gold.
I love their speeches. I don't know if they write them themselves, but they're like, go out there and be an awesome athlete.
On this fire, this is our Olympics. You are those athletes. You've been training.
Tehema. Man, what?
All night resources are off the line and returning.
That's nice.
Your entire career to succeed in combating something like this. And your goal is to win the gold and to win on this fire. So today, your charge is to win gold like the champions you are today. Thank you.
Okay, that if I was director, I'd be like, okay, redeliver that line like you meant it. Your charge today is win Olympic gold like the champions you are. Anyway.
Air Operations, Matt Stanford.
Good morning. This morning we have air attack available to go up at 0800 if the air is clear, and along with that will be 3 tankers, 2 Type 2 tankers, Type 3s, S2Ts, and 1 Type 1 tanker with ASM.
Okay, that's way too fast for me to possibly write that down. Okay, what's their resources if they can fly today?
Air Operations, Matt Stanford.
Good morning. This morning we have air attack available to go up at 0800 if the air is clear, and along with that will be 3 tankers.
3 tankers.
2 Type 2 tankers.
2X Type 2.
Tankers, Type 3s, S2T. We have air attack available to go up at 0800 if the air is clear, and along with that will be 3 tankers, 2 Type 2 tankers, Type 3s, S2Ts, and 1 Type 1 tanker with ASM.
2 Type 2 tankers, Type 3s. That did not make sense. Okay, I guess the Type 3s equal what?
0800 if the air is clear, and along with that will be 3 tankers, 2 Type 2 tankers, Type 3s, S2Ts, and 1 Type 1 tanker with a
1X Type 1. Okay. S2Ts. Does that mean March S2 turbo trackers? Okay.
To go up at 0800 if the air is clear, and along with that will be 3 tankers, 2 Type 2 tankers, Type 3s, S2Ts, and 1 Type 1 tanker with ASM. As far as what's going on with the air, we have made it possible to open up 3 helibases so we can try and get around these air issues. So in the Butte zone, we have the Chico helibase, which has 13 helicopters, 9 water dropping, 3.
Okay, so they have 3. Helibases. Chico today was different from yesterday.
3 Helco platforms. Also in the Butte zone, we have Butte zone, we have the Chico helibase, which has 13 helicopters, 9 water dropping, 3 Helco platforms. Also in the Butte zone, we have the Chester helibase with 7 helicopters, 5 water dropping, and 2 Helcos.
Okay.
Tango, pull back.
analysis. You guys still with me? You haven't said anything in chat for a bit. We haven't seen the aircraft really because it's still too damn smoky. PG&E did a survey of their lines. We got one current helicopter. That is, I believe, the sheriff. Yeah, random Cessna.
Branch 12, Tehema Lima on command. Coming right behind you.
Branch 12. Which is what priority? Priority 1. Please say what you're going to say on the freaking air, please. Yeah, RJ, the meeting is only for themselves. It's not for the public. So the journalists can go there and film it if they want. But when fires get huge, like with the Dixie, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 made their own YouTube channel and just shared to YouTube. That's been one of the easiest places to upload videos. YouTube's on everybody's phone, and you don't need a YouTube account to see it. So that's easier for them to communicate with their people. So there was a CAL FIRE Butte County YouTube channel, and it has yesterday's meeting on it, but not today. Great. So I'm going to show you guys yesterday's pretty loaded, emotional, dramatic press conference if we get a chance. All right. If they're not going to say anything in the radio, fine, whatever. I'm just going to keep watching this. Shoot, where did it go? Okay. And we were watching the Facebook one. Okay.
Helicopters, 9 water dropping tankers, type 3s, S2Ts, and 1 type 1 tanker with an ASM. As far as what's going on with the air, we have made it possible to open up 3 helibases so we can try and get around these air issues. So in the Butte zone, we have the Chico helibase, which has 13 helicopters, 9 water dropping, 3 Helco platforms. Also in the Butte zone, we have the Chester helibase with 7 helicopters, 5 water dropping, and 2 Helcos. In the Tehema zone, we have 14 helicopters at the Red Bluff Airport, 12 water dropping helicopters, and 2 Helcos. We have 2 dropping and 2 Helcos. 15 helicopters, 9 water dropping, 3 Helco platforms. Also in the Butte zone, we have the Chester helibase with 7 helicopters, 5 water dropping, and 2 Helcos.
Tehema Lima on command.
In the Tehema zone, we have 14 helicopters at the Red Bluff Airport, 12 water dropping helicopters, and 2 Helcos. We have 2 MRBs, which are mobile retardant bases, at Dye Creek and Spring Ranch.
Okay, Dye Creek and Spring Ranch are retardant bases. Okay.
So we'll be dropping water and retardant out of helicopters, so be aware of that.
Interesting.
Our night shifts go where the activity is each and every night. We have a 2 night type 1 dropping helicopters and 1 Helco. We have an air ignition platform in the UASs, also for recon and pulling up.
There is an operational update video link just created by Watch Duty. I bet it's the same thing we're watching. But if it's a better video, then my God. Hey, it's an update now, and it's on YouTube. Okay, let's just watch the newer one. That's the most relevant. We'll go back to the early one. It's basic statistics. It's just there. Let's go back. CAL FIRE Butte County. CAL FIRE Butte County. Freaking channel. YouTube. All right, here we go. Off the press.
Good morning. My name is Mark Brennan. I'm Operations Section Chief on the Park incident. I'll take you through the operational briefing for July 30th. Talk about overnight some of the operations that took place, some of the challenges we've experienced in our operations.
Don't tell me I just did all that pain for nothing. He's just going to summarize info for the public. Oh my God. I had to read it for you guys. It was so freaking painful. What do you mean you just watched it? You didn't let us know it was here? I was going. That's it, I quit. I quit. You're on your own, guys. I'm out. I'm going to Bermuda. Oh, I changed my mind after stretching. Okay, let's get back to work. Okay. Okay. Here we go.
Moving forward throughout the day. Starting on the lower portion of the fire, everything's looking really good as we move up the western part of the fire. That's all holding still. It is being mopped up and getting a lot of direct line completed that was still need to be done, but this is all looking very good. As we continue to move up the western part of the fire, yesterday afternoon, we ended up having, late in the afternoon, a significant increase in our fire activity throughout the fire. In particular, in the upper, what we call left shoulder of the fire in Tehema County, we end up having a significant amount of spot fires that took place. We had resources and crews available, as well as aircraft that were attacking those numerous spot fires. A lot of that area, the fire line was still in rugged and inaccessible terrain to make it very difficult for us to be able to put direct line onto that fire. So we had to imply and utilize some firing operations to be able to check up the fire or to stop the rapid advance of the fire moving to the west. Some of that area was on the Hogsback area, so we were able to do some firing and get direct line from the Hogsback down to Antelope Creek, and we are get direct line from the Hogsback down to Antelope area, moving to the west. Some of that area was on the Hogsback area, so we were able to do some firing and get direct line from the Hogsback down to Antelope Creek, and we are continuing also from the Hogsback.
All right, Antelope Creek, what is that? Antelope or Endelope? From Hogsback to Antelope Creek. They did some lines firing. John, what do you think? Antelope or Endelope? What do you say?
To Antelope Creek. To do some firing and get direct line from the Hogsback down to Antelope Creek. And we are continuing also from the Hogsback back to Highway 36. But there is some area, again, due to the topography, where we're trying to connect the dots between that direct line and what the open line is of the fire line to get that connected. They were having some success within that. They're continuing to battle that today.
Okay, there's some success. Continue to battle today. We were listening from 2 in the morning to now to the radio, and Antelope, really, Antelope, that didn't sound like he said antelope. Ah, okay, thank you, John. Antelope. I think he said Antelope. Okay, thank you. Let's go back a little bit.
Line and what the open line is of the fire line to get that connected. They were having some success within that. They're continuing to battle that today. Our weather changes is now increasing the time that the fire is more active than we've seen in the past few days. So that's been a real challenge. We've also been surging resources into parts of the fire that have been our problem areas. In the Highway 36 corridor, we also had the fire take off at its...
Excuse me, I'm still making a note. The fire is now more active due to day and night due to the weather changes. It's much drier and getting hot again. Okay, so in the Highway 32 area, what does he have to say? That's a separate section. So he first spoke about Tehema, which is up to the north. Now, Highway 32 is going to be a huge battle today. It's like northeastern section over there by Butte Meadows.
Skip towards lanes. We also had the fire take off at its skip towards Lanes Valley.
Oh, okay, never mind. No, Inskip Hill. I swear to God, they need to be super careful with their words. So somebody who's a local needs to tell him that Inskip Hill is absolutely nowhere near Inskip. Like, we're talking about like 30 miles as the crow flies away in one county over. If Inskip, the town, the community is on fire, the region north of Paradise, that'd be a big freaking deal. That will cause panic. It already has caused panic. I had to put down as a rumor mill thing the day before yesterday. For God's sake, Inskip Hill. Inskip Hill. Which is over in Tehema County. Okay, I can only reiterate, my God. Inskip Hill. He's saying it wrong. But they're not from here, you know. They're not from here. It's okay. But somebody needs to tap them on the shoulder and read their stuff so that they don't cause a panic. This is for the public here.
We've also been surging resources into parts of the fire that have been our problem areas. In the Highway 36 corridor, we also had the fire takeoff.
This is Highway 36 corridor. Mind you, Inskip Hill is what he's about to say. 36 is in Tehema County. Inskip Hill, and I'm going to just make a big thing about this. Correct Cal Fire. I will reach out to them in the comments and stuff and say,
Box Dozer, Box Bryant on command.
freaking say Inskip Hill, okay? So you don't freak out everybody by Paradise. Hang on, friends. We're still listening to the radio. That's still... The radio's the freshest info. Yeah, I know, RJ. We'll be looking at that in a second. They're going to talk about that in a second. Thank God, Rob, that the Braille burned mostly south of Bodfish. That means that they saved it last night. So far, so good. They're doing good down there. My God. Is it still a red flag, Rob? Did they extend red flag in Kern County? I guess we're not going to hear on the radio. Okay, let's keep going.
At its skip towards Lanes Valley.
Mary Inskip Hill towards Lanes Valley, which is over there by Paynes Creek.
It ran to Battle Creek, did a lot of...
It ran to Battle Creek. We see that on their maps.
Of defensive firing activities to try to hold that.
Wow. So they did defensive firing to hold it. Okay, if it goes past Battle Creek, if it goes north of it, then Manton is in clear and present danger, and ultimately Shingletown.
Branch 12. Command.
Why we watch this stuff. We heard nothing about this on the radio except for a bunch of crackly stuff. It was just too far out of radio range last night.
Branch 12, Tehema, leading on command. Go ahead.
Branch 12, that's over by Butte Meadows. What? Wait, no, it is. It's Tehema. Excuse me. Like what he's talking about, that is Branch 12, isn't it? Let me look at my own map. Yeah, Branch 12 is what he's talking about. or by Battle Creek, Tehema, Paints Creek, you know. We can barely hear what they're saying. It's just so far away. Our ham radio operator is probably in Chico. Yeah, RJ, I'm going to try to deal with the issues. I'm going to try to get you into the new mod chat group that we have. We set something up on a cell phone where you can all exchange info so that you guys don't have to deal with a circus anymore. So sorry, RJ. It's going to be a hard day, guys. We have to figure out what happened last night and hopefully hear a new update. Did you say Butte operations? I love the blue-haired lady with the... Hang on, friends. I want to know about Butte Meadows, too. My own family's cabins are there. They said they have 5,000. 5,000.
If you were walked on, can you repeat coordinates, please?
We're probably not going to hear that. Unless he does a read back. Thank you, Rob, for checking on that. Really appreciate it.
Operation. 2 Kilo, you were walked on, repeat coordinates.
Walked on means somebody else transmitted at the same time and screwed up the transmission. Come on.
2 Kilo negative, you were walked on. Please go with those coordinates again.
Yeah, I want to hear the coordinates. Thank you, Small Wildlife. Thank you, everybody, for helping us gather all the information in one spot. Come on, radio. Come on, radio. Come on. I'm sorry this drives some people crazy the way we start and stop things, but we...
Get some engines down there right now to be down there to contact for the Helco.
Okay. So that sounds like they're having a real problem somewhere where multiple people queued up the microphone at the same time. He goes, one at a time.
Cone Grove, Palisade, command.
So they're sending engines to help, and they were talking about Tehema, branch 12, which is up there, like what he's exactly talking about right now. They need help with, it looks like. Let's see what our satellite has to say about flare-ups. I'm sure it's red all over the place.
Falling auto 508, East Tango.
Or not. Come on, Caltopo, work. There's no flare-ups showing on Caltopo with the GO satellite in that area. Kidding me?
Palabase, Cone Grove, Palisade, command.
Maybe it will show up. Right here, we've got a big red spot. Antelope Creek, like what he was talking about. Antelope Creek, a site of Yellow Jacket, which I hope they saved. Yeah, that was an old ranger station. I don't know if it's still around. Do you know, John Mode? Yellow Jacket Ranger Station is still around. Ranger Station. Yeah, we used to. It's a guard station. What? Recreation.gov campgrounds. I believe it's. Oh, that's Idaho, California. at the Eldorado Forest. Cone Grove is by Red Bluff. Yeah, that's a helicopter base trying to talk to the helicopters. Is this Butte or Tehema County? When I say Butte County, I don't want to hear Eldorado. Get the hell out of my face. Google results are so stupid. No, I don't want to know about yellow jackets, the insects. Union Valley Reservoir, whatever. But when I see site of some place, it's a historical site. May or may not have some old building there that's, Antelope Creek goes through Cone Grove. Yeah, well, ultimately, I'm sure it empties out there. But I'm talking about Antelope Creek having a heat detection over in the northeast section. That's our biggest area of new heat. Just east of the site of Yellow Jacket on these maps. The quadrangle is 31 and 6, with the National Forest boundary being here. Which National Forest? Loomis? Which one? National Forest boundary. Would you please tell me? These maps just suck. Suck. I won't finish that statement. The Forest Service maps used to be awesome. Just junk anymore. National Forest boundary of what? Game Refuge, National Forest. Okay, we're going back to our thing because we can't tell. All right.
A lot of that was not successful due to we've also been surging resources into parts of the fire that have been our problem areas. In the Highway 36 corridor, we also had the fire take off at its skip towards Lanes Valley.
For God's sake. I'm just as frustrated as you are with these interruptions, but we have to know. Sorry, I'm getting cranky. I need a Snickers. There is something going on right now over there. Check in with air attack. How would we? I don't think air attack's in the air. We don't have anything in the air except this Butte County helicopter over there. Oh wait, there's that. Is that air attack? Just looks like a Bell helicopter. It is intently flying right there. It's time to buy CalTopo Pro, and we'll get aircraft overlay and see how good that is. It's $100. I've yet to drop it in because CalTopo was stumbling the other day. I want to make sure that it's useful for us. But unfortunately, it's cheaper.
Blood on hotshots. View November on command.
Lodi hotshots? Wait, something hotshots?
View November on command. Noise. Tehema Lima on command.
Mendocino? I don't think so. What?
Lots of noise. Command. I got you loud and clear. Report to Lane Valley and the KV line.
Lanes.
You received those instructions. I got Lane Valley that's cut off.
I would like one fob to report to Lane Valley and where the KV lines cross Lane Valley.
I copy.
Okay, I would like, the radio just broke in. That must be the area of concern now. I'm sorry, we have to listen. Okay, that's valuable information. So what do you make of that, John? Thank you for your, are you kidding about Mendocino though? Isn't that the ocean? It's gotta be Plomas or something. So he says, I want one fob to report to Lanes Valley and where the KB lines meet it. I'll have to look at the battle map. They're just about to explain on that video that it did not go that well last night. This is our latest update though. So I would imagine it's up here by Battle Creek. This is Lanes Valley Road. It goes up there. So let's see what a KB line is. That would be what I'm having trouble right now. So here we go. Highway 36, 36, 36, 36, 36, 36. I want one fob. I don't know what that is. Oh, God. We're talking about a strike team. Needs to report to Lanes Valley Road where KB lines cross it. KB. We'll have to ask JB what the hell KB line is. They had them on other maps. So, big question mark for JB. What is KB lines? Is it just how they define their desert lines, named them or something? It seems like they named some roads stuff like KB. Tramway, Plum Creek. They have different maps, so let me see about opening the others. Operations branch. This is branch what again? 12. Branch 12. Maps. Did I download that one? Branch 5. Tehema East. It would have been nice if they actually streamed this at 7 in the morning when this would have been good for us to take our notes so that we could just be live right now. But this just got uploaded, so we have to look at it now. Let me see about the different maps I hadn't downloaded yet. Okay, branch 12. Thought I had this one. Okay. So I'm going to download that. Branch 12 Tehema Zone. Shows Manton, etc. KB line. Let's see if that's on that map. Let's look. Branch 12. I remember seeing it on a map. Branch 12. Here is Lanes Valley Road. Skip Hill has the camera right here. It burned over like more than 24 hours ago, like 72 almost. So when he's talking about Inskip, I have to correct him. No, it's not Inskip. That's a town or community actually over by Paradise. Inskip Hill. Very important to not cause a panic. So we're having trouble. I want somebody to report. I would imagine it's over here. It hasn't been a cakewalk over at Little Giant Mill, and the Paynes Creek fire to the east. She said, "This is something communications. Do you have traffic for me?" There's a lot of communication issues right now. Well, this isn't exactly saying it either. Do you have any guidance, John? Are you seeing these maps? Do I have to look at a different one? I was thinking it might be where the helicopter's at. Look back at chat. Hey, Husky, welcome. Midnight Star says I'm right here in Cone Grove. See the flames on a ridge here last night. Unbelievable, the fire crew going by on the highway nonstop. Can't stress enough. Thanks to our fire crew. Butte County's now Tehema and Shasta. Are you safe, Midnight Star? Are you in evacuation zone? Yeah, it's now over 600 square miles. So ironically, they just...
November on command.
I can't even get a word in. Okay. We were just watching the new operational video that is for the public, and they're confusing and skipping.
Papa, November on command. Telco's trying to raise you on air to ground command.
Yeah, Midnight Star, can you guys tell me? They're talking about a KB line. I have no idea. Dustin, I've been looking at PDF maps. That was with just a... This is a website, Flight Radar 24. But I just opened maps in a PDF reader. So any PDF reader will do, but it's hard to get a hold of these maps. Okay, thank you, John. Midnight Star, where exactly is Cone Grove? I'm drawing a blank right now. I've been past Butte Meadows a bunch of times. I don't have any direct childhood memories of there. I hung out by Chester, Post County to the east, Lawson County, Butte County. We almost never went to our cabin via 32. So I don't know that area nearly as well as I know like Highway 70. So this is where the helicopter's flying around. That's community of Paynes Creek, which is, they've been confusing with Paynes Creek, where the Creek, where it intersects with 36 on the east side. So it's a big mess. They just wanted to rush fire crews, though, to Lanes Valley Road, where it intersects with KB lines. And I don't know if that's their nicknames for desert lines or what, but if any locals do you know of a town, access road or something called KB or something like that? It's just south of Red Bluff. Okay. On 99. Oh, okay. Really? Oh, like the cool park. Yeah. Okay. I usually just drive past Los Molinos. Right, okay. It's a little community here, or I thought it was just kind of some farms. Yeah. Well, if it makes you feel any better, they got tons of dozer lines over there. Let me show you. Since it's just a PDF reader and not a mapping program, this thing keeps crashing all the time, but there's the A6, these XXXs, these are dozer lines.
Communications, Tango Juliet, command.
I'll go back to the briefing. I'm really mad that KV, not KB. Oh, that would make a lot more sense. Kilovolt. The power lines. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That is exactly where that helicopter's flying. So if we look, yes. All right, teamwork with power. Teamwork. We know exactly where they want to go now. If that is correct, I think your theory is correct. So here it is. The helicopter buzz around it too. These are the power lines. These AAA things. This is the branch 12 map, which shows the high tension power line. So that's Lanes Valley, where it intersects with the KV line, if that means high tension power. Yeah. So that's what is sending a crew there right now. Now let's go back.
Yeah. Just seeing if I overheard some conversation. You're over there in section 1 off 36 right now.
Section 1 on 36.
Usually I'm trying to raise communication, but no joy. You mind ordering me 2,500 gallon snap tanks to Dale Station?
Firm. I'm working up off of Tuscan Springs Road right now. I'll try to rendezvous with you at section 1 at that gate. I'll place the order. 2,500 gallon snap tanks. Dale Station.
Affirmative.
Great. Okay. So they're going to. Okay. So his location is section 1 at 36. That would be in.
On command, how do you copy?
Sections are not listed here. Of course. Let's go back to Caltopo. All right. So he says I was unable to raise anybody, communicate with them, but I want 2,500 gallon tanks sent to Dale's Station right now. He says I want one FOB, whatever, to report to Lanes Valley Road at the, we assume the power lines, which is right there. And that is where the fire's trying to spread. So if they can hold.
Lanes Valley, just north of 35.
Lanes Valley just north of 65. What about it? Section 65? That means section. All right, we go back to Caltopo to confirm. If you guys could spare $1, we have $1 to $5. If 20% of the viewers do that, we will be funded here and be ad-free. Totally, absolutely grateful for that. Even if it's $1 right now, it really matters. So we want to remain ad-free, but this is all I do. I just sit here for weeks on end and have quit my day job, so to speak, to try to make this happen. So in order to keep doing this and to raise the equipment fund, to get the laptop, to take this show on the road, have better equipment in general, have better stream experience, and remain ad-free. Your donations are much appreciated. We've been getting like 10,000 views a day, and if just 20% of viewers gave $1 to $5, we'd totally make it. So don't be embarrassed. No donation's too small. The pinned message in chat is the best way to donate, so we get the money right away. If you do super chat or super thanks, then sorry, just saw a message that was disturbing. If we could take
Branch 5 on command, how do you copy?
if we could take the show on the road, I've got time to go down here to California and probably cover this better if possible. But But then I have to be back in Oregon for nasal passage surgery in September. So if you donate right now, I don't get the money in time to buy the laptop to YouTube. But if it's with the pinned links, Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App, and you don't need a PayPal account, just debit card, then I'll get the money right away, and we could buy that laptop and take the show on the road. I really want to be down there. What are you talking about? You should change your tone and not say AKV line. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know who you are. So, I know you're not stupid, but don't talk down weeks in ending meth. What? I could say the same about you. What about meth here? Flocka, maybe? Start making sense, start being respectful, or leave. Wherever you are. Now we are listening to the radio, and what they say on the radio, we're repeating. So they just said the KV line. So are you trash talking firefighters or what? I have no idea what you are on about. So I do this as a volunteer, and you're in my living room. You will be respectful like you're my guest, or you will leave. We are crowdsourcing emergency information here to save lives, and that's what we do here. If you're not about that, I don't know why you are here. So let's go back to our update. They were first describing the situation about last night and what their priorities, objectives are, and what's going to be difficult. So I'm sorry that we do have to interrupt this. This just got uploaded relatively recently. Even though the morning update was at 7 in the morning, they just uploaded this. So we were trying to decode the audio problems with the morning update, which was really freaking bad. So we need both this information. We need to know what happened last night, what their objectives are today, but we also have to pause to know what the hell's going on right now. We're still listening to Butte County.
Juliet, command.
Where they're rushing units.
Go ahead.
To Lanes Valley Road.
Okay, I won't be able to meet you at that location. I got some business to handle in the north with a strike team. Yeah, copy, no worries.
Oh, well, thank you, Pedro, for your kind donation. Very, very, very happy. There is no donation too small, and you get a heart too. I had my old laptop meltdown. It takes a supercomputer to do this, to open up all the tabs, to cover multiple fires and multiple crises.
Juliet, back. I have a planned firing proposal for you. However, if the fire comes out on the other ridge, we'll have to just use defensive fire.
Okay, we're listening to the emergency situation unfolding. I am super sleep deprived. I got some good sleep last night, but I'm also sick. I do apologize if I'm out of it. But I've been covering wildfires, 22-hour shifts on average, sleeping anywhere from 4 to 8 hours to sometimes 12. Then I'm live for like 22 to 25 hours straight, and repeat. Oregon's crisis is not over. But I was covering that, and I was hoping to get a break when the park fire broke out. I just wanted 2 days off. I don't think I've really had a day off, except for one since June 6th. Since June 6th. The helicopter, these are the power lines right away, is hovering around that area. They've just ordered a lot of retardant.
Foxtrot, branch 20 on command.
Or water to Dale's station. And they have just ordered units to the intersection of where the power lines are. We think...
Dale Foxtrot, branch 20. I'm heading up Highway 32. Was a good meeting point.
I'm going to check the satellite in a second. He says, we have a planned firing proposal for you. Just
Being route to that location, I have some update on the fire progression.
Oh, please say that on the radio. He says, but if it can't pan out, we may have to put defensive fire in the ground if this thing makes a run. So I would love to hear more, an update on the fire, but it looks like he's meeting somebody in person to do that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, CA Rock, if you want the maps, I don't know if you emailed me already, I'll try to provide them in like a Dropbox thing. But don't distribute them to the public, just keep them to yourself if possible. The public can, get confused about this stuff. And thank you so much for the kind donations, guys. We've got a situation here. Let's look at the heat detections.
Copies. Go ahead and let call communications know.
Caltopo, don't crash.
Call communications. Good.
Branch 12, Felix. The two dozers you took from the corral on lane.
Yeah, that's for a separate mission. Can support the agency dozer that's improving those lines.
Copy. You need me to grab a separate two dozers then for the mission that you requested me to do earlier?
Yeah, affirm.
All right, copy that. And just for accountability, those two dozers, who are they going to be working with?
And they don't have a heavy equipment box, but they have the leaders and pin marching orders to just tic-tac-toe that with contingency.
Okay, I copy that. Thank you.
Here may be where the battle is or where they're expecting the fire to progress to. So I'm not sure what FOB means. He goes, but a strike team answered the radio and he says, I want somebody here at the intersection of the KV or KB line and ow, that hurts my Lanes Valley. So that would be approximately here. We were just trying to watch in a straight line the stupid update which spoke about how difficult it was on 36 last night. And then we'll have an update, hopefully, on what was like over by 32. Sorry, I thought somebody was messaging me about something. We have to let the radio break in. I know that's very frustrating because this is unfolding. I have no idea why the satellite's not picking up a heat detection right here. Let's look at our cams. It's going to be...
Eldorado, Quebec. Howdy, copy. Yeah, I got you. Is there a good place I can time with you? I'm headed in the inline right now. I got to run all the way out. It's flopped over the inline back here, and there's some dozers got around it. About 6 miles in, I got to go take a look at it and see if it's worth putting engines on. Are you guys going to be working the 36 Cs today? Turned on the tramway. We can time with you there when you're done. I'll work with my way back in there after I validate this. I got it.
Okay, I guess that's the hot shots. He said Eldorado. It's probably the Eldorado hot shot. He says, where do you want us to tie in with you? And he goes, well, it's just the fire has slopped over in the line back here 6 miles in. The dozers are around it. But you should probably tie in with us from tramway. So this gives us general information that just occurred. So I'm sorry how frustrating it is. It's more frustrating for me than you, trust me. Because I'm constantly interrupted, and when you're constantly interrupted, I was like, okay, please describe what happened last night. Because I couldn't hear what happened last night. The radio was super crackly. We just saw the camps. And he was just about to speak about it. He goes, it wasn't going well last night in 36 because, and then the radio broke in. We have to pause it. This is why it could take an hour to watch a 15-minute video. But we just figured out where a big battle is, and I have no idea why CalTopo just burped and crashed. It may be that so many people are trying this to track fires. I don't know. But this is why I didn't want to throw $100 at it a couple of days ago, and I paused because CalTopo Pro, which gives us more map layers and what I'm interested in, weather stations and aircraft too, real time. It's like $25 a year for mobile, or 50 if you want to get fancy. But if you want to do it on the desktop, which is high stream, it's $100. God, I love cars. So that's when we're trying to afford a $3,500 laptop to take the show on the road. That's a lot of dough. I want to make sure that this is a good investment. The way it just crashed, I don't know. The way that I don't know that it's picking up the true GOES satellites right now. This is weird. I would expect there to be a lot more hotspots, especially up there where they're explaining that they want to work under power lines. So we'll have to think about this. But day after day, we do have this big hotspot by Butte Meadows. I'm going to check the cams, and we'll go back with that briefing. I have to take elaborate notes during the briefing to be able to tell people the current situation and what happened last night, to be able to wrap my head around it and understand it. So this is Tuscan Butte 2. Look at the freaking dry grass around it. It's like they want us to burn down. I'm so upset. This is Hall of Shame stuff, where time after time we have seen desert crews assemble to prep and prepare, and aircraft diverted, and firefighters babysitting all night a freaking tower that should have been perfectly fine on its own if somebody landscaped it. This is absolutely infuriating. We probably have lost neighborhoods and homes because of those crews babysitting these freaking towers because somebody neglected the freaking mowing. And so these things could burn up. And when they let trees grow underneath them for 35 to 40 years, that should not be what aircraft are doing. Aircraft should be stopping the fire. So it's just infuriating. This is Hall of Shame. Hall of Shame screenshot. But we see it time and time again. We completely lost communications and view of where the fire went on day one to Richardson Springs. Just because there was one bush growing up underneath the power line from from where the solar generator was. So it destroyed the solar generator and the power line. All they had to do was remove a freaking bush. The fire just creeped along very short grass everywhere else, and it was totally fine. The tower was unmanned. It had taken care of itself, but we lost critical comms, and so did these fire crews now, and that's why we can't hear jack out at Tehema County. The repeating station at Richardson Springs is down. This absolutely infuriates me. Same thing with the other one. With the Platte Mountain and Cohasset too. I mean, they had to do Cohasset because that's where people were sheltering in place, the people who were trapped by the fire. Let's see. They're not there we go. These are the ones I like. But these places should have been protecting people, homes, communities. They only have so many units. There is not a unit to spare. This is just Tuscan Butte. Tuscan Butte camera might die, or they might have to divert people to save it because of a landscaping failure. We have to find these people. We have to bring them to task. I don't know if it's counties or individual private property radio stations, whoever it is. You fail, you suck. Year after year, we see this. They divert all kinds of equipment, and it costs the taxpayer, you and me. Every water drop costs like many thousands of dollars to do, retardant and or otherwise. Be up to $20,000 a drop, pending. And that's because somebody didn't freaking landscape right. I just can't. Midnight Star says, I just heard that part of Paynes Creek town was partly burned. Yeah, it was devastated. More than 24 hours ago. No drug talk.
2241 on command.
I have little patience for any nonsense right now. It crashed for you too? Yeah, CA Rock, there was confusion.
Hey, I'm out here with some folks trying to validate that swap on off the end line. What was the cost? Are you still with the FBI representative?
The FBI?
Negative.
SPI. Okay, Sierra Pacific. I thought there was FBI too. Wow. Yeah, so people thought Manton burned down, and in fact, it was Paynes Creek that was hit. More than.
Yeah, I've got a minimal, but try.
We don't know what survived at Paynes Creek. That was 72 hours ago.
0025.
Field observers. Oh, okay. They collect info. Thank you, Jeffrey. Probably was. Right now they're just talking about trying to verify a stopover somewhere. He says over the 10 line or 10 line. These radios are so bad, it's hard to understand what they're saying. So there was a huge misunderstanding. It took me more than 7 hours to tell people that Manton did not burn down. So people thought it was Manton, and they came in here, and you're like, condolences for it. And I said, what the hell are you talking about, guys? They're like, oh, well, they keep saying that the fire's at Manton, the fire's at Manton. Go to Manton, take Manton, hurry there. And I wasn't there. And, I have to sleep sometime. And so I checked the CalTopo, usually good. Usually shows the GOES 17 satellites, or 16, that update fire hotspots every 20 minutes. So there should be another pass soon, within the next 10. But CalTopo just crashed. I don't know how accurate it is. We don't have a new hotspot. Oh, they're by 36. Hit the like button and subscribe with the ring bell if you want to find us again, friend. Mods, please remind people to do that. We are donation based, so I can't continue if I can't pay my bills, Plus, we need better equipment. This is extremely expensive. Like, my power bills now are insane because I have to run the air conditioner just to cool down the room from what my supercomputer is generating the heat, having a million tabs open, and being graphically indisposed here with the 7 hours straight running of OBS, Open Broadcaster software. Like, you could put your hand over by a computer right now. It is generating some serious heat. So there are 2 rumor mills I had to squash that were just absolutely causing panics, and partly it's because the CAL FIRE is using wrong terms in their briefings, and they don't know their way around the maps because they're not locals. Most of these fire crews, they're from elsewhere, and they're getting a lot of people there, but they don't necessarily know these local areas. Let's go back to our cams. So that's Inskip Hill. Okay, and Skip Hill burned over more than 72 hours ago. But, like they just said on this briefing, which is going to cause a lot of panic, the fire was at Inskip and we had trouble over there. No, it was not at Inskip. Inskip is by Magalia and Paradise. So when people came into this channel and spread the rumors all over Twitter and stuff, they said, it looks like Paradise is evacuating. I had to tell people, no, they're not. For 6 hours, there's people constantly coming in here. So we have a rule. Do not ever say anything about where a fire is if you don't back up your statement. Not with authority. You say, maybe it's here, I think it's here, or is it here? But don't tell people that such and such a community is evacuating or fire is there without being absolutely rock solid sure. Or you cause panic. So CAL FIRE is causing a bit of panic too. So when they kept saying, right now, with this meeting, we're trying to, we keep getting interrupted, that we're trying to watch. So I have to mute my phone, it keeps bothering me. Let's see, mute part of it at least. Mute for at least an hour, thank you. Let's see. Yeah, let's just watch about what happened last night. I'll explain why I had to explain to the public again, that no, Manton did not burn down. It never reached Manton. People confused A6 Manton Road with Manton. So yes, fire crews were using it to get there. Then people said Paradise was evacuating because they didn't check their beep. They just casually watched CNN and saw people being bussed out. That was the elderly people, just as a precaution. So they just came in here yelling that Paradise was under evacuation. That caused a panic. No, it freaking wasn't. And then somebody else says, yeah, it is. I can see fire. I can see fire at Inskip. Inskip is north of Paradise. No, you can't. It's in Inskip Hill is in Tehema County. Guys, you have to check your crap. Check your information. Or at least just inquire. You know, I really appreciate that because we don't want to cause any discomfort to people here. This is a nerve-wracking situation. So I want to keep checking on the cams.
It's going to be 1 hour, 30 minutes en route to Porterville, our Tinker Base.
Do not participate in rumors. So, I know, Shunani, I have to tell CAL FIRE, you are causing a freaking panic. Stop saying you had an epic battle at Inskip. For God's sake. I mean, the locals have to tell them, don't release crap info like that to the press and to the general public. You know how the rumor is. It's a cesspool. So what I was just doing, and I want to check these cams here. We don't have a lot of cams anywhere near 36. Inskip Hill is socked in, and I believe so is Jingletown, but that's because the smoke keeps blowing there. We don't have a way to monitor that except really at night, and that's pretty bad. Shingletown is okay. Keep having to say that. For the most part, right now, Manton is okay. But if it goes past Battle Creek, there will be a battle to save Manton. So this is what we keep seeing on the Shingletown cam. It's not really useful. Let's go back. All right. What he is about to say is it was bad at Inskip. He means Inskip Hill.
Areas. In the Highway 36 corridor, we also had the fire takeoff at Inskip towards Lanes Valley.
Inskip Hill.
It ran to Battle Creek, did a lot of defensive firing.
Okay, I have to write this down. Okay, per CAL FIRE, in this video, which is going to cause panic. I'm going to make the comment right now. Attention, CAL FIRE, please stop saying Inskip. you are causing a panic. In skip equals community over by Paradise in Butte County. In skip hill equals Tehema County where
Branch 20, Butte operations on command. Hey, just talking with Branch 25, trying to get some of the equipment moved up to the cell line. A lot of it appears to be working for Branch 20 out on the highway. Do you want him to round it up and start sending it up there?
Foxtrot, or Butte Foxtrot on that assignment.
Yeah, we're just trying to get equipment moved to a location where it can work. So a lot of the stuff on Highway 32 belongs to you. You want 25 to round it up and send it your way?
Yeah, if they send it up towards the DP40, that would be a good collection point.
I copy.
Attention CAL FIRE, please stop saying in skip, you're causing a panic. In skip equals a community over by Paradise in Butte County. In skip hill equals Tehema County, where the camera is located and burned over by Highway 36. You are fueling rumors that Paradise is about to burn down. Hundreds of concerned people entered my fire monitoring stream, insisting that everybody get out of Paradise now. Okay, thank you. Let's see what else was super confusing to people. I don't know if they have to know about it, but also, please tell your crews to say Mountain Road instead of Mountain on the radio. That caused a panic that fire was burning down the mountain the other day. Thank you. Not that they'll ever actually read it, but the people here worried may read it. The public information officer should be vetting what they're saying. And the public information officer should know the local area of that. Ideally. Yeah, exactly, John. So I've already dealt with more than 7 hours of people constantly coming in, saying that Paradise is being evacuated. Everybody run for your life at Paradise, all this kind of stuff. No, in Skip Hill, extremely rural Tehema County. The camera burned over more than 72 hours ago, and the camera's fine. But people like my viewers and others were checking the cams and did not bother to press the locate camera button to verify that where the camera was located. They just saw in skip and then flew in here and said, I have a confirmation that Paradise should evacuate because I could see fire at Inskip. No, you can't. You see residual fire, like stump and trees on fire, because that camera burned over 24 hours ago, guys. And it was not a big deal. They now have a desert line all around in Skip Hill too, so that continues to not be a big deal. What is a big deal right now? And they are trying to get eyes on situations, and nor crews. They ordered 2 2,500-gallon tanks to be delivered to Dale Station. That's what we interrupted this operational briefing update about, which was getting right to the meat and potatoes. We'll never watch this. We've been trying to watch this for an hour. Come on. They needed to have made this and uploaded this hours ago. I needed to have made all my notes hours ago. But they just did it 1 hour ago in the midst of all the situations unfolding. Let's try to watch it. Okay, guys, reminder. Yeah, exactly, Dustin. It's fine. So when people thought Manton had burned down, it was actually Paynes Creek that got devastated. We have no idea so far which buildings were lost, but the fire footprint more than 24 hours ago was well into the community on the south side, the neighborhood on the south side of 36 south of where the tavern is and or was or could be still standing. I don't know. I have to write down what he's saying, but we do have to interrupt this for the radio because that's what's happening right now. What he's talking about is what happened last night. A reminder, he's talking about Inskip Hill.
Fire takeoff at Inskip
Inskip Hill.
Towards Lanes Valley. It ran to Battle Creek, did a lot of defensive firing activities to try to...
Okay, it ran from Inskip Hill to Battle Creek last night. They had to do defensive firing, which means a Hail Mary pass, light the grass on fire in front of it, hoping that it'll reach black and stop.
Operations on command.
I guess we're getting interrupted again. I need a good lunch. I need a really good lunch. I need to be soothed. I don't know about you guys. Yeah, exactly, Dustin. I wish people would check this stuff. You know? Like, people had good intentions. It's good that if an evacuation is happening, to run here and report it real quick. But please verify that it's actually happening. And if you can't, that's okay. Just say, is one happening? Is. With a question mark. I see something on a map. Is this happening? What's up with this map? What's up with this camera? What could be happening? As long as it's a question mark, that's totally fine. We know that the evacuation maps sometimes are not updated until 20 minutes after they call for one. And 20 minutes is a long time. People have to evacuate quickly. But really, when there's a lot of people in here, we've already had almost 4,000 views. Hit the like button, friends.
North Bravo 55 National, you calling?
Remember, whatever you say in chat, sometimes people are not listening. They have it muted.
Yeah, broken. Can you repeat?
Because they're at work. So whatever you say in chat, they may take as the gospel truth and pick up the phone and start a panic.
Low volume and really patchy for Bravo 55.
Weren't they going to update on the briefing at the place I showed at 7 this morning? Yeah, this is the 7 in the morning briefing, which we did watch, but the audio was beeped up, okay? The audio was absolutely beeped up for this. It was abysmal. So I don't know what is wrong with the equipment from Action News Now, but they chopped off the beginning of this one, which had decent audio. So we missed half the presentation about what happened last night.
5 Golf Hotel transition. Instant Helco to Garden 7-1. 5 Golf Hotel returning to Chico. Elevate.
Hang on, I'm explaining. This is all info from the 7 a.m. briefing. This is it. Briefing, CAL FIRE briefing, CAL FIRE. It's not really for the public, but the one or two journalists are okay. They're okay with them filming it. So what happened with Action News Now? Just like yesterday, they had beeped up microphones, absolutely horse crap microphones. I'm sorry to say, on both of their equipment. This one that was horizontally filmed for once, they just chopped off the beginning, so we didn't have it. So we went to the backup where they also Action News Now did a live, and thank God the cell phone was horizontal this time so we could see more. But it was the most painful audio I've ever heard in my life. It was extremely low, and then he breaks into a maximum volume. So I had to mute it for my people and listen to it, and it just pounded a nail into my migrained head. It was whisper, 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 and then like air horn loud. Whisper, 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 air horn loud in between words. So because this was the only audio we had, I muted it for you guys and I read it out for myself. This has caused a blinding headache. This is why I'm not happy camper right now. Then somebody said, well, they just updated one on YouTube. So this one's 18 minutes here. YouTube is like 15 or something, but it's the information from 7 in the morning, which they uploaded like an hour or two ago. We've been trying to get past it. We have never been able to get past 2 minutes because a crisis situation just started to unfold, or at least an escalating situation just began to unfold on the radio. So what I'm mad at is CAL FIRE should have just done their own videos like they used to do on Dixie. I needed to have taken these notes hours ago to tell people as they came in. I needed to have recorded this as one solid thing to tell people, hey, rewind to X, Y, and Z moment, so I could just get on with my life and get on with tracking the fire here. We still haven't even heard about what's going on at Butte Meadows. So we've been interrupted nonstop. What he's talking about is critical to know, but what they're talking about on the radio is what just happened. I'm about to mute. Screw it. We're going to watch this straight through. I'm muting it. We just get mostly garbage on the radio. Branch 10 on command, branch 10 on command, and they don't say crap. So that's it. We're watching this in one straight line. But please remember, when he is wrong. He's talking about a battle at Inskip. No, Inskip Hill. He just, he's not from here, so we'll forgive him, but they keep fueling the rumor mill that Paradise is about to burn down. It's not, it's fine. So here we go.
Rains Valley, fire is more active than we've seen in the past few days, so that's been a real challenge. We've also been surging resources into parts of the fire that have been our problem areas. In the Highway 36 corridor, we also had the fire take off at Inskip towards Lanes Valley.
No, Inskip Hill.
It ran to Battle Creek, did a lot of,
It ran to Battle Creek. That if it runs past it, if it goes past it to the north, then Manton would be in danger, and so would Shingletown. It has to hold there.
Defensive firing activities to try to hold that. A lot of that was not successful due to the intensity and the fast rate of spread of the fire.
I have to take my notes. The defensive firing mostly didn't work. That's a Hail Mary pass.
So they're attempting to continue to stop the fire there and to slow its advance. They're also working on some direct dozer line in Lanes Valley to mitigate that incident. So we had a number of those spots that went across the line. However, we did have successes with a number of spots that did go across that we were able to jump on and take care of.
Okay, so he had many places. Spot fires went over the line. Mixed bag. Had many successful catchings, and that's probably why Manton is still there. It looks like it just failed over in the Inskip Hill area, and on the radio they were just talking about north of there, underneath the power lines area at Lanes Valley Road. They want eyes on it. A helicopter was looking there. They just ordered a lot of more retardant or water tanks to Dale Station, which I have no clue if what the building status is over there. So the radio chatter silence might be because they're running encrypted channels. No, it wasn't silence. It was horrible noise. It's because they lost some repeaters on day one. Because some idiot didn't cut down a bush at the Richardson Springs camera and radio tower. The bush on fire burned through the power cable to the solar generator. So what we hear is constantly okay, branch 12, which is up here by Tehema County where he's talking about. And then we hear one half of the conversation, the one that's closest to this ham radio operator in Chico. We hear all the time, and it sounds like pure static, but it actually is a human voice so far away that it can't come in clearly. So we heard all night. That's why I just ranted and raved about how stupid it is that we keep losing repeaters and we keep losing homes and neighborhoods because people don't landscape well and cut the grass short. Tehema Hill, not Tehema Hill, Tuscan Butte might get burned up because the grass is long there. We need that. It's one of the few cameras we have here. But fire crews, and we keep seeing year after year, many different fires. Very few fire crews are there, but they have to go babysit a freaking radio tower because nobody cut the grass, cut down the bush, or cut the trees. That's what's so infuriating, is it put me in a bad mood. And it means that we can't hear much. And they just said, I've been trying to contact headquarters, and I can't get through to them. We need more tanks at Dale Station. So somebody else had to drive to them and then say, I'll drive to cell phone service and let them know. It's infuriating.
Community abandon is still in good shape, continuing to put contingency lines around that and have resources in there for structured defense and to prep if there's any further advance of the fire. So that whole area in what we call branch 12, that northern part of the fire, has been very active and been problematic for us over the past 24 hours. Moving around into what we call branch 15.
Okay, branch 15. So the Mountain, Paynes Creek, Shingletown, all that affair, 36, Lanes Valley Road, Mountain Road, A6. Whenever you hear these words, Sky Ranch, that's all branch 12 up there.
A lot of work done there. Again, heavy fuels, hard topography to work in. We have as much direct line as we can be putting in. We're putting in right now. And so in the area of Little Giant, a lot of direct line going in there, still a lot of work.
Okay, Little Giant is east of like the eastern section of Highway 36, where it's a different kind of firefight. A couple of days ago, it went over the line there, and CAL FIRE started to cause a panic with a new goal of keeping it below, keeping the fire instead of south of 36, keeping it south of 44, which is Shingletown. So everybody assumed that CAL FIRE was expecting the fire to sweep all the way up to 44, and they were going to abandon 36. No. It's just that technically, if you think about it in an anal retentive way, the way they're talking about their goals, being sticklers for wording, the main goal of keeping it south of 36 failed on that one day. It doesn't mean they can't keep pushing it push it south of 36. It was just more like a bulge, and they have it, a lot of dozers there by Little Giant on the east side there. And then once that's roped in, that'll be done. And God willing, it won't go all the way to 44. But that fueled the rumors that Mountain was burning down. Or they expected it to. No, it's fine.
There was slop fire in Dead Horse Canyon. The crews are working on that. We're working on a plan to connect between branch 20 and 15, again, due to the topography.
Okay. They are working on what?
A plan to connect between branch 20 and 15, again, due to the topography and the fuel.
To connect branch 20 to 15. Branch 20 is Butte Meadows. They're saying due to the topography, it's horrible. Yeah, it's canyony and slopey and rocky and yeah.
Fuels. That's a very complicated plan that they're working on. Also within the Branch 15 area, there's been a lot of prep of the homes, the structures, and the cabins that are in the Lassen Lodge and the Mill Creek Ranch.
Okay, homes, cabins, and the Lassen Lodge in the area of Mill Creek Ranch. Somebody was asking earlier, that jogged my memory, about the status of Lassen Camp. That was evacuated a long time ago, 172 hours ago.
Areas. So at this point, no destruction to those structures, but we're identifying where they are and actively preparing the structures and putting in contingency lines to protect them. As we move down onto the Highway 32 corridor in particular, the other.
All right, so that's Branch 15. Now the Highway 32 corridor.
Today we had a 150, 200 acre slop in particular. The other day we had a 150, 200 acre slop over, or spot, I should say, in that area that was moving just above Butte Meadows.
All right. Just above Butte Meadows. Also, there was a pickup truck that was on fire, but it didn't spread the vegetation. We saw the burned out hulk of it on the Colby cams.
It was going to be moving into some very difficult terrain and heavier fuels. The fire was rapidly spreading. Fortunately, we had really good leadership in there. We had the right amount of resources to jump on it right away. They were able to go direct on it as much as possible. We hit it with a lot of aircraft to support the ground operations, and they had a lot of success. However, due to the heavy fuel loading in there, it is still very hot as they're mopping it up. Yesterday, we had some spots come out of that heated area. They were able to jump on those very quickly. That's going to be a continued challenge for us moving forward over the next couple days. It's a huge area, heavy fuel loading, and the fuels outside of the control line are extremely receptive to the ember cast and any spots that may occur. So it is an area where we are working diligently. We've put a lot of resources in there today to try to get that taken care of so it doesn't cause us any further issues. As we move further down the Highway 32.
I wish did he point on the map when it is?
Had a lot of success. We shifted the 32 corridor in particular. The other day we had a 150, 200 acre slop over, or spot, I should say, in that area that was moving just above Butte Meadows. It was going to be moving into some very difficult terrain and heavier fuels. The fire was rapidly spreading. Fortunately, we had really good leadership in there. We had the right amount of resources to jump on it right away. They were able to go direct on it as much as possible. We hit it with a lot of aircraft to support the ground operations, and they had a lot of success. However, due to the heavy fuel loading in there, it is still very hot as they're mopping it up. Yesterday, we had some spots come out of that heated area. They were able to jump on those very quickly. That's going to be a continued challenge for us moving forward over the next couple days. It's a huge area, heavy fuel loading, and the fuels outside of the control line are extremely receptive to the ember cast and any spots that may occur. So it is an area where we are working diligently. We've put a lot of resources in there today to try to get that taken care of so it doesn't cause us any further issues. As we move further down the Highway 32 corridor, they are in the process of completing a firing operation that will tie that fire right into Highway 32 so that we can...
Firing ops in progress. Remember, they recorded this sometime after 7 in the morning and posted it about an hour or two ago. So it's in progress today.
Put a lid on that, and they are in the process of completing a firing operation that will tie that fire right into Highway 32 so that we can put a lid on that and end the forward progress of that fire in that condition. We were working on that the past couple days. Yesterday, they had to delay and stop the firing operation, what we call hang it up, to check it up and wait for the conditions to be right for us to do it. Previous to that, the firing operation was going exactly how we wanted to do, building us a lot of depth with the black lines, so it creates a fire buffer from the hostile fire. So going really good. That operation will continue throughout the day as conditions warrant and allow it to do so.
Okay, from where to where?
We may have to shut that down again if we are getting outside of the safe conditions to do so. But again, we have the appropriate resources in line and prepared, and a really good plan in place to finish that operation. If conditions allow us, we'll be able to, we anticipate, finish that operation today and be done with that. And then moving down as we move into the rest of Forest Ranch, there was some repopulation yesterday. There was a lot of good control efforts made there, mop up. However, the mop up continues, and we would like to ask those folks that have repopulated in the area, please be cognizant and be aware there are fire resources still working in the area, and please try not to interfere the best you can with those operations because they're trying to get their job done, make it safe for those folks that have moved back in, but there are still lots of pockets of heat and so forth within that area, hazard trees that we're trying to mitigate and so forth. So we want to get the folks back in when it's safe to do so, and we want to get them back to their normal lives, but please help us to do that as we finish up that operation.
Yeah, no harassing them. Okay, just don't harass the fire crews. Goes without saying. I'll show you guys what the Butte County Sheriff was so angry about yesterday. It was really sad to hear. People are calling 911 and cussing out the operators. Takes a big man to do that, right? Everybody's a big man. Everybody's gangster on the phone. The sheriff will come and kick your ass. Basically, is what he warned. He goes, I will put you on the bottom of the list for all of our priorities if you do that. We are taking down names, and we are filling dossiers, basically, is what he said.
As we continue down to the base of the heel of the fire, everything's looking really good, and it's a continued mop-up patrol status. Very happy with that. Outside of the fire lines, we always have what we call contingency lines. So if the fire does spot like it's been doing or make a run, that we have another line we can fall back onto to help us control or maneuver the fire away from any sort of infrastructure, lives, property, that sort of thing. So we've been diligently working on putting control lines in and using those to our advantage, using already established fuel breaks, fuels treatment work that's been done and so forth over the past few years, and that's been helping us put those lines in even quicker. And we've quite a bit.
Okay, that was extremely important.
Yes, put those lines in. Fuels treatment work that's been done and using already established fuel breaks, fuels treatment work that's been done and so forth over the past few years, and that's been helping us put those lines in even quicker.
Why not mention that Sierra Pacific did that? They've been kind of heroic here. I think the only reason that we have several communities standing in neighborhoods is they already did this treatment. They already made a bunch of shaded fuel breaks, and everywhere green on their CAL FIRE maps, these little green lines, are pre-existing fuel breaks and pre-made lines that logging companies did, and or maybe some action by a community or two. It's unclear. But you really got to give credit where credit is due. So I wish they did. But on the maps, most of them say Sierra Pacific. So they've been heroic. They helped evacuate more than 80 carloads of people who were trapped from Cohasset and that fled north on the one road and one way out of town. That fled north from Cohasset and Richardson Springs. And then the cars that couldn't make it out, those people with special needs had to be evacuated by the National Guard helicopters. So Sierra Pacific went and opened up all their gates and guided the people out. Butte County, though, has been neglecting to take control of the Ponderosa Way, which the feds hoped that they would in the 1960s, which was an 800-mile-long fuel break and escape route road and fire access road. That was made in the 1930s during the Depression as a public works project. It goes all the way from Shasta to Bakersfield. It's 800 miles long. And Butte County was under heavy flack for not adopting that and creating extra ways out when it was clear during the Paradise Fire that they needed to have done that. It would have saved lives during Paradise. It would have been another escape route. So Doug Laurie, who's a resident of Chico, who was involved with the CCC projects, has been lobbying Butte County and trying to get crap done since 2020, and you just have to read this article. He saw all this coming. He saw Cohasset's danger. He said Cohasset's a sitting duck. 2020 article. Butte County, I'm super freaking disappointed in you. I don't know where the hell things went wrong. Maybe you tried your best to acquire the land and whatever to increase this fire line, but whatever you failed, I mean, whatever happens, you failed. So it's just by the grace of God and the reason, and a power, and a logging company that saved your citizens. They really deserve a lot of credit with that. I think this would have rampaged unchecked all the way to Chester on day 2 if Sierra Pacific's sheet fuel brakes and spruced up pre-made fire access roads weren't in place, and where probably they did a whole bunch of firing, pre-made firing and fire load clearing. They're not mentioned here, but I thought I would. The community has to know about this. You guys have to know what to push for. You should be really mad about several things. Butte County, get your crap together. Whatever the red tape is, find a way around it. This is not funny anymore. You almost had another mass death event after Paradise. This is not funny anymore. Do what it takes.
Using already established fuel breaks, fuels treatment work that's been done and so forth over the past few years, and that's been helping us put those lines in even quicker. And we've quite a bit down. We're utilizing those the best we can as well. And again, in areas, especially the branch 15 area, that Mill Creek, that's an area that we've been having a challenge with because, again, the fuels topography are very not very favorable with that. And as we move up into the Shasta area that isn't directly affected by the fire, they have been putting in control lines, and those have been very successful. We were expecting to be completed yesterday. However, they believe that they'll probably be done today with most of those containment lines, control lines. It's just been a lot of hard work. It's a lot of country to be working in, but they are working diligently to protect that area. So if the fire were to make a run towards Shasta County, that we have a really good area that we can make a stand and give us the best option of success in combating the fire. Overall, we have a lot of aircraft assigned to this fire, both our fixed wing and rotor wing aircraft. We have 3 helibases for copters. We have a lot of copters assigned to the incident, and we have a 4th helibase that we're standing up. So what that does for us is it gives us multiple points in which we can attack the fire with our helicopters, and also if the fire does increase activity and create smoke where the copters cannot work or the aircraft can't work, that we can fly from another base that usually has more clear air to be able to support our troops on the ground in suppressing the fire. Thank you.
Finally, we got to it. That's because I had to mute. You know, we were just getting constantly interrupted by the radio, which has been really stressful. Time for me to order some food and supplies, and I'm going to turn the radio back on. So if you guys wanted to watch this, that was there, and I would go to CAL FIRE and I would give them the little thumbs up there. I wish they uploaded this hours ago when they had this, because this information is from 7 in the morning. Just like the maps I have were generated at 3 a.m. So to track the fires since then, that's explaining what had occurred. We're trying our best, since we could barely hear anything from the Tehema County area, trying our best to track it with flare-ups and stuff with the cams and with GOES satellites. So, but CalTopo crashed before. It absolutely crashed. If there's some sort of a lull in things, or if the radio will take over from me speaking, or I want a break, we've been live for 7 hours and 45 minutes. So your kind donations are what keep us running. We don't want to have advertisements. Can you imagine? Yeah, we might be able to talk about that later, Dustin. You know, I really can barely handle this amount of information coming in right now, let alone like, you know, local politics and the like, you know. Politics always do interfere with how how fires are fought. I'll never forgive the Butte County Sheriff for telling residents of Greenville to go back the same day it burned down. He's the sole reason, really, for the town burning down. Now, the fire crews escorted the residents out. They came back and found their fire trucks melted in the street, so they couldn't help Greenville anymore. Myself and others, like Daniel Kearns, like you mentioned, Dustin, we frowned when we heard that the people were allowed to go back. We tried to tell people, don't go back. This is insanity. It's not safe there. But too many people listened to their sheriff and didn't know we existed. But this is why we do what we do. Sometimes the officials are absolutely freaking wrong, and they just about get people killed. So sometimes the information is absolutely wrong. Evacuate west to the west of Greenwood. No, there's a 300-foot tall wall of flame coming at you from the west. Westwood, go east to Susanville. This is how we save lives. People in Greenville that stayed out, maybe it did save their lives. Maybe if there was even 10 more people in Greenville that they had to try to save, that they wouldn't have made it. It's unknown, you know. Yeah, that was a real sad day, Amber. So, yeah, Shenanigans. I'm sorry, I can use all the help I can get. Briefings, taking notes, absolutely. You know, you've conducted yourself very well here. You could be a mod if you wanted to. If you can keep it impersonal, right? We need to help people. We need to help people no matter if we like them or not. And so a big struggle for all of us who have seen this too many times. You know, all of us locals. Butte County has had too many fires, too many deadly, immense and enormous fires. Some of the statistics today that CAL FIRE was putting out was that it's two of the worst fires California's ever had were in Butte and Butte County. 3 actually. The Camp, the Dixie, and now the actually maybe the top 5. No, not ever, but since 2018, yeah. The worst fires of California have been in Butte County since 2018 in general. Deadliest, most destructive, biggest acreage. So what we you'd have to have a briefing on how to be a mod and what all the rules here are, and I'm trying to. I don't have enough time right now to even take a moment to write down what the damn rules are. I keep explaining them. The number one is though is that we have to restrain ourselves. We help everyone, not even those we don't like. Speaking here is a privilege. Everybody has a right to this information. So, what, Jeremy? Question mark, what? When did it jump 32? Okay. They said yesterday. So, they just were extremely vague. So, I'm glad I just took the notes. They said they had a 150 to 200 acre in size spot fire that jumped over the 32 around Butte Meadows. The fire spread was rapid, but thank God our heroes caught it. And aircraft helped them out. So they had lots of success there, but they're still struggling with it. It's still trying to spot over and light the very receptive fuels around Butte Meadows. They have a lot of desert lines and stuff around the homes and the cabins up there. I'm not sure the GOES heat detections are real right now. No, they're probably not. What time was 1740 UTC, friends? Caltopo may be crashing again. So they're still struggling with it, but they surged all resources to it, and they had help from the aircraft. So it'll be a battle for the next few days to try to get it truly a black line around that slop over, or actually spot is a better way to describe it. I was hoping that it would be on their maps that at least he would gesture at the freaking screen about what had happened. Here, talking about you being a mod, Shenanigans, I mean, the only way you could share links would be if you are a mod, and that would give you the power to time out people and ban them as well. So the thing that we struggle with the most, being really close to it, after restrained Smitty and others, anybody says something like Greenville deserved to be burned down or something, this is red. This is red meat in front of lions, or red meat in front of Rottweilers, or whatever that, red flag in front of a bull. Kind of people come out to taunt us. If they say something like God punished paradise, you have to just ban them, take a screenshot, and move on without engaging them, because all he wants is attention. All he wants to do is trigger us. That was, and he's not explaining where it got over 32. So, right. Hey, Lucinda says, YouTube is generally a place where people with the same interests or needs come together respectfully, leaving all those behind. Your channel is a testament to this. I'm actually an island, Lucinda. YouTube has more and more become a rabbit hole and a cesspool of rumors. And
2393 Charlie, Tehema, Quebec, on command.
it's been unclear. I'm trying to look at I have other maps, but I have to know what time was 1740 UTC.
If you guys haven't come to that yet, based on the intel I'm getting from the Lima that's going direct on it, they dropped out in Antelope Creek again, unable to get across. Activity starting to kind of pick up. It's probably going to make a little run at the end line here in the next hour or two. I think I'm going to need your 5 engines to make a stand here, as opposed to all the way out to the north, or sorry, south.
Damn. What?
We have come to it. It is viable at this point. Quebec trainees running the end line out further to the south. You can tell to put that up with the intel about. I copy. I hate to just leave that where it is. I mean, we're going to have to hold the end line between here and there for that to make sense. And I think I'm going to need all hands on deck, and it's going to hit, and then we'll just pick it up and go from there.
Wow. Okay, where exactly? Yellow something creek or something, or yellow? Okay. Okay, I have to. Did anybody catch what he's saying?
Quebec training, man. Quebec, go ahead. Those two swap overs look pretty good. I drove it out inline folding. I was driving the 170 inline. Picked up a mechanical. I'm in a good spot, but I'll be out of service for the next 20 minutes or so. Yeah, I copy. As long as you're in a good spot, you may have time, or it may kind of bump the road here. I mean, it's going to stand up here shortly. I know where it's at. They've kind of hung it up there, but there's a chance it makes a run at the end line for the next hour or two. Yeah, I copy. I'm at the SDI gate on the 170 road. Black on both sides.
Oh my God. Okay, they have to stop what they're doing. They were trying, like Lima was trying to tie in with some dozers. He said, we're going to need all hands on deck here. I'm going to need your 5 engines to make a stand. So I didn't catch. I didn't catch exactly where I was, but so he's talking about Quebec. Lima was unable to tie in a line. They got rocked out, which means they hit a bunch of rocky. Bulldozers can't just hit bedrock. They're talking about bedrock. The blades will just chip. It's not like you can move bedrock. So they can't really make a line. If there's grass growing in between it, it's going to be growing in between it. So he said, Lima got rocked out. I'm going to need all of your 5 engines to make a stand here. And they said, yeah, it's going to be viable to try to hold it. So I don't know where he said. He said it's going to bump the road here in the next hour or two. But here's what I'm worried about. If he says the
Or
activity,
91 available in response area.
Range 91, 1142.
Branch 20 on command.
yeah, listen, I can't finish my thought on that, but if you keep rules in order, yeah, very strict rules you can have. You can have a good little supportive community. You can build whatever you want out of YouTube. But the thing I'm trying to say is that YouTube doesn't reward what we do.
Division uniform. Quebec.
Not financially. I did not break even last year. I have to quit if I don't break even this year. I don't know if I can survive more of this, living off my own savings.
Tehema uniform, Tehema, Quebec. Got 9218 Lima down on the lower side with me. I'm going to keep them. I'm going to have fire probably impact Little Giant here within the hour or two. I'm going to need them to help me try to piece this back together.
I'm an island and all that. There's a monetary incentive with YouTube to show destruction, crying babies and homes burning down, to make clickbait thumbnails to scare the living crap out of people, because scared people click. The more clicks, the more likes, or the more views even. Even dislikes are an endorsement of somebody's video. Don't even dislike videos anymore. You're just helping that channel. The more controversial it is, dislikes help a channel, guys. They help a video become more popular. That's why we do not allow anybody to even mention the name of the conspiracy theory guys. Don't even allow them to be mentioned. I'm not going to feed them. Hang on.
Hey, you going to need any resources assistance up there? It's pretty tight in here. I think I'll be good with what I have. If anything, if I need to surge anything down to Highway 36 or something, I'll hit you. Copy. I have an Alpha in that area on 36 available, and then also have Truckee Shot at Sky Ranch. They're working a small dozer operation for me, and they'll be available to you if needed. Copy.
Okay, cool. Truckee Hotshots, man, they're rock stars. There's an Alpha team and Truckee Hotshots available if needed. They're going to make a stand on somewhere.
Good operations, Branch 20 on command. I'm taking the K line out, trying to see where the slots were. The report we got back from the dozers on last night is holding in place as of right now, but I'm going to go try to find you, Foxtrot.
I don't know where Quebec is. I'm trying to look at these maps. Don't know. I guess this is. He says he's going over to the K line, which I believe means the kilovolt high voltage line. I have no idea what they're talking about. But earlier they had a problem, and they wanted a crew to go and look at, this is a high tension power line there on Lanes Valley Road. So they said it would be a hard battle today to keep it from trying to squeeze past and into Battle Creek. It's vital they hold that so that Manson is safe and ultimately, Shingletown. They've got more. I don't think they had a time to pencil in. This is Manton, by where it says right beneath Branch 12. They said they had a lot of dozer lines in that briefing there and a lot of structured prep going on for days. So they just haven't had the ability to pencil that in. But here they have not been able to complete the lines on Shingletown Ridge Road yet. You see, it's all in pink. To fully keep Shingletown safe and keep it south of 44. So it looks like, and I mean, they're going to try to keep it south of A6 and Manson Road if they possibly can. But they have these contingency lines. It takes a long time to build them. So they're building them anyway. So they tried to get ahead of the fire to stop a run where it went towards Battle Creek last night, and they couldn't. So it looks like it breached all their hard work and their lines that they had here on Oasis Spring Ranch Road. So they may be trying to redo them or abandon them. I don't know. I think they still are trying. It's unclear though. To tie in this Inskip stuff with what they did by Oasis Spring Ranch Road. I don't know. So I want
Tehema Contingency, Division Tehema Lima, Command.
I want to check satellites, but I think it's broken. If it's cooking up now, we should see it. We should see it on the satellites. Supposedly the GOES went by at 1740 UTC. What time is that Pacific? Nobody's answered me in chat that I know of. 1040. Okay, it's broken. Where else can we see GOES satellite data? Cal Topo is broken. It comes around every 20 minutes, not every hour. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Jeremy. If you want to email me and
Range 20 trainee, contingency on command.
right, they're gonna make a stand here in the next 1 to 2 hours. I need real satellite data. If Caltopo won't do it, we won't give them any money, damn it. We'll use alternatives.
Branch 20 or Branch 20 trainee, view contingency on command.
Images update every 5 minutes. Sounds good. Fire temperature. Sounds good. Where? Oh, I can't zoom? Okay, that's not good. Yeah, we need overlays and real maps. We have to see roads. Yeah, this is worthless. No, you're worthless. Interactive global NASA. Oh, this is going to be distant. I don't need to know about the freaking globe. Anybody know what is our? I've never had Caltopo fail like this before. Maybe just once a year. I know their hotspots overlaid on a real map. Thank you, Amanda, for your kind donation via Venmo. This won't allow me to know in real time when the donations come in. It'll alert me like every couple of hours. So I'm sorry if that was a while ago. The PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo will go directly into a laptop fund now. And I hope to take this show on the road and be there in California. This is tearing me apart to be stuck in Portland. But if I leave Portland, I can't do this show down there. I tried before. I bought a $2,500 laptop. And just when I was on my way to California the night before, I charged it up. Like the 3rd of July. In 2022, I went to my bedroom and it was smoking. And almost lit my bed on fire. So it was a huge fire hazard. HP did not honor the warranty. So I bought a $2,500 paperweight. So that hurt. And in California, you guys saw me struggle to use my mom's donated laptop that I picked up on the way from Salem, and it just can't do what this does. It takes like a $3,500 laptop. We need at least 12 gigs of virtual RAM, and only, I don't know how to freaking find satellite data now. Only laptops with a 4080 NVIDIA card in them can handle it at minimum. A 4090 is woo. I mean, that we probably can't afford that. So Angela shared with me a some sort of a Twitter post from yesterday at 5 p.m. that the park fire had jumped Lanes Valley Road and was moving rapidly in the wind. They did emergency firing operations, but they couldn't really hold it. And the wind was too strong. That happened yesterday while I was sleeping. I'm going to ask other people here.
Fourville Station 55, second change on engine 360.